laughter, and storytelling. We have some truly inspiring authors, performers, and magical moments waiting for you.
I'm Ishana.
And I am Sia. We'll be your host for this exciting journey through stories.
Welcome to
The
the
Neev
Neev
Literature Festival 2025. And to get us started on the right note, we need something fun, vibrant, and energizing.
Exactly. What better way than with a lively act from the ever-entertaining Ghosh Tarang?
For those of you who weren't present at NLF yesterday, Ghosh Tarang is a dynamic theatre initiative from Quest, Quality Education and Support Trust in Maharashtra. Their mission is to bring children's story alive, especially in primary schools through theatrical performances, telling tales beyond textbooks, using puppetry, drama, translation of stories, and creative engagement.
So sit back, clap along, and let Ghosh Tarang bring their magic to the stage.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hi. Hello.
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 Hi.
हाय
नमस्ते।
नमस्ते।
ये आवाज ही नहीं आ रही, नाश्ता नहीं हुआ है क्या? नमस्ते।
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 ओके।
कैसे हैं आप सब लोग?
मजमा।
I hope you enjoyed your day yesterday. And आज जो आए हैं उनका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। तो हमारा गोष्ठरंग का एक गाना है, गोष्ठरंग बुंग बैंग बुंग। तो अभी हम थोड़ा उस पे नाचते हैं सब लोग। I hope you'll sing and dance along with us.
शायद कल कुछ लोगों ने वो देखा होगा, कुछ
हाँ।
लोगों ने एंजॉय किया होगा, कुछ
हाँ,
लोगों ने
हाँ।
हमारे साथ डांस किया होगा। बट जो नए आए हैं उनके लिए ये नया होगा, फिर भी उतना कठिन नहीं है। हाँ, तो फिर आप फॉलो कर सकते हैं सॉन्ग्स और स्टेप्स भी। शुरू करते हैं? ओके।
Come on, dance with us.
अपडक अपडक तडाडुडुम घडना फिरणा तडाडुडुम अपडक अपडक तडाडुडुम घडना फिरणा तडाडुडुम नाटक बीटक चाव चाव चुम नाटक बीटक चाव चाव चुम गोष्ठरंग बुम बँग बुम गोष्ठरंग बुम बँग बुम गोष्ठरंग बुम बँग बुम गोष्ठरंग बुम बँग बुम अपडक अपडक तडाडुडुम घडना फिरणा तडाडुडुम अपडक अपडक तडाडुडुम घडना फिरणा तडाडुडुम नाटक बीटक चाव चाव चुम नाटक बीटक चाव चाव चुम गोष्ठरंग बुम बँग बुम गोष्ठरंग बुम बँग बुम गोष्ठरंग बुम बँग बुम गोष्ठरंग बुम बँग बुम सानी ध प म ग रे सा सा रे ग म प ध नि सा सा रे ग म प ध नि सा सा नि ध प म ग रे सा इटकू पिटकू सटॅक सुडूम भू भू भव भव कुत्र्यांची धूम इटकू पिटकू सटॅक सुडूम भू भू भव भव कुत्र्यांची धूम विषांची रेष वेगवेगळे वेश विषांची रेष वेगवेगळे वेश अलीची आपली माकडाची शेपटी जादूची भांडी टांग टिंग टुंग अलीची आपली माकडाची शेपटी जादूची भांडी टांग टिंग टुंग गोष्ठरंग बुम बँग
Everybody,
गोष्ठरंग बुम बँग बुम गोष्ठरंग बुम बँग बुम गोष्ठरंग बुम बँग बुम गोष्ठरंग बुम बँग बुम गोष्ठरंग बुम बँग बुम
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Now, let's shake it off a little bit. Shake, 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 shake. It's a Sunday morning. Come on, shake, shake, shake. Shake to the left. Shake to the right. shake it down, shake it up, left, right, down, right, left, and woo!
Woo!
Yes. Now, let's sing a song. And I hope you all will join us. Soul?
हाँ
Okay.
आगे बुलाते हैं बच्चों को.
सब बच्चे थोड़ा आगे आ जाइए यहाँ पे.
चल खाली.
कम.
हाँ
हाँ हाँ.
come on.
ऊपर ही आ जाइए. कम.
आपण कसं राहूयात? ओके.
तनाया हम इस साइड पे रहते हैं.
हाँ. Okay, let's form a semicircle. Come.
सेमी सर्कल.
Let's form a semicircle. Yeah.
आ जाओ पीछे आ जाओ.
Come here. Now, we all will sing a song. और बड़े बच्चे भी join कर सकते हैं इसमें. So, said the little green frog one day.
Said the little green frog one day.
Come on. Said the little green frog one day.
Said the little green frog one day.
Said the little green frog.
Said the little green frog.
Said the little green frog one day.
Said the little green frog one day.
And they all went back.
And they all went back.
Come on, join us. Said the little green frog one day.
Said the little green frog one
Loudly.
day.
Said the little green frog.
Said the little green frog.
Said the little green frog one day.
Said the little green frog one day.
And they all went back.
And they all went back.
Very good.
But we know frogs go.
But we know frogs go.
Ta-ra-ra-ra-ra.
Ta-ra-ra-ra-ra.
Come on.
Ta-ra-ra-ra-ra.
Ta-ra-ra-ra-ra.
But we know frogs go.
But we know frogs go.
How do they go? Yeah.
How did they go?
हाँ.
How?
कैसे?
Ta-ra-ra-ra-ra.
Come on.
Ta-ra-ra-ra-ra. But we know frogs go.
But we know frogs go.
Ta-ra-ra-ra-ra.
Come on.
Ta-ra-ra-ra-ra.
Yes.
Ta-ra-ra-ra-ra.
Ta-ra-ra-ra-ra.
And they don't go back.
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 अभी नेक्स्ट कौन आएगा पता है? बताओ आवाज से.
Quack, quack. Quack,
Who
quack.
is this? Yes.
Quack, quack.
Quack.
Quack,
देखो
Quack.
कैसे चल रहा है देखो.
Quack, quack.
Quack.
Quack,
हाँ
Quack.
सभी जन करो.
quack, quack.
Quack.
Quack,
Quack.
Said the little yellow duck one day.
Said the little yellow duck one day.
Quack quack.
Quack, quack.
Said the little yellow duck.
Said the little yellow duck.
Yes. Quack quack.
Quack,
Quack.
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 Said the little yellow duck one day.
Said the little yellow duck one day.
And they all went quack quack quack.
And they all went quack, quack, quack.
And they all went quack quack quack.
And they all went quack, quack, quack. But we know ducks go.
But we know ducks go.
Rabba-dabba-dabba.
Rabba-dabba-da-doo.
Rabba-dabba-dabba.
Rabba-dabba-dabba.
But we know ducks go rabba-dabba-dabba.
But we know ducks go rabba-dabba-dabba.
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 And they don't go quack, quack, quack.
And they don't go quack, quack, quack.
And they don't go quack, quack, quack.
And they don't go.
quack, quack, quack.
Very good.
Wow, wow. Wow, wow. Said the little brown bear one day.
Said the little brown bear one day.
Wow, wow. Said the little brown bear.
Said the little brown bear.
Wow, wow. Said the little brown bear one day.
Said the little brown bear one day.
And they all went haw, haw, haw.
And they all went. Very good.
And they all went haw, haw, haw.
And they all went. Come.
But we know bears go.
But we know bears go.
Huggy, huggy, hug.
Huggy, huggy, hug.
Huggy, huggy, hug.
Huggy, huggy, hug.
But we know bears go.
But
Huggy,
we-
huggy, hug.
But
But
we know.
know bears go.
Huggy, huggy, hug.
Huggy, huggy, hug.
Huggy, huggy, hug.
But we know bears go. Huggy, huggy, hug.
But we know bears go. Huggy, huggy, hug. Huggy, huggy, hug. Come on.
And they don't go haw, haw, haw.
And
They
they
don't
don't
go
go ha ha ha.
And they don't go haw, haw, haw.
And
And
they don't go.
ha ha ha.
Page. Who has the opportunities to be published? Who is getting those book deals? And then what does the team look like behind the scenes that are making these books? And what kind of lived experience are they bringing to the editorial process? And at the center of all of that is where you'll find Kokila. So we are thinking about all of these things at once in every single decision that we make in the books that we publish. I want to tell you a little bit about our team so you can see them here, and then I have some quotes that sort of distill what our personal philosophies are as editors and what we're looking for. And this is both helpful, like if you want to submit projects to us, get to know our editors, get to know what they like, because as you know, finding the right creative fit, the right creative partner is so important, and everybody has different tastes. For instance, I love books that you would probably refer to as for a reluctant reader. They're for readers who they don't know that they love reading yet, but they're going to find out with one of our books. They tend to be a little bit shorter, they tend to be a little bit more plot-driven, fun, entertaining, often funny, but they still have a really strong beating heart, and they still are able to broach topics that are huge for largely middle grade readers. I work a lot on picture books in middle grade that are able to do that beautifully within, but leading with humor. So that's you'll see that reflected in all of my books. This is a book about a girl who wants to be a stand-up comedian. This picture book here is about a family's first camping trip out in the outdoors. This YA novel here, as I said, I don't do a whole lot of YA, but this one really captivated me because it is about friendship and how important friendship is. So I want to pause here a little bit and ask you to put on your editor hat. If you were an editor, how would you describe your tastes and what kind of books that you would like to publish? Would anybody like to share? Just as a reader, what are your tastes?
For me, it's exactly what you just said. Books that are fun, humorous, but go into deeper themes at the same time, politically, socially, environmentally conscious is who I am, and that reflects in what I write. But always.
Of birds are saying that my nest is the best, right? So shall we figure out whose nest is the best? Yeah. So do you all like birds? Have you all observed birds around you? Yeah, how many, which birds have you observed? Can somebody tell me the names of the birds you've seen around you? Pigeon, okay. What else? Bulbul, parrot.
Eagle.
Eagles, okay. What else? Kingfisher, excellent. Sorry? Eagles. Myna, okay. Parrots, okay. Yes. Woodpecker, wonderful. Any other birds? Hummingbird. Are you sure you've seen hummingbird? Where have you seen it? Have you seen it in India? Can I tell you something? Hummingbirds are not present in India. But there's something called the sunbird, which is similar to the hummingbird, which you find in India. Okay? Peacock, somebody said. Yes, of course, that's our national bird. How can we forget the peacock? Owl, okay. Barbet, excellent. Sorry? Crow, okay. So lots of birds, right? Parrot, okay. Somebody already said parrot. Babblers, excellent. So I'm sure that bats, of course. So I'm sure that you're all going to observe more birds now and keep a watch, okay? And what I also want you to start observing is bird nests around you. Yeah? What do you think of, what comes to your mind when you think of a bird nest? Have some of you seen a bird nest? Yeah?
Almost every day
Pigeon
in my
nest.
balcony.
Okay, of course. I think that's the only nest and birds that Bangaloreans are familiar with. Anything else?
Nest.
You've seen a bulbul's nest. What does it look like?
It's like a small nest, like what's a curve.
It's a cup, right?
Yes.
It's a small little nest like a cup. Exactly. So when you think of bird nest,
I saw when I was walking in my garden, I saw on the tower eagle's nest.
in the tower, excellent, yeah, because eagles build their nest very high up, right? Okay. So when you think of a nest, you've usually seen like a nest which is like a cup, right? Which is somewhere on a tree. But today I'm going to take you on a journey to meet several Indian birds which build some very unique nests, okay? And most of the nests that you might have seen, they are built using twigs and leaves. But here we're going to see some bird nests which are made using some very different materials. Some of it might even surprise you, okay? So shall we go and meet these birds? All right. So come, let's meet some fascinating birds and see many an amazing nest. Let's see what these architects build and choose the ones we like the best. Does anyone know what an architect is? Your mother's an architect, okay. What does she do?
Buildings. A person who designs buildings.
A person who designs buildings. Okay, exactly. So do you think there are architects in nature? Yeah?
Yes, yes.
Yes, because birds and animals, do they build their own homes? Yeah, right. They don't hire human architects to build their house, do they? They don't tell us to build their house, do they? Yes? They build their own homes, right? So, there are architects in nature. So, let's meet the first bird. Have you heard of a nature's tailor? Do you all know what a tailor is? Who's a tailor? What does he do?
A tailor stitches clothes.
A tailor stitches clothes, right? Now, let's meet a bird that stitches not clothes, but it stitches a nest. Anybody knows what this bird is?
Which bird it is?
Anybody knows what this bird is? Yes, it's a tailor bird, exactly. A tailor bird builds its nest by stitching up the leaves. But how does it stitch up the nest? With webs, okay. But yeah, does a tailor bird have a needle? Does it have a needle? Yeah, does it go to the... yeah. Yes, because the beak of the tailor bird is very sharp and pointy. It's like a needle. So it uses fibers from leaves and sometimes spider webs, and it makes holes, it makes tiny holes in the leaves, and then it stitches it up using its beak. And then once the leaf is complete, on the inside of it, they decorate it with lots of soft material so that it becomes soft and cushiony to lay the eggs. So that is how a tailor bird builds its nest. So my nest is a little cup of leaves stitched together. Within it is a soft lining made with grass and feather. So here are some pictures of a tailor bird nest. So sometimes it uses one big leaf and rolls it up and stitches it up. Sometimes it uses 2 leaves or maybe even 3 leaves. And then inside, can you see the soft? There's something like cotton or feathers and twigs. And then it lays its eggs inside. Okay? Next bird. Have you heard of a nature's weaver? Okay, tell me, what does a weaver do? Who is a weaver? What does a weaver do? Do you all have carpets in your house? Yeah, who makes that? A weaver, right? All our clothes, how are they made? How are these clothes made? By weaving it, right? So, do you know there's a weaver in nature? Let's see what this bird is up to. Do you all know this bird? What is... It's
Maya weaver.
It's called
It's a Maya weaver.
Exactly. Wow, this is such a smart group of kids here. Yes, it's called the Maya weaver. And it makes a hanging nest which looks like a basket. And it uses lots of thin strips of grass and leaves and reeds. And it weaves its nest, which is like a... Yeah. Have you all seen people making baskets using cane? Yeah, that's exactly pretty much how this bird builds its nest. But you know, we humans, how do we make a basket? We use our 2 hands. And can we make it with 1 hand? Can we make a basket with 1 hand? No. Can you imagine how this bird makes it just using its beak? Yeah? Yes, you want to say something? They make it with their beaks, exactly. Isn't that really so ingenious? Yeah, to use just a beak and to weave a beautiful basket. And you know what else? So in this bird's case, usually for all birds, it's either the mama bird making the nest or both the father and the mother building the nest together. But in this case, it's only the father bird who builds the nest. And the mama bird, she's very picky, okay? You know, like how your mamas go shopping and they go like, I don't want this one. I don't like this one. No, give me something better. So like that, the mama weaver bird, she comes and she inspects all the nests that the father is making. And she wants a perfect nest. So she won't approve it until it's perfect. So the father bird keeps making lots of nests till finally she says, okay, this one is perfect. I'm going to lay my eggs in this one. And then he goes and finishes the nest. So another very unique thing about this nest is, can you see this tunnel which is hanging? So, okay, let me just read the rhyme out. My nest is a hanging basket woven with grass and leaves. Mama bird will choose the best from the ones that I weave.
They have to kind of, you know, as we do as adults for the children that we're caring for, we kind of stay strong and maybe keep some of those feelings to ourselves. But I think sometimes, like the pandemic, when you go through unexpected, difficult times, suddenly those kind of boundaries get a little loose. And the kids start to see their parents or the adults around them more as human beings. Maybe they see them struggle in ways that they haven't. And the adults have to kind of be more honest with the kids of, you know, what actually is happening. So things can get a little murky, and I was trying to show that in both books, actually. And especially Emil and his father, they have a little bit of a difficult relationship. His father is a successful doctor. He really, shows his care through how he doctors people and how he shows up at the hospital and how he kind of keeps going and is very serious. And he's a little worried about Emil because Emil doesn't do that well in school. And he has trouble reading and he has trouble writing, but he has a lot going on. But he feels very misunderstood by his father. And so that's something that they're working out throughout the story. And when Emil shows him his drawings in the beginning of the story, Papa's like, okay, that's a nice drawing, but how are you doing at school? And as the novel moves through the story, Emil's drawings actually get better and they get more detailed. And at a certain point, Papa can't kind of deny the way that Emil's talent for drawing and Emil's talent for expressing himself through the drawing. So that was something that I was trying to kind of show how he's healing, how the whole family is kind of rebuilding and healing, sort of through the way the drawings are becoming more detailed and getting better. Oops. So I wanted to also extend the story of partition because again, we've heard a lot of stories, and I'm sure you've learned about a lot of stories of just kind of what happened during that moment in time or the few months after. But what about a year later? What about a few years later? What was happening in the post-partition India? And I feel like I haven't, certainly in the States, I don't see that depicted a lot. I'm not really following children's Indian literature of how that is shown. But I really wanted to think about, how did the survivors move on? And what were they left with to process and to figure out? And I talked a lot about this with my father, and it was very much like, let's just move on and keep it in the past and just keep moving forward. So there wasn't a lot of processing. He didn't do a lot of processing. And he was only 9 when he had to leave home. So he just kind of trusted the adults around him, and they moved from Jodhpur to Mumbai, and his father started a clinic in Mumbai, and things just moved forward, and they didn't really talk about it much. It was only until I started to bring it up with my family that we started to talk about it more. And unfortunately, my grandparents aren't living anymore, so I never had the ability to talk with them as the parents that were involved because they were much more aware of what's going on. So I had to kind of fill that in with a lot of research that I did of talking to other friends and family members and reading different books and different oral histories of the partition to kind of fill that in. And thinking about, why didn't people want to kind of process what happened? And I think it was just easier to try to just keep putting one foot in front of the other and to keep moving on. So through Emil's perspective, since it's a childlike perspective, I think children often ask the questions that sometimes adults are afraid to explore and ask. And Emil is really that character where he's just like, what's going on now? What are we doing now? How do we feel? I'm feeling, sometimes he has moments where he feels sort of scared, or it's like the leftover trauma that he's feeling. And he asked Nisha if she ever gets these moments where things just kind of come over her and she feels sort of anxious. And she's like, yes, I do feel that too. And so he's able to share with his sister that they are processing some trauma. And I kind of get into the psychology of that a little bit. And I think a lot of times we talk about the word resilience, which is a wonderful skill and a wonderful word. But I worry sometimes, especially I heard a lot of this after the pandemic, of, we're focusing on kids being resilient after this. And I feel like just focusing on that idea of resilience can kind of limit people's experiences of themselves, because it can make you feel bad, in a sense, if you're not just moving forward and feeling strong and resilient. That's a good aspect of moving forward, but it's okay to kind of feel your feelings and feel sad or feel scared or have some leftover experiences from what you've been through. That's important to kind of go over and process as well. So I tried to show that in the book. And also through Emil's drawings, I was showing that art and the way that this brother and sister and the friends around them, the way they connect, can be really healing. So Emil kind of forces almost everybody around him with his drawings to kind of look at what's happening, share his art, and eventually Nisha and Emil kind of collaborate on a story. And so Nisha is the writer and he's the artist. And I'll read you a little section where they start to collaborate and make up a story together, where she's doing the writing and he's doing the drawing. And it's really their healing journey and how they're kind of figuring out their new life and how they're moving forward. And I'll read that a little bit in a few minutes. And I don't know where I am with time, because I also want to have time for questions. So where are we with time? 10 minutes? 11? Okay. Okay, sounds good. So, you know, I show these maps. I do a lot of presentations in the States, and I show this map just so people understand, you know, what India, what the borders look like. It's a very kind of rough map, a simple map. And so, you know, before 1947, this is what India looked like, and then after partition, and then after 1971.
In fact, there was a lot of, poaching of these nests at some point, because a lot of people would just take away these nests without even thinking if there are eggs in it or not. But nowadays, there's a lot of awareness, and people are trying to refrain using the nests which have eggs in them. So they only use it after the cycle of breeding is over. All right. So here are some pictures of this nest. And they usually make it in like, either on cliffs or in corners, on ceilings. And that's what the nest, the saliva nest looks like. All right. Have you heard of a nature's potter? So anyone knows who's a potter? Yes?
A person who makes pots.
A person who makes pots, yes. How do we make a pot? Has anyone seen a potter working? Yeah?
They make it with mud. They make it with mud.
Yeah, and what else do they use? What else do they use?
They use mud to make it the clay, and then with the clay they shape it, and then the clay dries and makes it into
They use a machine. They use a machine. What is that machine called?
I don't know.
It's called a potter's wheel, right? It spins round and round, and then you make a pot, right? Yeah, so this bird is called it's a swallow. It's a streak-throated swallow. This bird makes its nest using mud. There are these tiny, tiny pots. So they build a nest in a colony. Lots of these birds together, they build. It's like a big apartment complex of these birds. So there are lots of these nests together, okay? And, of course, they use it making mud. But do they have a potter's wheel? No, right? So how do they make it? With their beaks again. Aren't the beaks of birds so magical? Yeah, they're used in so many ways. So this bird, it usually builds its nest near a water body, maybe near a lake or a pond or a river. And it goes and it brings mud from the location to the site where it's building its nest. And it makes several trips, sometimes hundreds of trips, to get the mud before one little nest is complete. And then that's how it makes its nest. So those are the pictures. So that's actually the entrance of each of their nests. And there are so many of them next to each other. So, and nowadays, these birds, they often build these nests under bridges, sometimes even under roofs, of houses. But mostly earlier, it was only on cliffs. So that is the streak-throated swallow for you. A thermometer bird. That's a strange nickname for a bird. Have you ever heard of a thermometer bird? No? Let's find out. So this bird is called the Nicobar megapod. What does the name suggest? Why is it called a Nicobar megapod? Anybody knows what's Nicobar? Andamans and Nicobar, right? So this bird, it's found in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. And what does this bird do? So now, okay, tell me one thing. How do most birds, what do they do after they lay their eggs? What's the next step?
They sit on the egg until they hatch.
Exactly.
They sit on the egg until they hatch.
And why do they sit on the eggs?
So that the eggs are kept warm.
Exactly.
So they give warmth to the egg.
Yeah, to give warmth to the eggs, right? So imagine after the mother birds lay the eggs, they sit on the eggs for...
Then the bird will get hatched.
Then the bird will get hatched, exactly. So the mama bird sits on the eggs for many days, sometimes weeks together, to hatch the eggs. But this mama bird is very smart. She says, I don't want to waste my time just sitting on the eggs and hatching them. What is this? I'm not going to spend 3 weeks just sitting on the eggs and hatching them. So this bird has found a unique technique by which she doesn't need to hatch the eggs at all. The eggs will hatch on their own. So my nest is a huge mound of leaves and sand I've got. The eggs stay nice and warm as the leaves begin to rot. So those are some pictures of this nest. So what does this bird do? It builds a huge mound of leaves, sand, twigs, and all of these materials. And then it lays the eggs inside it, deep inside it. And with time, as the temperature increases, the eggs hatch on their own. And why was this bird called thermometer bird? It's because the legs of this bird are like a thermometer. It can check the temperature of the nest by putting its feet inside. So all she has to do is she puts her feet inside to check is it warm enough. If not, she'll put some more leaves and, to make it more warm. So that's why this bird is called the thermometer bird. And then after she's nicely built the nest and put the eggs, she goes away. And when the eggs hatch, the baby birds come out and they're on their own from day one. They probably don't need their mama at all.
Here is my grandmother and my father's younger sister, and then my 2 aunties, my father's older sister and younger sister. And I would look at these pictures periodically to remind myself that I wasn't trying to tell everything that happened during the partition. I'm not an academic historian. I'm doing enough research so I can create this story to remind people what it might have felt like for an ordinary family to go through this, not necessarily to touch on everything that happened during the partition. So these pictures would kind of ground me through that process. And then, of course, when you're writing in a historical novel, though you're writing about this fictional family, but you're putting it over the real history that happened. So I knew in this book, I was writing through the time, this A Meal in the After starts on January 1st, 1948, and goes through like mid-February. So I knew that I would have to take on the assassination of Gandhi and kind of show what that meant. And that part you can't play with when you're writing historical fiction. And I had to do a lot of rewrites because I knew my book was taking place over a timeline of like 6 weeks. And there were times where, I don't know if you're experienced writing stories where you're like, and then a few days later, the characters did this and that, or a week later. I had to keep going over and making sure that I wasn't casually moving the date of Gandhi's assassination. It had to land on January 30th. And so that was really difficult to sort of fit everything I wanted in that 30 days. So that is a challenge of writing historical fiction. There are certain things you can play with and certain things you have to make sure are correct. And then the last thing I want to show you before I read a little bit of the novel is the illustrations that Emil did. And they're drawings by Prashant Miranda. And I met him at Neev. I think he's based in Canada. 5 minutes left. I think he's based in Canada. But I met him at Neev, and we connected, and I saw some of his artwork. And when I saw some of his artwork, I didn't even know I would write this book yet. And then like a year later, when I was thinking about Emil's artwork, I just thought of Prashant and his sketches. He does these beautiful sketches of his travels and stuff, and it just reminded me of what I imagine Emil's drawings to be. So I had my editor reach out to him to see if he would be able to do the drawings for the book, and he was able to, and he did these incredible drawings. They mean so much to me, and it kind of brought the characters alive in a way that I didn't experience in the Night Diary because there are no drawings. So that was a really beautiful connection that I made right here at Neev. And you know, I'm not going to read the section that I was going to because I only have 5 minutes left, and I want to make sure if there are any questions that I'm able to answer your questions. So are there any questions? Yes. I can't really hear you. Okay, here.
How did writing from Amal's point of view challenge or expand your understanding of masculinity and vulnerability?
That's a great question. Well, you know, I have a daughter and a son, and it's no secret to them that Nisha is a lot like my daughter and Emil is a lot like my son. And so I really took their personalities as inspiration, and it wasn't that hard to sort of be Emil, you know, as a female person, to go into this boy's mind because I know my son so well and we talk a lot and I understand his feelings. And one thing I really wanted to show with Emil is that there's this young boy who has such a range of emotions and feelings, and boys have a range of emotions and feelings as well as girls, and they are vulnerable too, and they, you know, have that same range of emotionality. And so I really wanted to make sure that I kind of showed all of that in the book, because I do think that sometimes we don't always show that with young boys and kind of their inner lives as much as maybe we do with girls. So, yeah.
And they do take place in the US, but there are some books that do not. And we have creators that we work with around the world who are not based in the US. I will show a couple of examples in a few slides of some of those stories, but a large part of our list does have that focus because that is who we're publishing for in the US. That is a big part of the storytelling there. But also we think it's very important for US readers to have a global perspective. And so we do have books on our list that do not take place in the United States, and we do have creators who are promoting their work around the world because that's where they live. One final way that we try to reach community is through direct contact with classrooms. So a lot of imprints will leave that to their marketing teams, and we certainly collaborate really heavily with them. But an additional way that we sort of wanted to be a little bit more hands-on and sort of build those relationships ourselves, because we feel it's really important for educators, for teachers and librarians to know that they can come to us directly for any questions that they have or to learn about our books. So we developed this program called Kokila Classroom, and it is a way for, it's sort of like a contest. We invite teachers from across the country to enter to win a chance for an author visit. We started this virtual because that's sort of the space that we were living in and sort of continue to be, and win a class set of books. So we were trying to prioritize, especially for this giveaway here, the one caveat we had was we really want Title I schools to apply. And Title I means under-resourced. Oftentimes, and for this book particularly because it's a Spanish language edition, which we do quite a number of, we wanted to reach bilingual and dual immersion schools. So those were kind of like the caveats we had for like this particular contest. But every time we do this, it's a different theme, it's a different book, it's different authors. But this is a chance for us to communicate directly with educators and to make sure that the schools that don't usually get visits from authors, that the students that don't get to see authors in their classrooms that often and don't get a chance to take a book home for free, get that chance through this program. So I just want to sort of end, I started with the words of wisdom from our publisher. I want to end with some words of wisdom. Especially this last quote here, I feel is very relevant in the time that we live in. Why book banning is happening? It's because these books help connect us to ourselves, to our past, to our histories, to each other, and that is radical. And that is why books are under attack right now. And also, children's books in particular are so important for the ecosystem of publishing in general. If we do not have readers as children, we do not have readers as adults. And when you ask anyone what books impacted you most, often you're going to get a list of children's books. So I kind of wanted to end there and hear from you. What are some of the books that you read as children that still shape how you think and how you move through the world? Would anybody like to share?
I think there are loads. If I had to name just one, it would be Kill a Mockingbird by Harper Lee. I think it's one of those books that has stayed with me. It impacted me as a child, and then used to, if I'm just grappling with something, I pick it up, open a page at random, and there's just so much in there. It showed me that a book could be funny and entertaining and yet so deep. It talks about things like racism, and it's still so accessible to a very young child. It also taught me how to be a parent. I think Atticus is my role model for parenting, really. So yeah, just so many things to take away from that. From the help in the house, being treated the way she is and how she is a significant character in the novel. To who I am as a writer today. Like I said, I look for humor in the books. I'm a children's books writer. I've published around a dozen books a year for the past 15 years or so. So to who I am as a writer now, the books that I write are funny and yet they talk about very significant themes are woven into the narrative. So I think if I had to name one, it would be Freedom.
Humor invites pleasure, right? And when you can tap into that, it's an escape.
So if again, like you said, there are many books, but if I had to name one, when I went to a school library, most of the books I found were written books, books written set in the West. And when I came across Malgudi Days, written by R.K. Narayan, who is one of the Indian writers who wrote in English very early on. And I think that, like Mandarin Backman says, I did not find myself in the books, and that is when I found a setting like the setting I see around me, an Indian countryside, an Indian city, Indian people talking like me, although it was written in an era which was before I was a child. But I saw myself, and that was empowering in a sense. And in the books I write, Malgudi is a fictional town that he created, and I have a fictional town in my books which are all set in a town called Moral City, which is the name of a dream. But it is inspired very heavily by the idea that we could have an Indian town and set all these stories in our own setting with names like the names we have, and that was a very empowering thing that I think came from Malgudi Days for me.
I love that. That speaks to the importance of being able to see yourself as a main character, as the star of a story.
I know there's a anti-basketball sentiment in this festival, but basketball lighting really appealed to me, and just the way you look at nature and how the smallest things about this fascination that has stayed with me, and I think it's one of the major reasons why I'm into Tehran and trying to write.
Love that. The natural world is a very big, inspiring place.
I just wanted to say, just like everybody here, and it's like it was a big part of my growing up here. So while it was very nice, I identified with the same players in the Manly Power series, and I felt for the other writers.
Okay. Why don't you announce? Yeah, come here in the middle.
I like the nest in an island. As if I were a bird, I would go many places inside the water.
Nice. Excellent.
How much
Beautiful. Lovely. You can take this home, okay? Yeah, yeah. You can go back from here. I don't think there's space there. Yeah. Sorry.
I drew a nest in a pot.
Oh, this is beautiful. What is this? What have you done? Show, show.
I drew a stitch
Island
nest.
nest. Nice. Hi, what nest did you draw?
I drew a nest in a nest. Show the drawing. I drew a nest in a nest.
Is it a
I made pot nest.
Wonderful.
Show your drawing.
Oh, this is so beautiful.
I made the eagle nest.
Very nice. This is lovely. Thank you so much. I really liked your. Did you make the pot nest? That's beautiful. The pot one you made? Very nice. And did
I
you make
drew
a
a
stitch one? Lovely.
nest is the best.
Okay, 10 minutes. Yeah, yeah. Wow, it's a hanging nest? Okay, do you want to
I
share
made
it?
a nest in a nest.
Share it, everyone?
Show
Okay.
your drawing.
Say it loudly. Nobody heard it. Say it loudly.
I did a nest in a nest.
Very nice. Very beautiful. I love your drawing. Can
I made a whirlpool.
pictures? I would like to take pictures of some of these drawings. Come, take a. Why don't you talk about your nest? Yeah.
I made a whirlpool.
Made a whirlpool. What is this? Sand, twigs, leaf. Lovely. Thermometer bird. Beautiful. It's very.
I
nice.
made a stitch nest.
Say it louder. Everyone needs to hear, no?
I made a stitch nest.
What did you give?
When you're saying it,
Your drawing.
I
Come,
made
take
a
it back home. Where is it?
thermometer bird's nest.
Oh. Okay, we'll find it. Oh, nice. So for the
I
children
made
who
a
are done,
island nest.
whoever's done making the nest can step down. And while the others are still finishing their drawings, okay, lovely. What nest is this? You want to show
I
it to
made
everyone?
a bluebird nest.
What nest is this? Yes, but what kind of a nest did you make? I think you made the...
Made
Did you make the nest in a nest?
a nest in a mountain.
Oh, lovely. Very nice. Thank you. So the others who are done, if you have any questions, if there's anything you want to ask me, please go ahead.
Today, everyone's geared up to win. Ding, 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 that is correct. Today's finals take place between the top 4 teams who have read 30 books and will be bringing with them a treasure trove of knowledge, information, facts, and most importantly, stories.
In the reading challenge, the participants will be asked questions about small details in books as well as larger themes and ideas. But every question counts. It's really more than I can handle.
You know, that makes 2 of us. In fact, it's more than most of us can handle. So let's have a huge round of applause for all the teams for making it to the finals today.
Today, we have the top 4 teams coming from different parts of India. Let's join them and let's join us in welcoming them on stage. The first team is called #Bookworms. They're from the One World International School, Bangalore. Can we have you guys on stage? Is the team here?
Yes. Then what are we supposed to do?
The second team then.
We'll just introduce it? Okay.
So we were told that we need to call them up right now.
Our next team is the Reading Racers from Shiv Nadar School, Faridabad.
Guys.
Yes. We'll call you up on stage later, okay? We're just announcing the teams for now.
The third team is Team Bookivores from the schools DPS RK Puram and Step by Step School from Delhi.
And our final team for today is the JNS Rapid Readers from Jamnabai Narsi School, Mumbai.
Is everyone feeling good today? Are all of you excited? Are all of you prepared to win? Yes. Well, I mean, you heard it here first. Just come back next year and we'll give you more insightful insights like these.
Okay. So the reading challenge has brought so many students together from different schools and different cities. In fact, it's not just a competition, it's a celebration of reading and our young readers.
We're really excited to see these finals with all of you. A huge round of applause for all the teams. We hope you guys have fun regardless of the outcomes. All of you are going to do really well, okay? Good luck.
We'll be starting the reading challenge shortly. Just give us a few moments.
No, but the buzzer is going inside. You can't see the buzzers. We put books here, but it's still not. They got some books. Last. Got some books. You want a book? We'll just come back. Thank you. Yeah, with some books like that. Perfect. What is his name? Sorry?
Vishesh.
Vishesh, fantastic. Like last year, just ultimately books making it happen.
Boom bang boom, Ghosh Taranga, boom bang boom, Ghosh Taranga, boom bang boom, Avadak Avadak Tailad Gudum, Gadana Pidana Tailad Gudum, Avadak Avadak Tailad Gudum, Gadana Pidana Tailad Gudum, Natak Feedak Chow Chow Chum, Natak Feedak Chow Chow Chum, Ghosh Taranga, boom bang boom, Ghosh Taranga, boom bang boom. Ghosh Taranga, boom bang boom. Ghosh Taranga, boom bang boom. Sa ni dha pa ma ga re sa, sa re ga ma pa dha ni sa, sa re ga ma pa dha ni sa, sa ni dha pa ma ga re sa. Hitaku, satak surum, boo boo bhav bhav kudranchi dum. Hitaku, satak surum, boo boo bhav bhav kudranchi dum. Mishanchi resh, वेगवेगळे वेश, मिशांची रेश, वेगवेगळे वेश. अलीची आपली माकडाची शेपटी, जादूची भांडी टांग टिंग टुंग. अलीची आपली माकडाची शेपटी, जादूची भांडी टांग टिंग टुंग. घोष तरंगा, बूम बँग बूम. 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 Ghosh Taranga, boom bang boom.
Yes.
there's a story my daddy tells me every day. And it's about a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a whole lot of everything. So, this is how it goes. Daddy. Daddy.
What happened?
Get inside.
Huh?
Get inside.
Oh, sorry.
So, this is how it goes. When my daddy was not even a daddy, he woke up.
As the quizzing partner or the curiosity partner here at the Reading Challenge, and we're very, very excited to be here at the grand finale of the Reading Challenge. We see a lot of exciting young faces, parents, teachers, mentors, all folks present here. I see a lot of grandparents as well. So it's amazing to see all of you here. Can we have a huge round of applause for all of you present here today for being part of the Reading Challenge, the grand finale here at the Neev Literature Festival. And that said, now to set some context in terms of why we're here, of course, this is the 5th edition of the Reading Challenge that's been happening. The Literature Festival has been happening for 9 years. And us at Q-Shala, we've been associated with the Reading Challenge for the last 3 years. So we're very, very excited to be here first and foremost. Second, to set some context, right? So we've had children from across the world participate in the Reading Challenge across 2 tracks. So you have something called the competitive track, and then you have the non-competitive track. Across both these tracks, we've had 3,000 plus children participate, read these books. So what have they been doing? They've been going through these 30 books over a 3-month period, and these books are across a variety of topics. Just incredible the kind of breadth and the variety of content that these children are being exposed to. But that said, they also have a reading guide which they go through, they discuss the book with their friends, then they have author interactions where they get to speak to the authors directly to understand what the author was thinking, just like how we had Masira Nandani, right, so just before this session as well. So that said, all of this together culminates today here at the grand finale of the Reading Challenge. So in the competitive track, we had nearly 400 plus schools participate, 600 plus teams that first signed up. We had multiple selection rounds. We had a qualifier, we had a semi-final. From those 400 teams, we became 44. 44 became 4, and these are the 4 best teams that I'm going to be calling up on stage. So without further ado, let's invite our finalists that we have today at the grand finale of the Literature Festival. The first team on stage, ladies and gentlemen, we need a lot of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the first team, #Bookworms, One Word International School from Sarjapur, Bengaluru. Can we have you on stage, please? Where are you guys? Oh, you're already there. Fantastic. They're so quick. They got to the stage before I could even see them. Round of applause for this team, everybody. The first team on stage, #Bookworms from Bengaluru. So this is Nirbhay Singh Chauhan, Adyant Singh Chauhan, and Natalia Jijo. They are the members of the first team qualifying to the grand finale here. Let me invite the second team, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Reading Racers from Shiv Nadar, Faridabad. Subir Joshi, Kabir Jam, and Yuvan Sopti. These, of course, a round of applause, guys. Come on. This is the second team here qualifying. From 600 teams, this is no feat at all. They are the best of the best that we have. Well done. Welcome to the stage, guys. Lovely to have you here. Next team on stage, ladies and gentlemen, team number 3 is a representative from One Up Library, a combo of DPS, RK Puram, and Step Up School. Team Bukavos, Leela Iyer, Navya Upal, and Ayansh Gupta. Welcome to the finals, guys. And the last team here at the grand finale of the Neev Literature Festival Reading Challenge is JNS Rapid Readers. Jannabai Narsi School from Mumbai, Samara Raval, Dean Piradina, and Kian D'Souza. So these are the grand finale participants, so the finalists that we have today here at the quiz. Guys, we need to have one solid applause for these 4 teams. They've done so much work, so much reading, so much of effort, investment, going through these books cover to cover. Of course, with the support of mentors, parents, teachers who made all of this possible. So in our eyes, they're already winners. Everybody here is a winner already. So now it's just to have a little more fun, a little more excitement to see how they've read these books. They're all winners. They get the same kind of prizes. But this is just one sort of spectacle that we have. We thought we'll see how much these books have meant to these children and how we can go from here. All right? So like I said, we're Q-Shala. My name is Sachin. I'm going to be your host for today. I'm very, very excited to be here to be back here again for the 3rd time. Now, of course, every year at the Literature Festival, at the Reading Challenge, we try to come up with different rounds. So the first brief or mandate that we have after every year is we take learnings, we see, hey, what worked, what could have been done better. But one thing is a constant mandate for us is how can we differentiate and make every year the grand finale even more interesting, even more fun, and different rounds that we can think of and cook up, all right? So in terms of what's on the menu for you amazing teams, so we have 5 rounds similar to what we have. And the first round that we have is known as the theme card round. So if you've heard of Jeopardy, Jeopardy is a very, very popular TV show. So inspired by Jeopardy, effectively you have 4 themes, and these 4 themes are in a cart. And in a cart you have 3 questions, all right? And each of these questions are of difficulty order. And you'll have to choose the question, then you'll have to get it right, etc. There's passing. We'll explain the details of those rules much more in detail later. But that's the first round that we have. The second round that we have is known as straight from the author. See, you have such amazing authors, amazing books. Instead of me only asking the questions, why don't we have the authors ask the children the questions directly? So we've had a lot of effort put in the back end to make this happen. Authors have worked painstakingly with our back end team from NLF, and they've gone ahead and created questions with the author. So I think this is something that's for the first time that we're introducing here. So straight from the author, questions directly from the author that we have. The third round that we have is a crossword. Every lover of books and words loves a good crossword. So we thought we'll introduce a crossword this time around. How it works, I'll explain it to you. Don't worry about it. It's my job to make sure you guys know what needs to be done, and I'll explain it in due course. The fourth round that we have is the taboo round that we're introducing for the first time. So you guys are going to be playing and having fun on stage, playing a round of taboo. And you know how taboo works. If you don't, I'll explain it regardless. And the last round is the OG round that you have in every literature festival grand finale, is the rapid fire round. It's on the buzzer. 8 questions, lot of drama sometimes, but all of that happens here at the grand finale of the reading challenge that we have. That said, let's go on and see what we have on the next slide. We have, before we jump into the finals for the teams, we thought we'll do a question to start off with everybody present here. It's lovely to see all of you present here on a Sunday morning. So the first question of the quiz is for the audience that we have. So the drill is very simple. You see the question on your screen. Raise your hand if you think you know the answer. Over the course of time, I'll make sure I'm going in a slightly democratic manner and making sure every section of the audience gets a chance. So here's the first question of the quiz, starting off with an audience question that we have. Here it is. So this memoir, released in India last month, focuses on the renowned author's troubled relationship with her parent, who was an educator and a women's rights activist. The title of the memoir is a phrase from the first line of the Beatles song, Let It Be. So I need you to tell me the name of the author and the name of the book as well. I see a lot of hands going for this one. So let's ask ma'am, she's raised her hand. Can we have a mic if it could go to her, please? If someone from our team could go over with the mic if it's possible. Otherwise, I'll go to her. It's no problem at all. So if you can tell me, ma'am, introduce yourself if it's possible, and tell us what you think the answer is. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead on the mic.
My name is Sneha. I'm the lead reading specialist for Neev. It's Arundhati Roy, Mother Mary Comes to Me.
Fantastic answer, lovely answer. Let's look at the answers. Like this, of course, is Mother Mary Comes to Me by Arundhati Roy. So let's play a bit of an audio as well.
Trouble, Mother Mary comes to
Thought it's an appropriate question to just set the mood. Let's have fun. Let's entertain ourselves. That, of course, was the first question. With that, let's go on to the next slide and see what we have. So, folks, now this is the proceedings for all of you here on stage. Team hashtag, Team Reading Racers, Team Book Awards, and Rapid Readers. So if you guys have any doubts through the course of the quiz, please ask me. I'm going to be more than happy to clarify it. Second, please make sure you're drinking water. Just hydrate yourself. Don't get too tense. Ultimately, this is a quiz. It is a grand finale, but we want you to have fun. Nothing is that serious, all right? So make sure you're on your best game, but make sure you're having fun as well. So take a break. If you need to kind of get your positions right, say a prayer, whatever it is, all of that is fine, right? But before we start off with the first round, guys, one more applause for these finalists, please. These are our best teams that we have here today. I'm going to take a quick sip of water as well. All right, great. So guys, the first round, let's have a look at the rules. So it seems like a lot of text, but I'll explain it very simply. Okay, so you got 12 questions, and these 12 questions are split across 4 themes, and each of these theme cards have 3 questions each. So one question's for 30, another's for 20, and then 10. So the assumption here is that what is for plus 30 is a little more difficult, plus 20 is slightly less difficult, plus 10 is relatively the easiest amongst all of them. All right? So this, firstly, there's no negative marking. So don't worry about whether will I get it wrong if I hit a buzzer, nothing of that nature. We just want you to take a guess. The only thing here is if you have a certain theme, we'll go clockwise for the first 4 attempts. We'll go anti-clockwise for the next 4 attempts. So every one of you will get 2 questions directly, but these questions pass as well, right? They pass for the same number of points. We'll go clockwise and anti-clockwise for the passing. You'll understand it as in when we play it, but the only thing to keep in mind here is that since there's no negative marking and there's a lot of points you can gather, ultimately the team with the highest score wins the quiz. So you need to strategically think, okay, which question, what difficulty should I go for? Should I go for the easier one? Should I go for the tougher one? That's the strategy that you guys need to play as a team, okay? So think about it. I will, of course, reveal to you what the themes are or the cards are. Let's have a look at that on the next slide. And before that, yeah, let's get started. Here it is. So this is the theme card that we have. So you've broadly got 4 themes. You've got one card which goes by words and meanings. Then you've got one which goes by artists. Then you've got epigraphs. And then you've got ships and boats. So to clarify, what is an epigraph? An epigraph is a phrase, a sentence, or a quote that is mentioned at the beginning of a book, all right? It has some relation to why it's mentioned there. So that's what an epigraph is. Just clarifying that in case you didn't know it, I'm fairly certain you probably do. But just something to clarify. So what you need to do, now we'll start with team 1, which is team #bookworms, then go to 2, 3, and 4. So team 1, #bookworms, you will choose which question difficulty or how many points you want for a question and which theme that you want. In case you get it right, that's fantastic. If you don't, we'll pass to team 2, team 3, team 4. And then after that, team 2, you can pick yours. We'll go in a circular order. After all 4 of you are done, we'll then go anti-clockwise starting with 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, can we get started, guys? Fantastic. So team number 1, team #bookworms from Bengaluru, which theme and which question would you like to choose? You can use the mic and tell us, please. They're going to choose artists. Okay, let's just have the mic switched on if possible for the teams, please. So they choose artists. Okay, and which difficulty would you prefer?
20.
20. Okay, guys, applause for them. They're choosing 20. They're not going too difficult, not too easy. They're going to see and get a sense of how the questions are and then decide, because you can still pass this. You have another attempt later as well. So the first question, of course, going to #bookworms from Bengaluru for 20 points from the category of artists, appearing on your screen now. So identify the artist who created these illustrations for a book featured in the 2025 Neev Literature Festival Reading Challenge. So that's the first question that we have from the category of artists. So team 1, what do you guys think this is?
Prakash Miranda.
Prakash Miranda. Which book do you think this is?
Amal and the After.
Amal and After. We, in fact, had a session with the author before this. Fantastic answer. Very well done to team 1. Already opening their account, Amal and After. A companion book, of course, written by Miss Veera. So Prashant Miranda, it's amazing that you know these things. Again, let me also give you a very big disclaimer, teams. These teams have spent 3 months reading these books. I've spent 2 evenings reading these books, okay, or getting a summary of these books. These teams know much more than I possibly ever will know. So they know more than me, and it's our job to of course, acknowledge these teams. Can we have one more applause for these guys here? Amazing, amazing answering. So that's the first question. Well done to you guys. You got a sense of how this works. Fantastic. Now we're going to go to team 2, reading racers from Shiv Nadar, Faridabad. So what do you guys pick, guys? On the mic, they're discussing, they're doing their machinations, they're discussing what works. Hey, go for it, man. I know what it is. Yeah, what do you guys think? Words and meanings. For 20 points. Fantastic, guys. So, okay, Shiv Nadar School from Faridabad. They've chosen words and meanings for plus 20. So let's have a look at the question appearing on your screen now. So in China, notes that there is a big word, a bad word that is almost like a swear word for his Omma. It means to send someone back to their country even if they do not want to go. So what's the good word, or what is this word that we're talking about that means to send someone back to their country even if they do not want to go? On the mic, team 2, Shiv Nadar, what do you guys think this is, racers? Repatriate is a fantastic answer, guys. These teams are cleaning up these questions. Repatriate is absolutely right. Plus 20. Again, to team 2, all teams so far have opened their accounts. Very, very well done. Fantastic answer, reading racers. So team 3, team Bookowars from One Up Library. You guys now know the drill. 2 teams have chosen already. What is your preference in this round for this category? Artist for 30 points, everybody. They've gone ahead and said, hey, let's do 30 now. We need to make a differentiating for ourselves. So they've chosen plus 30 artist. Let's have a look for the question appearing on your screen now. During our author interaction, when asked about the real-life inspiration behind the character HF Bottom Tow, Jasmine Vaga shared the name of a famous American painter. This painter has a museum dedicated to her in Santa Fe, New Mexico, which Vaga visited while she was working on A Strange Thing Happened in Cherry Hill. Who is this painter? We'll go to the next slide just for context. This, of course, are the paintings or the artworks by this incredible personality. Amazing pieces of art, if you ask me. Let's go back to the question text one slide. So this personality on the right is the painter we need you to identify, Team 3. Team Bukowos from one up. What do you guys think is the answer?
Donna Starter.
Sorry?
Donna Starter.
Donna
Starter.
Donna Starter. I don't think that's the answer. In fact, that's not the answer we're looking for. Great attempt, Team 3. You can go on the mic. There's no negative marking, so take a guess. Mumbai, Jamna Bhai Narsi.
Georgia O'Keeffe.
That is an amazing answer, ladies and gentlemen. For a team in grades 5 and 6 to know who Georgia O'Keeffe is nothing short of incredible. Let's have a look at this video and see what we have as the answer. Have a look, guys.
About inspirations. This is from Yana Narayanan from Vidya Shilp School, Bangalore. And she asks, is HF Bottom Tow inspired by a real person, perhaps a real artist?
You know, she's kind of an amalgamation. One of my favorite artists is Georgia O'Keeffe. And when I was working on the book, I was lucky enough to visit the Georgia O'Keeffe Museum in Santa Fe, New Mexico, here in the United States, which Georgia O'Keeffe spent a big chunk of her career in the American Southwest. And so her kind of, the big museum that's kind of an, I guess, houses a lot of her works is there in Santa Fe. And she said lots of really interesting things about art. So one of her famous quotes is she says that art isn't about replicating something, it's about trying to get somebody else to have a feeling. So it's like, if you're drawing a tree, you're not trying to perfectly capture that tree. What you're trying to do is get somebody else to see the tree the way that you see the tree, to feel the feeling that you feel when you see the tree. And I think that's a beautiful way to think about art. It's the way that I...
So guys, that's a plus 30 for Team 4. Round of applause for them. They've opened their account with the entire 30 points. Of course, there was a question meant for Team Bukowos. Hard luck, but that's no problem. There's a lot more questions coming your way. So you have another attempt for this round also. Now let's go to Team 4, JNS Rapid Readers. What is your preference, guys? What would you prefer? Which theme and which question would you prefer?
Word meanings, 30 points.
30 points, words and meanings, guys. They're going for another plus 30. The question appearing on your screen now. So according to Ferris's mother, the weakness or vulnerability of all the Wilkies is that they have an appetite for the unexpected. Instead of the words weakness or vulnerability, Ferris's mother uses a 2-word phrase which Ferris has learned from Mrs. Milk. What is this 2-word phrase which has its origins in Greek mythology? Team number 4 on the mic, Jamna Bai, what do you think is the 2-word phrase in question?
Achilles heel.
Fantastic answer, incredible. Almost invincible, almost like Achilles. So this, of course, is Achilles' heel, and that's, of course, a painting. The mother dipping the baby in the river Styx and making the baby almost invincible apart from the heel. Guys, can we give a round of applause for that team? That's such an amazing answer. Georgia O'Keeffe and Achilles' heel are things that, when I was in 6th grade, I had absolutely no idea. How these teams know it and how they're prepared. Again, a testament to how incredible all of these teams are. That said, let's go back to the theme card slide in 1 second. We'll go to the theme card slide, and here it is. So guys, we're going to again go with you guys. So this is going to go anti-clockwise. So we'll start with this team. The questions also will pass anti-clockwise. So we'll go from 4 to 3 to 2 and 1. So Team 4, again, what is your preference since you chose words and meanings for 30 earlier? What would you like to pick this time around?
Ships and boats, 20.
Ships and boats for 20 points. They're being a little conservative. 20 points is, again, no mean feat at all. But that said, question appearing on your screen now. So in Alex versus Axel, the Impossible Quests, what is the name of Captain McLaren's ship which takes Alex, Lorca, and Fetlock across emotion or the sea of feelings. So here is an image that we have on the next slide. Can we go to the image, please? Hold on, I'm just making sure I have the answer right as well. So that, I have it right. Just 1 second. All right, fantastic, great. So all right, team 4, this is your direct. You chose for 20 points from ships and boats. What is your answer, Jamna Bhai?
The siren song.
Fantastic answer yet again. Another plus 20. 30, 30, 20. They've gotten themselves to 80 points already at this point in time in this round. That's very, very impressive work done by them. But that said, very early in the quiz, anything can really happen. Team 3, this is your chance now from One Up Library. What is your preference, guys? What would you prefer? This is your direct question now. Like I said, no negative marking. Pick what works for you. What would you guys like? On the mic, please have the mic switched on as well so that everybody in the audience can also hear you. Yes, go ahead.
Ships and boats for 30.
Fantastic. They're going for 30 points. They're taking a chance here. Hey, they're like, we need to catch up and make sure that we're staying in line with scores. So for plus 30, the first question that we had from the ships and boats category appearing on your screen now. So Mr. Merriman, the geography teacher in Noah's Gold, borrows the lighthouse keeper's boat to flee the island of Arran Ore with 6 gold bars. The boat derives its name from the sharp rocks on the island, which Noah and his friends refer to as the rocks like teeth. So what is this boat called? Let's have a look at the image on the next slide. So this, of course, is from the book directly. Now, I need you to tell me, Team 3, Team Book Wars, I'd like you to tell me what is the name of, let's go back to the question text, please. What is the book called? Team 3, One Up Library, what is your guess, guys?
The Scary War.
Fantastic answer. That's a plus 30 for them. They've gotten themselves a plus 30. This, of course, the rocks are shaped like skerries is what they are called. So that's why we have this. This, of course, is from Noah's Gold by Frank Cottrell Boyce. Wonderful answer. Round of applause, guys. That's a plus 30 for them as well. They've opened their account. Very well done to them. Let's go back to the theme card that we have. 2 more questions left here. So reading racers, which question and which category would you like to choose?
I had a question.
Go for it.
What is epigraphs?
Great question. I'll clarify. So an epigraph effectively means it is a text, a sentence, a phrase, or quote that is mentioned at the beginning of the book before the contents and the book starts off. So it's typically what you'd find at the start of a book, a sentence, a phrase, or a quote. That's what it means. What would you guys like to do, Shiv Nadar, Faridabad, reading racers?
We'll go for epigraph 20.
Fantastic. I love how you guys are discussing it. Keep it up. Keep going. That's what we really want you to do. Work as a team. Figure out the answers. Keep the discussions going. So they've gone for epigraphs for plus 20. So the question appears on your screen now. When you have eliminated all which is impossible, then whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. This epigraph, from the probability of everything, is a quote from the work of which famous author of detective fiction. So we need you to tell us who is the person who you can attribute this quote to from, of course, the book, The Probability of Everything, that we thought we'll ask you. So this, of course, is for Shiv Nadar Faridabad. What is your guess, guys, on the mic? Take a guess. Again, there's no negative marking, so take a guess. You never know. You could be right for all you know. Go for it, guys. I think you should go for it. What do you guys think the answer is? Shiv Nadar Faridabad. On the mic. Go for it. Guys, do you guys have a guess at all? Take a guess. There's no harm. There's no negative marking, so I urge you to take a guess. Come on. Other teams, please keep your guesses ready. So I'll give you guys a couple more seconds. If you don't know it, it's perfectly fine. If you want to take a guess, I would urge you to go for it. Yes. What do you think, Team 2? Reading racers. Otherwise, I will proceed to the team next to you. Go for it. Yes.
Gerolamo Cordano.
Not quite. That's not what I have as the answer. Good guess, though. I will pass to Team 1 from Bengaluru, Team #Bookworms. What do you guys have as a guess?
We are not sure. We'll say Agatha Christie.
Agatha Christie, that's a very, very good guess. So we're going to go like this. So it goes from 3, 1, it goes from 4, then 3. It'll come to you guys after them. So let's ask rapid readers. They guessed Agatha Christie. So what is your guess, Jamna Bhai from Mumbai? What is your guess that you'd like to take for this? Take a guess. There's no negative marking, so take a guess regardless.
Hercule Poirot.
Hercule Poirot is a good guess. I will have to pass now to Team 1UP Library. On the mic, what do you guys think is the answer?
Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
Incredible answer. Such a good job. This is Arthur Conan Doyle, of course, of the Sherlock Holmes series that you have. Many other lovely books that he's written. So Arthur Conan Doyle is the one who is attributed to this quote. Can we have a round of applause for Bookie Wars, guys? That is an amazing answer that we've gotten from them. Not easy at all, but they've gone for it and they've gotten themselves a plus 20. Well done. So scorers, it's a plus 20 for One Up Library. With that, let's go back to the theme card slide. So we have the last question of this round left. So team hashtag, which question and theme would you like to go for? You guys can use the mic so that the audience can hear you as well. It's amazing. They're thinking, hey, what should we go for? What's a better chance? Should we go for epigraph? Should we go for the plus 10 question? We need to catch up on the scores as well. So a lot of discussion, strategy at play right now. It just tells you how incredible these teams are. Yes, on the mic, guys. Go for it.
We'll go for ships and boats.
Ships and boats for plus 10, all right. So the plus 10 question for ships and boats appearing on your screen now. Not a nightmare, nor yet a daydream. In between and half awake, a dusk slider, a twilight voyager, sailing the seam between worlds. This is Milo's father describing the ferryman ship. What is the ship called?
The Evening Mare.
Fantastic answer, and that is a plus 10. An easy question, very quickly dispatched by team number 1. And with that, we go back to the theme card slide. And now we have 4 more questions left. Instead of us keeping these questions for ourselves, we thought we'll open this out to the audience. So we have a lot of audience prizes coming your way, folks. So the questions appear on your screen. Just raise your hand if you think you know the answer. We've got a couple of our volunteers going around with mics. And of course, we have amazing goodies and prizes for you if you get the answer right as well. So my only request to you is just raise your hand and we'll come to you. So let's, so audience, which one would you like to pick? Which question? Okay, I can see one. Let's go with her. What did you say? Sorry. Artists. Okay. So she's picked artists for everybody for plus 10. Let's have a look. Audiences, just raise your hand if you know it. Here is the question that we have on your screen now. Name the illustrator who has worked with author Hannah Gold on all her books. So I can see one hand that went up instantaneously before anyone else. Let's ask her. If I'm not wrong, she is an earlier participant in the Literature Festival Reading Challenge Grand Finale as well. So on the mic, if you can introduce yourself and tell us what you think the answer is.
I'm Archana. I won the challenge with my team 2 years ago, and the answer is Levi Pinfold.
Fantastic. Let's have a look at the answer slide. Archana is absolutely right. This is Levi Pinfold. And of course, it's no easy feat. She, of course, is a winner of the Grand Finale as well. One more round of applause for her for the right answer, for getting this right as well. So this is Levi Pinfold we were seeking for plus 10. Next question, what would you guys like? Audience members, which question should we ask? Let's ask him, yes. Words and meanings for plus 10. Let's have a look and see what we have here. Appearing on your screen now. So after the Wilkie family finally lights their ancient, unused chandelier, a cloud of moths gathers around it. When Billy wonders about the word for a group of moths, Mrs. Mierk replies that it is a dash. Fill in the blanks with the collective noun for moths is the question that we have today. We have one hand. Yes, fantastic. Let's ask him on the mic if you could introduce yourself, please.
My name is Kavish Patel and I'm in grade 5 IB and
Fantastic.
the answer is eclipse.
Kavish here thinks this is eclipse. Let's look at the answer slide and see what we have. Fantastic answer from Kavish. Absolutely right. An eclipse of moths is what we were seeking for. So Kavish, which school are you in? Are you in Neev as well, Kavish? Which school are you in? Why don't you tell? Participating individually. All right, fantastic. And we have a round of applause for Kavish, guys. That was a wonderful answer that we have. So eclipse of moths is what we were seeking. We have 2 more questions left. So anybody wants to pick? It's from epigraphs that we have. So yes, what would you like to go for? Which one? Which question? 30 or 10? 30. Let's have a look at 30 and see what we have. Okay, appearing on your screen now. You've become responsible forever for what you have tamed. Ross Montgomery's I Am Rebel opens with this line from which famous work of literature, first published in English and in French in 1943. Arguably one of the most incredible books I've read. I love reading this book. It is an incredible book. I would highly urge all of you to read it as well. Tough question, as you can imagine, it's a plus 30. Any hands? Anyone wants to take a guess for this question? This is a book that, of course, was in French, but also available in English. No one going for it here in the audience at all? Yes, I can see a guess from you. Yes, what is your name?
Aro.
Arun? Aro. All right, Aro, what is your guess?
The Little Prince,
And which school do you study in? Which grade are you in?
7th.
And which school?
NPS HSR.
NPS HSR. Aro here thinks this is the Little Prince. Let's look at the answer slide. Incredible answer from Aro. This is The Little Prince, written by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. The Little Prince is an amazing book. Though it's a children's book, I would urge all adults to read this book as well. It's very, very wonderful. Can we have a huge round of applause for Aro as well? That's a lovely answer from him. And the last question that we have in epigraphs for plus 10. This is the only question left, so let's have a look at it. Here it is, appearing on your screen now. Zembla, Zenda, Xanadu, all our dream worlds may come true. Fairy lands are fearsome too. As I wander far from you, read and bring me home to you. Which book featured in the reading challenge opens with this epigraph? Let me pick someone from the back if that's okay. I'll make sure I come to you. Yes, I can see his hand, young man. Yes, let's go have the mic come to you. And if you can tell us your name, introduce yourself, and what you think the answer is.
My name is Pasupati.
Okay.
And the answer is Fairylands.
Not quite. That's a good guess. Not quite that. Let's ask sir. Yes, sir, if you can tell us. Yes.
Yeah, it's Haroon and Sea of Stories.
Can we have a round of applause for this parent? If there's any evidence that the parents equally read all these books cover to cover and get a sense of things, this of course is Haroon and the Sea of Stories, written by none other than Salman Rushdie. A variety of books that go into the reading challenge. This is one such book, and well done to that parent for getting that answer right. So this is what we had. With that, let's have a look at what we have in the next slide. We have, of course, our scores that we'll reveal to you. We have an audience question before that as well. So audience question, while we have our scores being tabulated, a question dedicatedly for you guys yet again. Here it is appearing on your screen now. So T.S. Eliot's Old Possum's book of practical cats was adapted into a famous musical, of course, known as Cats by Andrew Lloyd Webber in 1981. When the musical was made into a movie in 2019, an American pop star played the role of Bombalurina. I apologize. So who is this pop star in question? So I think ma'am here knows it. Let's ask her. Very enthusiastic she seems. So let's tell her. Ma'am, what do you think the answer is?
I think it's Jennifer Lopez.
Jennifer Lopez is a very, very good guess. Not the guess. Taylor Swift is what she's saying. She's asking her kid there. I don't know who she is, but that is still the right answer. Can we have a round of applause for ma'am? This is Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is always the right answer if you ask me in any context. But this is Taylor Swift that we were seeking. So well done. So this, of course, was very, very popular personality. We thought it's important to ask. With that, now we have our scores that we have tabulated after one round of quizzing. Let's have a look at the scores and see where our teams are. Really, really tense affair. Lots of questions, and this is the scoreboard at this point in time. We've got Reading Racers from Faridabad at 20. Hashtag Bookworms from Bangalore at 30. Bookawars from Delhi on 50. And Rapid Readers at 80 from Mumbai, ladies and gentlemen. That is the scores that we have at this point in time. Very well done to all of you guys. So very early, don't worry, we have 4 more rounds of quizzing, so a lot more quizzing to happen. Let's get back to proceedings and see what we have in store for you for the next round that we have. So the second round, of course, let's begin with what we have. So this, of course, is straight from the author. Since we did one clockwise, one anti-clockwise, we'll go back to clockwise, starting with team 1 from hashtag Bookworms. So how this works, guys, is we have a video that our team from NLF has painstakingly worked with the authors. They've recorded questions directly from the author. You have to just look at the video. We'll show you the concurrent text as well. And you need to tell us what the author is asking you to identify. All right? There's no negative marking first and foremost. So it's just plus 10 on a right answer. There's no negative marking at all. So just take it easy. Very easy questions, in my opinion. At least looking at the way you guys have dispatched all the earlier questions. So team, hashtag, are you guys ready? Yes. Fantastic. The first question to team 1, hashtag Bookworms, appearing on your screen now.
Hello, I'm Alistair Chisholm, and I hope that you've been enjoying reading I Am Wolf as part of the 2025 NLF Reading Challenge. I have got a question for you. In the book, in a light-hearted moment, one of the characters, Bran, says about the other 2 characters, great, the annoying puppy has an annoying puppy. My question is, who are those 2 annoying puppies? And if it helps, I did mention in the author interaction session that these 2 were particularly fun to write. Good luck.
So hold on. Let me have a look at the question text as well. So this is, of course, author Alistair, who talks about the book, that in a light-hearted moment, Bran says that this is about two other characters. Great, the annoying puppy has an annoying puppy. So who are these two annoying puppies? And the author did mention that he had a very fun time writing it as well. So give me the two names. Team 1 from hashtag, what do you think the answer is? On the mic, switch it on, yes.
Philan and Kevin.
Absolutely the right answer. Philin and Kevin the Ant gets them a +10. Very, very well done. Alistair Chisholm's book that we were seeking a question and an answer from. Guys, round of applause for Team 1. +10 again, they've gotten themselves. With that, let's go back and see what we have next. So this, of course, Team 2 from Reading Racers, Shiv Nadar, Faridabad. This is your question appearing on your screen. Now this, of course, is the video. Have a look at the video first. Here it is.
Hello, I'm Bijol Vachrajani, and I hope you enjoyed reading Go Wild for the 2025 NLF Reading Challenge. Here's your question from the book. In the essay, The Old Worn Palash Tree, Yuvan Aves uses a 3-word term to refer to the vast underground network of fungal filaments connecting trees to each other. What is this 3-word term which might remind you of a technology we access every day?
All right, so that, of course, was from Bijal. Let's have a look at the question text to concurrent this. So in an essay, The Old Worn Palash Tree, Yuvan Aves uses a 3-word term to refer to the vast underground network of fungal filaments connecting trees to each other. What is this 3-word term which might remind you of a technology we use every day? So I need the 3-word term specifically. Team Shiv Nadar, let's have a guess from you guys. On the mic, tell us, what is your guess? Other teams, you can keep your guesses ready. We'll come to you in just some time. Team 2, Reading Racers, what is your guess? On the mic, please. You can pass as well. There's no problem. Take a guess. If you know it, you know it. Otherwise, it's perfectly fine. Yes, go for it, guys. They're taking a chance. They're thinking about it. No pressure, guys. Don't take it that seriously as well. That said, Shiv Nadar, do you have a guess? Otherwise, I will have to pass you guys. You have a guess? Okay, all right. I can't give you that much time also in the interest of other teams as well. You have another 5 seconds. You can tell us what you think. Okay, if that's okay, I'm going to pass you guys. No problem at all. There are a lot of questions coming your way. So we will pass. This is going to go to Team 3 on the pass for same number of points, which is +10. So one-up library, what do you guys think this could be? What is this 3-word term that we're asking you to identify? On the mic, please tell us what you think this is. One up. Do you want to tell us? You can take a guess on the mic. Otherwise, you can pass as well. Whatever's comfortable to you.
We're not sure.
Not sure? No problem. We can pass. There's no negative as well on the pass either. So JNS, Rapid Readers, do you want to take a guess and tell us what this could be? Use the mic if you do come up with an answer. They're not sure at the moment as well. I will take a pass if you guys don't have a guess. Can I pass, guys? Okay, passing. We'll go to Team 1, hashtag bookworms from Bengaluru. On the mic, yes, what do you guys think? 3-word term we need you to identify. Yes.
Local train traveler.
Local tree traveler. That's
Train.
a very... Crane. Is that what you said? Local crane traveler. Not quite. That's a very, very good guess. This question, we're going to go to our friends in the audience for this one. It's just amazing how I see a lot of parents immediately raise their hands, which just tells you who really read these books, right? Of course, apart from the kids as well. Sir, I'll ask you if that's okay. On the mic, if you can tell us what you think this is.
I haven't read the books, but I'm just guessing World Wide Web.
So World Wide Web is the technology term that we were seeking, but there's a slight play. So the first word is a little different here. So this can be worked out, right? So if this has to do with underground network of trees, okay, let's ask him. He's raised his hand. Yes, what is your name?
I'm Anshul.
Anshul, which school are you from?
I'm homeschooled.
You're homeschooled. Fantastic. What is your guess, Anshul? What do you think is this 3-word term which inspires itself from World Wide Web?
Maybe it's the Worm Wide Web?
Worm Wide Web. That's a very, very good guess as well. Very innovative thinking. Not quite what I have, but I'd give points for creativity if nothing else. Let's ask Sir. He's raised his hand. Yes, you can use the mic, sir.
Is it the Root Wide Web?
Root Wide Web. We're getting closer, but it has to. It's an alliterative word, so it starts with a W as well. Good guess. Let's ask ma'am. She's raised her hand. I'll come to you after that. Yes.
Is it the Wood Wide Web?
Let's have a look at the answer slide. That is indeed what we were seeking. Very, very well done. Slightly tough question for the teams on stage, but that's okay. Let's give ma'am a round of applause and, of course, a prize as well for getting that right. So this is Wood World Wide Wood. Sorry, Wood Wide Web is what we were seeking. And with that, we go to team 3. Bookivores, you guys ready? Plus 10, no negative marking. Have a look at the video and take care. Question number 3 for team number 3 appearing on their screen now. Have a look.
Hello, my name is Martin Stewart. I hope you've enjoyed reading Bridget Vanderpuff and the Baked Escape for the 2025 NLF Reading Challenge. Here is my question. In Mr. Vanderpuff's bake shop, in the flat above in his home, Bridget sleeps in a room of bed with Mrs. McGlover's sentient covers. These are bedclothes with a mind of their own, and they are incredibly comfy. It's very difficult to get out of a bed with Mrs. McGlover's sentient covers. And the question is, what are the magic words that Bridget needs to say to be able to get out from their all too comfortable grasp?
Let's have a look at the text as well, just one sec, if that's okay, so that everybody in the audience also is clued in. So basically, there's a flat above Miss Vanderpuff's bake shop. Now there are these sentient covers, and for you to get out of these sentient covers, you need to give us the magic words. So what are the magic words, Team Bookivores?
I need to go to the bathroom.
Let's look at the answer slide. They said it for the answer, not really, but that is a fantastic answer from Team Bookivores. I have to go to the bathroom. I need to go to the bathroom, as long as you indicated what we were seeking. Round of applause for Team Bookivores, guys. Very, very well done. Plus 10 to them as well. Piling up the points at this point in time. So Team JNS Rapid Readers from Mumbai. The last question of this round, directly from the author, a new round we've introduced this time around. Let's have a look at the video, and then we'll go to the question text. Have a look.
Hi everyone, I'm Menaka Raman, and I hope you had a lot of fun reading How to Win an Election, a Most Unreliable Guide for the 2025 NLF Reading Challenge. Here's your question from the book. When Vamsi Sir accuses Sachin of being responsible for all the disruptive incidents in the election campaign, he presents evidence linking Sachin to each of them. For example, the pouch with the marker used to write the anti-Michelle rap song conveniently has Sachin's name on it. What ties Sachin to the Bengal monitor lizard?
So let's have a look at the question text. So effectively, Sachin is accused of being responsible for a lot of disruptive, not me by the way, just the character in the book, disruptive incidents like election campaigns, in the election campaign, etc. So there's a pouch with a marker used to write the anti-Michelle rap song, conveniently, which has Sachin's name. So what ties Sachin to the Bengal monitor lizard? I'm looking for a specific set of keywords. Jamna Bhai, what is your guess?
His aunt works at a zoo.
And his aunt's name is? That doesn't matter. I'll still give it to you. That is a fantastic answer. This is his aunt Veena, who is actually a herpetologist who studies monitor lizards. So the aunt is the connection that we were seeking. Plus 10 yet again to rapid readers. Everybody, very, very well done to them. Fantastic answer. And with that, we are done with the second round of the quiz as well. And I think we are very, very good on time. So one more audience question for all of you guys here, appearing on your screen now. Here it is. So the world's most prestigious award for children's literature is named after a 19th century Danish author who is best known for writing fairy tales. Eiko Kodono, the author of Kiki's Delivery Service, won this award in 2018. What is the name of the author or the award? I can see Archana has raised her hand. I will come to you, Archana, if nobody else, because I've already asked you if that's okay. Let's ask her. She's the only other person who's raised her hand. So the mic's coming to you. If you can introduce yourself and tell us what you think the answer is.
I study at Neev. I'm in 8th grade. I think it's Hans Andersen.
Let's have a look at the answer slide. Absolutely the right answer. Hans Christian Andersen, the incredible personality behind a variety of fairy tales that we have, has an award named after him as well. Arguably the most prestigious award that you have for children's literature. With that, let's have a look at scores, ladies and gentlemen. 2 rounds of quizzing are done. And with that, the leaderboard is as follows on your screen. Have a look. So 2 rounds done, 3 more rounds left. Lots more quizzing and interesting activities that we have lined up. And this is the scores at this point in time. We've got reading racers at 20 guys. Round of applause for them. Hashtag bookworms at 40. Team Bookivores at 60. And rapid readers at 90, ladies and gentlemen. This is the state of things at this point in time. Let's go ahead and go back to the question slides. And guys, this round, ladies and gentlemen, is the crossword round that we have. So first and foremost here, you need to relax. There's no negative marking, number one. There's no passing either. There are dedicated questions that will come to you, of course. And then you can go ahead and answer this, all right? So there's 2 crosswords that we have that we've divided which have 4 clues or questions. Now we're going to have one of my friends of the Neev Literature Festival that's going to come to you and that's going to ask you to pick a chit. So that's how we're going to decide which team is going to go and attempt first, second, third, and fourth. So go ahead and just pick a chit. We'll figure out who needs. Okay, they picked one. What have you guys got? Team 4. You've got 1. Okay, so JNS Rapid Readers is the first team to go in this round. Well done. We're going to go in the order of whoever they've... Yeah, so they've got their number 1. They got 1, yes. You can tell us loudly, that's okay. They've got 4. They've got 4. So guys, so Bookie Wars is going to go 4th in this part of the crossword round. So they're going to go 4th. Let's see what it is. Shiv Nadar Faridabad is going to go 2nd. You guys are going to go 2nd, consistent to your placement on stage. There's only 1 left, which basically means you guys are going to go 3rd. Fantastic. All right, so that's the order. So in this round, only for this round, we're going to have Rapid Readers go number 1. Then we're going to have, which is team number 2, we're going to have Reading Racers go number 2. We're going to have Bookworms go 3. And we're going to have Bookie Wars go number 4. Okay? So this, we're also handing you a guide of sorts just to make it easy for you. The one thing to keep in mind in this round, teams, is you have to get the spelling accurately as well. Okay? Because it is a crossword. Spellings also matter here. So I need you to spell the answer out as you tell me the answer. Teams, is that clear to all of you? You need to spell the answer as you give it out to me. Again, there's no negative marking at all. So it's a +10 for a right answer. Got it. So guys, the questions, of course, will appear on your screen. And when the questions appear, you can flip the sheet. I'll let you know when to do that. But it's a +10 for a right answer. And in case you happen to incorrectly spell it, which I don't think is going to happen, it's a +5. All right? So that's how it works. So in that case, we're going to start with team number Rapid Readers. You guys got number 1, right? So this is, you can turn over the sheet for your benefit. All right? Everybody else also can, so that you see what's likely to come. So here is the question appearing on your screen. Have a look. Guys, have a look. Team 4, this is the first clue on your screen now. So it's 1 down. In The Scent of Roses, Sajad's classmate, Aisha, used to love doing impressions of characters from Hindi movies, especially Gabbar Singh from the movie Dash. I need you to fill in the blank. Just tell me 1 down. What is 1 down, Jamna Bhai? And it's a 6-letter. Audiences, you might know the answer, but hold on the answers to yourselves just for the benefit of the teams here. So I just need you to tell me, Team Jamna Bhai, what is the 6-letter answer we're seeking, which is this movie in question, which fills up 1 down? On the mic, please. There's no passing in this round, though. Yes. Look at me, please. Yes. You can take a guess. Otherwise, I will pass and go to my friends in the audience. Okay. Do you have a guess? You want to take a guess one last time? 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3.
Bhuti.
Okay, all right, that's the answer they're going for. So we're not going to go and pass for this round. We're going to go to our friends in the audience. I think all the adults here, I would imagine, know the answer to this question. I think everybody please shout the answer out, Dottie. This is Sholay, ladies and gentlemen. Gabbar Singh clearly tells you how old we are, if anything else. Right? This is Sholay, Gabbar Singh. That's the name of this movie, guys. Go watch this movie. It is an iconic Hindi film that you have from back in the day, with the yesteryear legends from Amitabh Bachchan to Dharmendra and the like. That, of course, is Amjad Khan playing the role of Gabbar Singh. So we just need you to fill in Sholay. So now, with that said, team number 2, the second team is going to be Reading Racer, Shiv Nadar. That's the team that's going to go for it. So Shiv Nadar Faridabad, let's have your second question or second clue, number 2, on your screen now. So this is 2 down, by the way. 2 down. You've got 4 letters. So in Kiki's delivery service, every witch has a black cat as a companion. Kiki's black cat is called Gigi. What was her mother Kukiri's cat called? And you need to spell the answer for me as well. Yes.
The mother's cat is called Mimi.
Okay.
And I think the spelling is M-I-M-I.
Okay. Let's have a look at the answer slide. It's actually M-E-M-E, but that's okay. We'll give you a +5 regardless. Round of applause for that team, guys. Very, very well done. So Meme is what the cat goes, the name it goes by. So Meme, Mimi, I know in this case, but it's still, since it's a proper noun, we need the specific name. So Emmy is what we're seeking, but that's still well done to you guys. It's a +5. Round of applause for that team, guys. Very, very well done. The next one is going to go to team 3, which is going to be team #bookworms from Bengaluru. Let's have a look at what's on your screen. You can use the guide on your table as well for reference. So question/clue number 3 on your screen now. So 3 is, of course, 3 across, and you've got the fourth letter for your benefit, which is letter E. So according to Miel from Chronicles of a Lizard Nobody, his name is the French word for dash, 5 letters. What is the answer according to you, team #?
The answer is HONEY, honey.
Fantastic answer, so well said. Honey is indeed that we wanted for this team. Very, very well done. That's a +10 to them. Fantastic answer from One World, Bengaluru. Fantastic job. And with that, we go to the last question of this crossword that we have. We have another crossword that we'll do as well. So there's only one left. Let's look at it. Let's go to the next question. This is, of course, for Team Book Awards, which is clue number 4, appearing on your screen now. Okay, so this is 4 across. Illustrator of the book Dream Hunters, Frederica Dash. Her surname is in question. You've got the 3rd letter E and the 6th letter A. What is the answer?
FRENNA, Frenna.
Fantastic answer. Such an incredible answer, Team 3. Team Book Awards also get themselves a +10. That's Frenna. Very well spelt as well. That's what we wanted. So with that, we are done with this segment of a crossword. So guys, applause for all of these teams. So very well done by all of them. I'm going to take a quick water break. And we're going to draw chits again, so that, again, why do we do this? We do this so that there is a complete randomness that's introduced. There is no specific, hey, this question this team got an easy question because they sat in 1, 2, 3, 4. They choose what question and which order they get it in. So that's why we're doing this, just to make sure it's more fair than what can be possible. So let's see what you've got. So team Rapid Readers, what's the chit you've got?
2.
You guys have got number 2 this time. All right, fantastic. Book Awards?
We got 3.
You got 3, all right. What have you got, Reading Racers? You got team number 1. Fantastic. All right. And hashtag is obviously 4, right? So we've got Reading Racers at 1. Who's 2 here? Sorry. Rapid Readers at 2. Book Awards at 3. And Bookworms at 4. So that sheet, of course, is a reference guide for you so that you can go ahead and figure out the spellings while we have the question appear for you as well. So this is arguably the most exciting thing for us at the drawing board when we're thinking of what to do for a quiz before it starts, is to think of the innovative rounds we can come up with. So it's a lot of fun for our team. And credit, of course, I must place to Zainab from the Neev Literature Festival team. Can we have a round of applause for Zainab here? And the team at the back as well. There's Komal, Durga, all at the back from Team Kushala. They do all of the magic. I'm just the person who comes in the front and puts up a show. They do the work. Right, that said, we have our order that's scheduled up here right now. So Reading Racers is team number 1. So this is clue/question number 1 for Reading Racers, appearing on your screen now. So this is 1 down. You can turn the paper as well. The Dash were a group of people trying to bring the dead lands back to life in Foxlight. It's a 7-letter answer. 1 down. You can use the guide to fill it up as well. All right, so 7 letters, 1 down. This is for Reading Racers, of course. Guys, you just need to tell us what this one word is. That's all you need to tell us. Shivnadar, you can think about just that one question. You don't have to worry about the other clues. Okay. Other teams as well, you don't have to worry about the other ones till it comes to you. Unless, of course, you have letters that are revealed to you. All right, Shivnadar, do you want to take... Okay, I'll give you a couple of seconds. All right, Reading Racers, I think it's time. Okay, all right. All right, let me just make sure I have it as well at my end, okay? Hold on. Just one sec. I need to make sure I'm also on the right. Yeah, so we're looking for 1 down. You can tell us the spelling and then tell us the word. Yes, 1 down. So it's a 7-letter answer we're seeking. 1 down is that what you see on the left going all the way downwards. That's what we want you to identify. Go ahead and tell us, Shivnadar. Yeah, tell us. Guys, take a guess. There's no negative marking. Go for it. Don't worry about it at all. Yes. Okay, I'll need you to give me an answer. Otherwise, I will pass you guys. Yeah. Okay, in a couple of seconds, guys. Okay.
Is it foreigners? Foreigners.
Foreigners is what they're guessing. Hard luck to you, team reading racers. There's no passing in this round, so you guys can relax. So we're going to go ahead and ask our friends in the audience. So hard luck to you, reading racers. No problem at all. So who have I not asked at all? I've not asked ma'am. Yes, ma'am, can we have the mic come to her if that's okay? Ma'am, if you could use the mic, introduce yourself and tell us what you think the answer is.
Hi, my name is Sakshi. Wilders.
Wilders is absolutely the right answer. Wilders. So Wilders is what we were seeking. Hard luck to reading racers, but round of applause for ma'am for getting that answer right. Very well done. So team number 2 on stage. Who was team number 2? I think it was you guys, JNS, Rapid Readers. So you guys ready? Yes. Okay, all right. Take a deep breath, relax. Clue/question number 2 appearing on your screen now. Okay, so this is 2 down. Let me read the question. In Chai Jing's Professor Ackelhack's family brew is a dash recipe. It's 6 letters. 2 down. What is your guess?
Bhota. Bhota.
Let's look at the answer slide. That is the right answer. So well done. They in fact gave that as an answer for a previous question, if I'm not wrong. And it's come right the second time around. Round of applause for Team 4, ladies and gentlemen, Rapid Readers. So Bhota, the Bhota brew as it's referred to as in the book is what we were seeking. With that, Team 3, I think it's you guys, Bookie Wars. You guys are Team 3, yes? All right. One Up Library, clue/question number 3 appearing on the screen now. In The Falling Boy, Joff comes to know that the meaning of the word Renaissance is dash. I'm looking for the specific answer that fits this blank. There could be other interpretations, but I'm looking for what fills this blank here. And the second letter is revealed to be E for you. So it's a 7-letter answer. What is the meaning of the word Renaissance as per The Falling Boy, the book where Joff comes to be known as such? Yes, Bookie Wars, what is your guess? So again, spell it out for me and give us the answer. Friends in the audience, if you could just keep the volume a little low so that it doesn't disturb the teams on stage. Yes, guys, what do you guys think? One Up Library, go for it.
I think it's New Life, Newlife.
That's a great guess. I can see why you've thought so. And when you see the answer, you might feel a little miffed as well. Let's ask our friends in the audience. Sir, you've raised your hand before anybody else. There's a mic coming to you. Yes.
Hi, I'm Shubho.
Hi, Shubho.
And it's Rebirth.
Let's have a look at the answer slide. That is the right answer. Rebirth is what we were seeking. I'm sorry, One Up. I know New Life is not too inconsistent, but we needed the specific answer because these are the exact words and this is a crossword after all. So round of applause for Mr. Shubho. That is the right answer. Well done. Rebirth is what we are seeking. We're just left with one at this point in time, so which is clue/question number 4 for hashtag. The only one that's left for you guys. So here's the question appearing on your screen. It almost seems like this team knows the answer before I've shown the question. That's how good they are. Let's look at the question. Here it is. ETA's Google Translate app literally translates to dash to Hombre Aranya in ETA Invincible. 9 letters. What is the answer?
Spiderman, Spider-Man.
Fantastic answer. So well done. I have a very strong and sneaking suspicion that they did not need the question at all. They figured it out regardless. That is how incredible these teams are. Round of applause for team hashtag Bookworms, guys. Very, very well done. And with that, we close the 3rd round of the quiz. And I think we're very good on time as well. That said, audience question exclusively for all of you here. Here it is on your screen now. So in the book, How to Win an Election by Menaka Raman, one of the many anonymous pranks played over the school election season is directed at the principal, Aaron D'Souza. An audition video that he taped for superstar singer India is played at a school assembly. Which song famously used in the movie Titanic did Aaron sir sing in his audition tape? I can see she's raised her hand very, very excitedly for all of us. So if you could just use the mic, introduce yourself and tell us what you think the answer is.
My name is Anouk and I think the answer is My Heart Will Go On by Celine Dion.
Anouk says that this is My Heart Will Go On. Let's have a look at the answer slide by Celine Dion. Absolutely the right answer. So well done. Round of applause for her. So we'll play this while we tabulate the scores, right? That's a round of applause for her and for these teams as well, guys. So well done. 3 rounds done. We're done with more than 50% of the quiz. We just have 2 rounds left. And let's have a look at these scores now that we have scores tabulated as well. Let's have a look at how
Okay, so hi. As a parent, what does NLF or like being part of NLF mean to you guys?
So hi, we from Mumbai, and our kids have taken part in the NLF Reading Challenge, and they are now in the finalist, and they're going to participate in the final round of the contest, which is being held today. So we are really looking forward to watching them, and this entire setup has been so fabulous. Like this whole world of books has the entire journey has been really good, and yeah, they'll also add something.
I think NLF means books, reading, debating,
Everything
and
together.
Everything together. Yes, I think it's all.
Come back, yes.
Okay, he has won the football world. No, sorry.
Good, tell us, yes.
He has won the World Cup.
What is the double word that he used? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I kind of missed that. So this was football that he used. He said Football World Cup, if I'm not wrong. Hard luck. Let's ask our friends in the audience who this is. Yes. Not Pele. Who wants to go here? Who else? Yes. Messi is the answer. This is Lionel Messi. So from Kick It Ruku that you have, Sanjana Ganesh, Argentina, football, GOAT or greatest of all time, and Barcelona. You said Football World Cup, so I'm so sorry about that, but that's okay. No problem. Lot more points coming your way. And the last thing that we have in this round. So who wants to go for this one? Why don't you come here? All right, why don't you stand here? This is for you. Yeah? Are you guys ready? Fantastic. Okay. Audience, you guys need to just keep the volume a little low. Yes, I can do that. All right. So here it is. 60 seconds starts now.
Samuel Clemens.
Wow, that is incredible, guys. This team, let's look at what we had on screen. They guessed the actual real name of Mark Twain. They said Samuel Clemens, which is something I did not anticipate at all. They had all these tough things like Tom Sawyer, Huckleberry Finn, American author, Kate DiCamillo, and Ferris. Mark Twain gets them a +10. Round of applause for this team, guys. So well done. That is indeed the right answer. And let's have that extra mic. You guys are giving the mic back as well. Fantastic. All right, so well done, guys. It's a new round we tried this time around. I think the teams had a lot of fun. Round of applause for these guys. Did you guys have a good time in the audience as well? Fantastic. All right, let's do an audience question yet again for you guys. And this is what we have for you in the audience. Here it is. So in the popular manga series Bungo Stray Dogs, the character Maku Toen has an ability/power that takes the form of two dolls. These dolls are named after American author's two most iconic characters. What are these dolls called? And the way for you to figure out this question is that character, Maku Toen, just say it out repeatedly and it'll sound like someone. Okay, sir has it. Mark Twain. So what are the two dolls called, sir? Tom and Huck. Let's look at the answer slide. Absolutely the right answer. Very well done. Round of applause for him yet again. He's on the answers with that one. So Huck Finn, of course, and Tom Sawyer. And Mark Twain, of course, gets his name from the OG Mark Twain. As that team rightly pointed out, Samuel Clemens. Very, very well done, guys. Such an incredible affair so far. Can we have a round of applause for all of these teams? 4 rounds done. The last round left in this quiz. And these are the scores that we have. All right, let's look at the scores. Here it is, everybody. The scores at the end of 4 rounds of quizzing, ladies and gentlemen. Reading Racers at 25, hashtag Bookworms at 70, Team Book Awards at 80, Rapid Readers at 110, ladies and gentlemen. This is the scores that we have at the end of 4 rounds of quizzing. That said, let's go back to the question deck. So guys, the last round of this quiz. First, let me establish, all 4 of you teams are winners already to make it to the grand finale. So round of applause for all of these teams. It's no mean feat. From 600 teams to make it to the top 4 is incredible. All of you teams are getting books as prizes. So there's no change in that really. All of you already have won. Just to get a sense of which team places First, second, and third, and fourth is why we do this quiz today. So we have the last round of today's quiz, and this is the OG, the classic rapid fire round that we have. So everything's going to be on the buzzer for this round. So it can get a little quick, can get a little dramatic, but that's the point of this round. Yeah. So this is the buzzers. Hold on. So let's see what we have. So guys, these are the rules of give me the answer, okay? So if you hit the buzzer while I'm reading the question, or even before the question has been completely read by me, I need you to give me an answer immediately. Does that work? And in case you get it wrong, we have a -5 if you get it wrong. And there's only one attempt per question, meaning if one team hits the buzzer, for whatever reason they get it wrong, the question closes, we'll then go to our friends in the audience for the answer, all right? That's how it works. So let's test our buzzer. Round of applause for all of these teams, guys, yet again. It's amazing to see all of you cheering for your teams here. Really appreciate the support. So let's test your buzzers. So let me also clarify, guys, some ground rules in terms of the buzzers, okay? So the buzzer is what you refer to as a circuit breaker buzzer, which basically means just because you hit the buzzer doesn't mean that you're the only team who's hit the buzzer. It lights up. So whichever team has hit the buzzer and I clarify that they've hit the buzzer right, that's the team that needs to give the answer, number one. Number two, the harder you hit the buzzer doesn't mean it's going to light up faster. So just be a little gentle on the buzzers. Make sure you're firm while you hit the buzzer. It will light up. But we'll test everybody's buzzer just for your own benefit. So team one from Bookworms, can you hit the buzzer, please? Fantastic. Do you hear the sound? There's a light that's come up in the front as well, so I can see it. Well done. Let's reset. Okay. Team two, Reading Racers, hit the buzzer, please. Fantastic. It's lit up. All clear. Working. Buzzer's been reset. Team three, Bookworms. Fantastic. The buzzer's lit up as well. Let's reset. And team 4, Rapid Readers. Go for it. Fantastic. All right. So guys, your buzzers are working. The light is for me to see who's hit the buzzer first. Again, I need to clarify this, guys. If you hit the buzzer, don't shout the answer out automatically. Let me clarify which team needs to answer. Is that okay? Let's go to the next slide. And let's close the music as well. Next slide. All right. Are you guys ready? All right. So we have an example question. Okay, this of course is not on the buzzers for you guys in the audience. So before we wish our teams the best of luck, one last audience question before the last one. We have a lot more after that as well. Here is the audience question appearing on your screen now. Hans Christian Andersen's story, The Snow Queen, provided the inspiration for which 2013 Disney film? I don't think I've asked too many people in that round. Let me ask her, yes. If we can have her take a guess. Yes, your name, which school you study in, what do you think the answer is?
I'm Nikita and I study in BVM school and I think the answer is Frozen.
Absolutely right. Frozen is indeed the right answer. So Nikita is indeed right. This is Frozen. That's the answer that we were seeking. Very, very well done. So let's go on to the next slide. So guys, now is the last round of the quiz. Okay? One of you or all of you can keep your hands on the buzzer. Please don't hit the buzzer accidentally. That means that you might need to give me an answer. If you've hit the buzzer before the question is revealed, I will reset it, but please don't do it again. If you did it, I will have to give you a negative, right? Let's not do anything of that nature. Take a deep breath, right? Relax. And can we have a huge round of applause for these teams? Just incredible how well they've performed so far, okay? The question appears on your screen. The moment you hit the buzzer, you are telling me that you know the answer, so please share the answer at that point in time, okay? Buzzers have been set. Everything is ready. Question number 1 appearing on your screen now. As we discovered during one of the author interaction sessions, okay, team 4 has gone for it. Rapid Readers.
Yorick Goldwick.
Fantastic answer. That is the right answer. Yorick Goldwick, who also is the author of Movies Showing Nowhere, which is also a book in the 30 books that we have. He is going to be translating the series. That's in fact a book in the reading list that we have. So Yorick Goldwick gets team 4 or Rapid Readers a +10 on that. One other instruction, guys, the mic, you can keep the mic down. because you might be hitting the mic accidentally and that might disturb you as well. So keep the mic down. Only when you hit the buzzer, you need to take the mic up. So you can keep the mic down on the table away from you guys. Okay? So you guys got a sense of how these questions are? Teams 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 has gotten a plus 10 already. These are the questions that we have. Well done to them for getting the first question. Buzzers have been reset. Question number 2, appearing on your screen now. Midway through Kick It Ruku, Ruku's uncle. Okay, team 1 has gone for it. Team 1 from Bengaluru, on the mic, please. What does the phrase Periya Ponnu literally mean? Can you tell us quickly, please? Yes,
going
please.
through a woman going through puberty.
Women going through puberty. See, that's actually not what I'm seeking. I was looking for a very specific answer.
Elder sister.
Not quite, not quite. Good guesses. I need only one attempt per team. So I'm going to ask my friends in the audience for this question. Who wants to tell? Yes. Can we ask this young man right in the front? He's raised his hand. You can tell me, what does Periya Ponnu literally translate to?
Big girl.
That is the right answer. We needed big girl as the answer. That's what we were seeking. Found in the glossary section of the book as well. So, of course, it's mentioned in the question that she was undergoing menstruation. So, puberty, I wouldn't have been able to give it to you. I needed the very specific answer of big girl. So, unfortunately, it's a -5, but don't worry. A lot more questions you have left. You at least have 6 more questions in this round left. So, it's a -5 scorers, unfortunately, for team number 1. All right, don't worry. You'll recover from this. Take a deep breath. Okay. Question number 3, buzzers have been reset. All right. Question number 3, appearing on your screen now. As a 4-year-old child, Tom Faber, okay, Team Bukawos, I need you to give me 2 blanks. What are the 2 blanks? On the mic, please, on the mic.
The first blank is the peaks and the pollicles. The second is the song of the jellicles.
That is the right answer. So well done. Jellicles and pollicles is what we wanted. 2 answers, pollicles and jellicles, either exactly is what we wanted. Very well done. Round of applause for Team Bukawos, guys. That's a plus 10 for them. They've gotten the 3rd question in this round. The buzzers have been reset. Keep the mics away, guys. Yeah? Okay? Use the mic only when you hit the buzzer, just so that you don't cause confusion for yourselves. Team 3, if I could request 4, you can keep the mic on the table and use it only when you hit the buzzer, if that's okay. Thank you. Team 2 as well. All right, buzzers have been reset. Guys, we will go through the scores at the end after 6 questions. So before question number 7 and 8, you'll have a look at the scores as well, so that you know where you're standing, where you stand in the finals. Question number 4, buzzers have been reset. Question number 4, appearing on your screen now. When the family reaches Redbud, Ohio, Milan's father lists out signs. Okay, team 3 has gone for it again. On the mic, please. Why?
Because the word for 4 is C, which sounds the same as the word for death in Mandarin.
Fantastic answer. So beautifully explained. Share or C or 4 sounds similar to the word for death from Mandarin. And that's the answer we're seeking. So 2 answers back to back from Team 1UP Library. Incredible job. Plus 22 questions they've gotten for themselves. Let's reset the buzzer and take a deep breath, guys. Enjoy yourselves. Guys, round of applause for these amazing teams, please. So well done so far. Okay. 3 more questions, right? Another 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Buzzers have been reset. Question number 5, appearing on your screen now. According to PNK Panikar, the ghost. Okay, Team 4 has gone for it on the mic.
Electricity.
Electricity is what Team 4 from Rapid Readers, and they rapidly get it right. That is the right answer. Electricity is what we were seeking. Electricity is the reason this happened. So very well done. That's a plus 10 that we have for team number 4. Another plus 10 that they've gobbled up in this last round. So with that, we have 3 more questions, guys. Friends on stage, you need to look at only one person, that's me, yeah? After that, you can talk to the folks in the audience, just for the course of this quiz, all right? Buzzers have been reset. Question number 6, appearing on your screen now. Owl-headed Amos asks De Rossi, okay, Team 3 has gone for it, what is this special day?
Midsummer's Eve. Midsummer's Eve.
Fantastic answer, so incredible. Before I could even finish the first 3 words in the question, Midsummer's Eve is what they say from M.T. Anderson's Elf Dog and the Old Hound. So that is what we have. So we'll take a quick pause now, a breather, because it's very tense, guys, all right, for these finalists. So a round of applause for these teams here. So well done. Let's have a look at the scores. I'm going to take a quick water break as well. and see how our teams are faring. Just 2 more questions left in this round and in the quiz, the grand finale of the reading challenge here at the Neev Literature Festival. This is the state of affairs. Reading racers at 25, hashtag bookworms at 65, book awards at 110, ladies and gentlemen, and rapid readers at 130. 2 questions left, that's the deficit. All right, breathe easy, all of you. All right, great. So before, of course, we jump on to the last 2 questions, I want to take this opportunity to first and foremost really place on record the incredible support that we've got from the Neev team to put together such an initiative where the singular goal is just reading and reading for the sake of reading and learning. Can we have a huge round of applause for Neev, guys? It's very rare when you come across a competition which is created and shortlisted in this format. We, of course, at Q-Shala have a lovely time being part of this to contribute to this small endeavor to make sure children across the world are reading more books. And, of course, a big tribute to my team at Q-Shala as well. I'd like to play some. That's Gauri right there. She's doing all the social media. There's Komal and Durga right at the back. We've got Sahana as well she's a Q-Shala, young Q-Shala intern that we have as well. So all of this from our team who's making this possible. That said, get down to business here. And buzzers have been reset. All right, you guys ready? All right, guys, take it easy. All right? Deep breaths. Relax. Teams 3 and 4 especially. All right? Don't get too tensed. Okay, 2 more questions left. Buzzers been reset. Question number 7 appearing on your screen now. This American translator lives in Tokyo. Okay, team 2 has gone for it instantly. Team 2 from Reading Racers. Shiv Nadar, what is your answer on the mic, please? If you can use the mic and tell us. Unfortunately, team 2 has hit the buzzer in a whiff, but they don't seem to have the answer. Take a guess, respective, quickly, please.
The translator is...
I need an answer quickly, team 2. I'm so sorry. Okay. Do you have a guess? Otherwise, I will pass.
You won't last it.
Not quite. That's a good guess, but not the answer that I have. Friends in the audience, this is going to pass to you guys. We've got 1 more question left in the quiz. But in the audience, who is the translator in question is what we'd like. Anybody here? A tough question, but this is ultimately what we need to differentiate the teams. Anybody here has an answer? Doesn't seem to be the case. Let's have a look at the answer slide. This, of course, is Emily Balistrieri, who is the person who translated Kiki's delivery service from Japanese to English of course, Aiko Kodono's book. That said, we've got 1 more question left. As things stand, I think we have a winner of the quiz, right? But that said, we don't know. Anything can really happen. Let's have a look. Let's go to the next slide. Next slide, please. All right. Last question today at the grand finale of the Neev Literature Festival Reading Challenge 2025 to figure out who the winners of the grand finale are likely to be. Last question appearing on your screen now. At the end of Turtle Moon Silver's... Okay, Team 3 has gone for it. What is the answer?
Rainforest Adventures.
Let's look at the answer slide. That is the right answer. This is a Rainforest Adventure. They get themselves just 1 point short to win the grand finale. But that said, I think we have our top 4 clearly established. Before that, let's have an audience question coming your way. Here it is. Here's the question, guys. Let's see what it is. So, Hurun and the Sea of Stories opens with the line, there was once in the saddest of Aleph Bay a sad city, the saddest of cities, a city so ruinously sad that it had forgotten its name. We learn that the city's name at the end of the book. What is the name of the city? What is it fittingly called, rather, is the question. Let's ask ma'am. She's raised her hand, in fact, way earlier as well. Yes?
Kahani.
Kahani. So we're here at the Kahani Munch. And we're here to have an answer appropriately for Kahani. That is absolutely the right answer. So well done. The Neev Literature Festival and the Reading Challenge especially is about reading and stories. And we thought it's an appropriate question to end the quiz with a question as Kahani as the answer. Now, before that, we'll go on to the prize distribution ceremony. But before that, let's look at the final leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen, on your screen right now. This is the state of affairs at the end of 5 rounds of quizzing. Not Reading Racers Day at the office, unfortunately. They finished at 20. Hashtag Bookworms at 65. Book Awards at 120. Rapid Readers at 130. Guys, all these teams are winners. Can we have a huge round of applause for all of these incredible teams? Team 4, Rapid Readers, is ecstatic. They're celebrating. They're having the time of their lives on stage. With that, I think what we will do is quickly jump on to the prize distribution ceremony. Do we have someone joining us? Is Zainab here? Zainab, do we have Kavita ma'am joining us? Can I request Kartika ma'am? Yes. Can I invite Kavita ma'am to the stage, please? If Kartika is there as well, Kartika, if you could join us as well. We'd love to do a very quick prize distribution ceremony. I think we'll give the books on. All right. All right, let's just have the slide changed if that's okay. All right, guys, are we ready for the prize distribution? All right, I'd like to call on the 4th best team in the entire country at the Neev Literature Festival, team Reading Racers from Shivnagar, Faridabad. Round of applause for this team, everybody. No easy feat to be the best team, the 4 teams here on stage. Guys, big round of applause. Shivnagar, Faridabad, the Reading Racers. Fantastic. Thank you so much, guys. You can go back to your table. Thank you so much. So well done. Not their day today, but they've been a consistent team in the grand finale year on year. An incredible team. Round of applause for them again, please. Shivnagar, Faridabad. Not the day in the office today, but they will come back, I assure you. That's what these teams are made of. That's how incredible they are. Calling on the team that's finished on 3rd place today at the grand finale. Ladies and gentlemen, can I call hashtag Bookworms, please, everybody? Let's change the slide and have the music as well, please. Guys, round of applause for One World International School, Sarjapur. The 3rd best team here from Sarjapur. One World School, amazing team, hashtag Bookworms. Incredible team. Wonderful answers. Fairly certain they'll come back next year as well. That's how incredible these teams are. Thank you so much, guys. You can head back to your table. And now, of course, the prize for the team finishing as the 2nd best team, the runner-up here at the grand finale of the Neev Literature Festival's Reading Challenge. Can I call Team Book Awards, please? One Up Library. Guys, some applause for this team. Come on, so well done. Guys, huge round of applause. The 2nd best team here at the Neev Literature Festival. Team Book Awards from One Up Library. Thank you so much, guys. You can make it, go back to the table, go down wherever is comfortable. No problem. You can go back to the stage as well. And guys, the moment we've been waiting for. The team that's won the grand finale of the Neev Literature Festival. Team Jamnabai Narsi School from Mumbai, Rapid Readers! Amazing performance. From the first round onwards, every round they capitalized, had answers in every round, knew what they were doing. They said they were going to win the quiz before the quiz started, and they've done so as well. They are the winning team today and the deserved winners of the grand finale of the reading challenge. Guys, one more round of applause for these guys. The best team here. So consistent. Thank you so much, team. And with that, I think it's only fair that we give a huge round of applause to the Neev team, to Kavita ma'am for this entire Kartika for all of the amazing work that they've done, Zainab for all the lovely work that they've done at the Literature Festival. My name is Sachin and I'm from Team Q Shala. I hope you guys had a lovely time here today. We'll see you next year at the next edition of the grand finale as well. Take care, guys. Have a great Sunday. See you soon. Take care. Bye.
Heat in other animals' body. Snakes have an organ called a pit between their eye and their nose that they use for seeing heat in other animals' body.
Oh, sensing heat. Wow, sensing heat in other bodies. So they know that there is an animal there, right? Okay, here, who has the mic? Yes, he has the mic, yes. And then your turn. Then your turn.
Some snakes can move like a wavy, like like the royal snakes can move like this. Some snakes. Then if somebody stamps on the snake won't die.
Oh.
Because it can still stay alive.
Okay. And now, yes, you've been waiting a long time. She's been waiting
Sometimes snakes also make the sound huss. Huss.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And earthworms has five pairs of hearts and when earthworms are old, they become purple color, and sometimes two earthworms can join into one earthworm.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Okay, last one, and then I'm going to ask you to sit on the steps
Do you
again.
know that an orb weaver spider has 6 links to make its web?
Yes, the spiders have the orb weaver spider. Yes, has what? 6 links of webs. Right. To shoot out the web. Wow. That's amazing. Okay, I'm going to ask you, octopus? Blue blood. We've got to know so much about so many animals. I'm going to tell you about a few more animals. Can you sit? I need everyone to sit.
When giraffe opens it can touch until its nose.
Oh, wow. Here's a very interesting fact. A giraffe can lick its own nose with its tongue. Can anybody here do that? Can your tongue touch your nose? You better try. No. Can yours? Nearly. Can yours? No. Anybody's tongue can touch the nose? Can it? Can it? Huh.
With a tongue.
Yes. Geckos can clean their eyes with their tongue. Can you try and clean your eyes with your tongue, please? Come on, let's see you. Bachas, let's see you clean your eyes with your tongues. Acha, like this. Okay, go sit down. So isn't it interesting that animals hear with their legs, speak with their tails, clean their eyes with their tongues, and can talk from 2,000 miles away? And there is an animal called the honey badger. And the honey badger, there is a bird. And the bird, wait. The bird likes to eat honey, but it can't go into the beehive because it will get stung. And so what it does, it finds a honey badger and it flies in front of the honey badger, telling it directions. Go straight, turn left, turn right, पेड़ के ऊपर से, फिर ये पानी को पार करके, because, and then it flies along with the honey badger, telling it the rasta to the beehive. Because the honey badger has very long and its nostrils can close fully. So no bee can get into its nose. And it breaks the honeybee hive, and then they both enjoy the honey. Okay, now I'm going to speak to you without words, and you have to guess what I'm saying, okay? Yes. Okay, you need to tell something, okay? The honey guide, yeah. Yeah, that's right. So that it can break. That's teamwork. Exactly right. And there's so much teamwork. And we can also learn teamwork from animals. But now I'm going to come back to humans. I'm going to say something without words. And you have to guess what I'm saying, because I'm speaking in sign language. And sign language, when people cannot speak, they learn to speak in sign language, okay? So I'm going to say something in sign language, and you have to guess what I'm saying, okay? I love you. Very good. Without words. Sign language is without words. Okay. Okay. Okay, look.
Do I look beautiful?
Yes, you. Do I look beautiful? Yeah. Okay, can you tell us some word in sign language? Or what does she say? Can you do some sign language? Do it. You do it like this to face. And what does that mean? What is what? Right? You got one? Okay, let's hear. Taking photographs. Very good. You can also talk your emotions. You can communicate your emotions, not with words sometimes, but just with your body. How would you say, I am hungry. Show me. Turn around and say, I am hungry. Turn around and say it. Huh? Do I am hungry. Do I am hungry. How is this different from I have a tummy pain? Do I look hungry? Do it. Do I look hungry? Okay, now I want to see angry faces. If you're very angry, let's see angry faces. Turn around. Oh, look. I am angry. Here, I am angry. Whoa, that's really angry. Oh, there's angry too. What about scared? Let's see scared. Yeah. Okay, letter A in sign language. Very good. You didn't do anything. Let's see you do something. Okay, come on. Let's see A in sign language. Let's see A. A. That's right. Actually, it's not this. It's this. The first letter. She does this. Okay, her grandmother. So you see, there are so many ways of telling our stories. You can tell them in words. You can tell them in actions. You can hear in different ways. You can speak in different ways. Yes? Huh? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. See, these are the books. I am not a cat and मैं बिल्ली नहीं हूँ. So it's in 2 languages. And you know something special, Hindi and English. But now this book is in 20 languages. Whoa, this book is in 20 languages. Which languages? I don't even remember. It's available in Nagaland. It's available in Indonesia. It's available in Mexico. And it's available in India, all over in India, in Kannada. And there are 24 languages. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you to all the children who participated so enthusiastically and beautifully. Thank you. It's okay. Do it again. Do it again. Thank you. Thank you. I know I finished a bit early, right?
People don't want a single style kind.
For such a powerful and memorable session.
What a morning it has been. Stories of birds and their beautiful homes, dinosaurs, fearless friendships, laughter, courage, and boundless.
Very helpful. And if you're working on social messaging, 2 things. One is, see if the message is your own or you are appropriating somebody else's message. Second is, are you able to transform that into an aesthetic experience for the reader? I think those would be.
Wonderful. I think looking at the clock, we definitely have some time for audience questions. If there's anybody who would like to ask any questions or share any thoughts, just contribute to the conversation.
Hi, it's amazing to have someone with such strong opinions that always makes the session very, very engaging. I have a lot of questions, but I'll ask 2. One is, given just the diversity of context that we are speaking of, do you really feel that a global award holds true for a world as diverse as ours? Or do we just default to, like you rightly said, a certain class of people within that award? So do you, as this process goes through, do you feel the relevance of global awards for a diverse context award still holds true in this current world? That's one question. Second is, you talked about highbrow literature versus popular literature. Underlying that was a question that came to me saying, do you feel a tension as an adult choosing for what children should read as good books, as adult sentiments and taste onto what children should be reading, is there a certain tension that you've observed having been in juries like this, both in India and abroad?
I think that, these are excellent questions. I haven't really thought about it. I think that global awards play a role. But I really feel that we need a proliferation of regional, local awards as well. In different languages, assessed by people from that community. I definitely feel that, and it's only when we do these kinds of things that a stronger conversation can be. I actually, when I've told you that I sit in very homogeneous juries in this country, I always think that perhaps because we come from the class of society that has been literate for several generations, we are perhaps kick-starting the conversation, and my hope is that in the next, I won't say my lifetime, I would say in the next decade, people like me are increasingly not on this jury as much as, other people claiming their voice and their right to be heard. So for that to happen, I would think that they first need to develop that voice and that sense of aesthetics in local forums. It's not that people come from nowhere onto national or international forums. So there have to be forums where people develop their own sense of aesthetic, their own language, their own frameworks, and then they can sort of challenge mainstream frameworks, right? So I really feel that there is a role for that. At the same time, in an increasingly global world, we have the forces of pulling people apart and the forces of McDonaldization present in this world. So I would not say that there is no role for a national award or an international award. Perhaps it's a small role, and perhaps the grassroots awards need to become stronger over time rather than these centralized awards. In terms of the other thing, I'm very conflicted because I'm an educator. An educator, and I feel that as an educator, and I'm a parent. And I feel that we can't always be extremely apologetic about needing to raise our children. And I don't mean this in a didactic way. I'm just saying we have a role to play as adults. So my children, if you allow them to eat whatever they want to eat, they would go for the worst of choices, the easiest of choices. They are not going to come and beg for my kaddu sambar as much as their ready-made instant Maggi and Oreos and chips and all of that. Does that mean that I'm being didactic if I tell them, look, this is fine, but look, here's better food for you? And as an educator, am I so wrong, or as a parent, if I it's not that I'm forbidding them from reading whatever pleases them. I would never take a book out of a child's hand. I would honor their choices. But do I have no role to say, you might also consider this? So I'm taking a more nuanced position. So I grew up with a father who's an avid reader. He's 92, he still reads, and he had thousands of books. We grew up in a house with thousands of books. And he was a person who would read even the wrapping of a loaf of bread. He would stare intently at it and read that. And one of the things he taught me was not to be snobbish about what I read. So I'm not speaking out of snobbishness. He would say, read. It's important to first read, and then we can discuss what more you can read and how much you should read. But when I look back, there was no, snooty conversations, but there was a guidance there. There was a guidance there. So I think that children do need some guidance from adults. So that is, yes.
Ma'am, lovely listening to you, such clarity of thoughts, and you've almost answered all the questions that I had, but some sprung up from your conversation. So when you talk about judging a book or any books for children in general, thematic complexity, nuance, and use of language, and all things being the same, is there a bias for books with social messaging, especially in a country like India where we are just, you know, where the population will start to read. Is there, and there we, as Indians, there is a need for social messaging. Is there a bias for it in awards? And how do you kind of justify it? Not justify it, compare it with the reading for the pleasure of reading, books which are there just for the imagination. So how would you rate them as a judge?
It's an excellent question. Within India, there's a proliferation of social messaging books. I don't like them. In India, in the global context, I'm actually arguing for them. It's very ironical. But I do not know how the same person can argue in different ways in different contexts, but I find myself doing that. But in India, the reason I don't like that is because usually the social messaging is coming from the same privileged class of people. So I see people as appropriating other people's issues and representing them. And I'm not finding that degree of either aesthetic clarity, aesthetic quality or authenticity. You know, this right to write is an issue of debate, serious debate in Western context. Like, do I have the right to own your story and write? So, and if I were to write about your struggles, will I be representing it as you would? For example, a white person trying to represent a riot between black and native and Latino communities could be critiqued for doing that and saying, how would you know? How have you represented what went on? You know, do you have an authentic insider's viewpoint here to represent? So authenticity is something that troubles me. Here we have not yet thought that it is wrong. See, now there are stages and phases. It may not be right and wrong. It may not be good and bad. Maybe, as I'm saying, when most of the country is not literate, maybe it's better that somebody is bringing these messages to the attention of others than not. So I'm conflicted. I'm ethically conflicted. But I do feel that a lot of people, as long as they're bringing important social messaging, we are not pushing them hard enough on the creativity, the originality, the authenticity. We are not pushing them enough on the aesthetic aspects of it. And that I would seriously think. So I feel that if at all on the other hand, if these people did not write about anything within our country, is it okay for the children as I'm saying, when I say children, I'm not thinking about the children in this school. I'm seeing very different faces of children in very different contexts, and Nilesh and I would be seeing the similar kind of faces. If nobody wrote books that represented those children or their experiences, and they grew up not seeing themselves represented at all, which is a bigger loss. It's really tough, you know, it's really tough. So sometimes I've argued against upper caste people writing about other people's experience. Other times I've begged them to do it so that the children will have the ability to see themselves represented. It's a very tough call. It's a very tough call. So on the HCA jury, I have actually seen, if anything, a movement against social, exclusively social. I mean, it's fine, you know. I mean, social messaging can also be brought about without a moralistic kind of a viewpoint. You can teach children a lot about history, about struggles that people have gone through without it seeming to be so. It could be just a story set in a particular historical era that will open people's eyes to the context and the struggles and the oppressions that people went through without it being overtly and mostly about that. So it all depends on that. Yeah.
Any other questions? Oh, sure.
So you kept on mentioning about like how in the next 20, next 30 years you want India to like grow in literature. So any steps for school children to like us to like get involved in the thing and inspire readers to not only read but write as well?
Not only read but write as well, yes. Yes. So I think that school children, so one of the reasons why I feel that India is behind the West in this writing game is because like music, like running, like any other thing, serious writing takes both talent, training, and consistent disciplined effort, right, and feedback. We seem to rely more on raw talent or circumstances than on the other elements in our country. So the talented authors who we read are just people who, like, for example, I'm not a talented author, but I'm just saying, for example, I came from a house full of books. And some circumstance of my history or biography, or some sheer talent, raw talent, that is not good enough. To have a country, a society of writers, we need training along with talent, we need discipline, we need perseverance, we need all of the other things. So I think that the first thing that we can do, rather than putting the onus on the children, is that the schools need to start providing support for writing. I know that Neev does. You're very fortunate because you get a lot of support for writing in the school. But the upper strata do not get trained. They just get marks. They'll get 17 out of 20 on an essay, but nobody will sit and talk to them. We need much stronger writing support for children before we can ask children. Another thing is, if children write, that's wonderful, and some children have written, there are some marvelous books written by children. When we go back into the backstory of that, there's a large adult hand drafting to taking it to publication. So I don't necessarily think that stand up and start writing. There's got to be an adult framework even for that, is my sense of it.
Questions? Okay, great.
Felt like I didn't fully catch this thing of why a book or a has like a universal kind of a sentiment to it, but I felt like you contradicted it or said it might not actually be that, or I felt I didn't catch it.
By and large, stories travel. A good story travels across borders. I have no doubts about that. So I would not say that stories don't travel. But I'm saying some stories may have certain elements that do not appeal to people from a different culture. For example, the tonality of a parent talking to a child. You see, children's literature carries with it underlying assumptions about the kind of society we live in, the kind of who a child is, who an adult is, what the relationships are, what is moral. It is implicit ideas about morality, ethics, adult-child relationships, etc. So a contemporary Western perspective is one of very highly democratic relationships between adult and child. It is of a child that on the one hand has to be protected and is the object of affection and nurture, and on the other hand is an incredibly cognitively complex human being who can process all kinds of darkness and complexity. This is the current Western conceptualization, and that is what is driving the field of children's literature. Now imagine that somebody comes from a different culture, different kind of this thing. So they may simplify or romanticize a child or childhood as a space of innocence, right?
Okay, so hi. As a parent, what does NLF or like being part of NLF mean to you guys?
So hi, we from Mumbai, and our kids have taken part in the NLF Reading Challenge, and they are now in the finalist, and they're going to participate in the final round of the contest, which is being held today. So we are really looking forward to watching them, and this entire setup has been so fabulous. Like this whole world of books has the entire journey has been really good, and yeah, they'll also add something.
I think NLF means books, reading, debating.
Everything
and
together.
Everything together. Yes, I think it's all of us, and it's got us together as a group as well, even our kids.
I mean, we are very happy with the whole teamwork that NLF has got the kids. They were anyway readers, so for them it was the most exciting thing to have like a reading challenge and actually come here and experience it.
And I think it's also opened up new genres because I don't think our kids were reading these genres, so it's been really nice for us.
These books have grown onto our kids throughout, from the beginning to the end right now. Now they're picking up those same books which they've read even out here.
Alright, so as readers, have books affected your relationship with your children in any way?
Yes, so there are some books which, my daughter used to come and get them and ask questions, and we kind of debated. So there was one book particular, like say Dream Hunters, and written by Nazima Pathan, I think, and there's some mention of this village in Songad from where she's based, the Citadel. So it was very interesting because her great-grandmother used to live there, and she had no idea, and we got to discussing about her family, inheritance and stories of the past, all thanks to the book. Likewise, there were many books like that, which kind of open up different channels of discussion with the kids, which we would have not otherwise thought of.
So I think topics like orphans were discussed. Also different accents. You had authors from different countries, so Scottish accent and British accent. So that was nice. I think it opened him up to those genres.
My son just mentioned to me the funny stuff, and we would sit and have a hearty laugh at it when we were eating at the table. So that's what we did.
So now in the age of AI and social media, which is like grown, why do you think it's crucial for any kid or your kids to read books?
So AI will, AI is good, like kind of a more mechanical kind of, doesn't have a personal touch. And the books can totally, expand their imagination, their creativity. They get lost in the world of books that they are in, like, whichever book they pick up, they are like totally, into that particular.
They travel to that, into that book really.
So I think AI is making us more handicapped. Like I stopped thinking, I just go to AI and get the answers. I'm not opening that up to my kid yet because they need to yet think. They're very young. So,
is there any one book you would like to recommend to the audience?
So I think my daughter would like me to say that because she loved How to Win Election by Menaka Raman, which is a part of the challenge, and she totally loved the book. I don't know how many times she's read that, and even Many Meanings of Melan. I think Many Meanings have been a favorite for all the three kids. But so these two books I would say, and I'm sure she has one very special book.
So honestly, his best book has been I Am Rebel. But today, yesterday at the session, he was obsessed with ghost stories, and the author, what is his name?
Suresh Ariyar.
Suresh Ariyar. He's really in love with him.
I think, he's idolizing
My
him.
son's favorite is, which one was his? I'm Wolf. We even bought I'm Raven, the one after that right now. So he went and picked that and finished reading it already last night.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you.
So what does NLF mean to you as a student of Neev Academy?
So NLF is like a magical place where you can find like new books and stuff. It's also like a really nice place for me to explore and like find out different genres since like I'm a big reader myself.
That's awesome. Did you attend yesterday?
Yeah.
So what was your favorite part about yesterday's session?
I quite liked how they would. So I went for the session Secret Missions Open Courage, and I quite liked how they explained about the history and like how Indian struggles were there and like how women had to fight and stuff like that. So I found that really informative, and I found out a lot of things that I didn't know before.
So what was one book or one masterclass that you would recommend for people joining us today?
I would actually recommend joining us today. I'm going for Royal Lore. I think it will be really nice, and I hope to see a lot of more people there too.
Thank you so much.
Who am I here with?
I'm Riti,
And have you volunteered for NLF this year?
Yes, I volunteered.
So as a volunteer, what perspective of NLF do you have that someone attending NLF may not get?
Although NLF seems very tranquil and docile on the surface, as a volunteer, I saw the backstage and the planning that went through it, and it was actually really chaotic to put together such a perfect event.
And are you a reader, an avid reader?
I am an avid reader.
So what kind of books do you enjoy, and why do you enjoy such books?
I like reading dystopian fiction because it's really immersive, especially after doing a lot of math.
Yeah. And tell us about your favorite book and which book you'd like to immerse yourself into as a character.
My favorite book would be The Handmaid's Tale because it's really well written. It's not just a vilification of religion and control. It's just beautifully crafted, but I would not want to immerse myself in there. It'd probably be one of the children's books here that I would want to immerse myself into.
Thank you. Hi, who am I here with?
I'm Dr. Devika Rangachari. I'm a historian and a writer. I write largely gender-based historical fiction for young adults.
As an author, obviously, when you read, the lens through which you analyze books is slightly different from a normal person reading a book. So can you tell us that how has this affected your reading journey and how you perceive books itself?
I think books are my life. It has shaped me as a person. It has shaped my career. It has informed, I think, most of the choices I've made in my life. For me, books are everything. And I was always a voracious reader. I still am a voracious reader. In fact, I'm more a reader than a writer. I think I like to read anything and everything I can lay my hands on, trying to explore new genres, new writers, new ways of conveying situations that resonate with me. So I'm always, in fact, I just bought some 15 books at the bookshop, and my publisher was firmly dragging me away because she said that's enough, and so she was taking me away when you found me.
Okay. And what does a festival like NLF mean to you itself, as a reader and a writer?
I think as a reader and a writer, this is tremendously important because to be here celebrating books and reading and this literary world for 2 days is something that is special, it's precious, and it's almost like a comfort zone. It's where you meet your fellow authors, your friends, illustrators, everybody who makes books what they are, and you carry this warm feeling in your heart for a long time afterwards because it actually endorses the work that you do. You feel good and you feel inspired to write more and contribute more to this field, and it's a wonderfully invigorating feeling.
And what do you think a festival like NLF means for young readers like us?
I think reading, as I said, is everything, and it's really important that everyone reads because it will transform you in ways that you never realize, and in very positive ways. So for young readers like you, I think it's very important that it's giving so much importance. This festival is giving so much importance to books, and the fact that we can just take time off to just celebrate books and reading and the entire world. And I think that it's a kind of heaven, a paradise for young readers, and you should make the most of it and meet the creators of your books, pick up books that you like, and just revel in this world.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, hi. So can you all state your name?
My name is Samara.
My name is Dean.
My name is Kian.
And where have you guys come from for the NLF Reading Challenge?
Mumbai.
Mumbai, okay. How has the process been preparing for and reaching the position of finalist in the NLF Reading Challenge?
It's been really
one by one.
It has been really fun. Just to get at this level, it's just been amazing.
It's been really fun, but also kind of hard to keep up with studies and doing the reading. So,
books also take up a long time. We study for our exams, and we're currently missing one right now, and that's what's exciting. And plus, reading the books takes a good part of your day, and you can spend your free time productively instead of being on your screens.
That's a good response. So, how confident are you guys for the finals today?
We are confident, a bit nervous, but we think we can do it. Like 80% or something.
We are confident, but we should not be too overconfident because then the wrong thing might happen.
Yeah. So, what has been your favorite book so far?
It's kind of hard, but I'll take How to Win an Election by Menaka Raman.
I like fantasy fiction, so I'll take Alex vs. Axel. I like two of the books, Many Meanings of Milan by Andrea Wang and I Am Rebel by Ross Montgomery.
That's awesome. Good luck to you guys.
Thank you.
Okay, hi. So, what are your names?
Natalia Jujal.
My name is Adyant.
My name is Nirbhay.
Okay, and all of you all are part of the reading challenge. So, what drove you all to be part of the reading challenge? Like, what inspired you guys?
We've been participating for 3 years and now we're in the finals.
Yeah, so first we came across it from our school and then we really enjoyed it. So from then on, we started reading books and it's a really good experience. Like it teaches me how like dedication also and also like how to deal with pressure. Yeah, it really encourages us to read. It really encourages us to read books and we read a lot of books. So yeah, we did this.
And what does being part of NLF or being part of the reading challenge mean to you guys as individuals?
Well, it's changed me a lot as a reader. It's made me more dedicated and devoted to reading.
Yeah, it's helped me learn from books, like why are books written, how to write books. So hopefully I can write my book when I grow up. It's introduced me to a lot of books and we used to do it since 4th grade. So we keep on, we do it more.
Okay, can you all name one of your favorite genres and why it's your favorite genre?
Well, mine is fantasy fiction. It helps me explore different worlds, which I really like.
I like realistic fiction because you can really connect to it in your daily life and also learn things that you can do in your life. And yeah, it helps us connect and reflect. I also like fantasy fiction because there's a lot of room for creativity.
Okay, can you all suggest one book to the audience, like one of your favorite books? No, any book.
I'd say Percy Jackson.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say, does it have to be from the list or?
Your favorite book.
My favorite book? My favorite book is Bad Dad by David Walliams. Yeah, I would say Super Sleuth by David Walliams.
All right, thank you so much and good luck for your reading challenge.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, who am I here with?
My name's Anne Lazim. I'm a librarian from the UK and I'm on the Neev Book Award jury. And that's what brought me here. Yeah.
So, as someone who works with children who are reading constantly, why do you think a festival like NLF is important for young readers?
Well, because they get a chance to see a lovely wide range of books, so the bookshop here is really fantastic. But importantly, they get to hear direct from authors and they can ask them questions. I've just been in a session just now where the young people in the audience asked some really interesting and searching questions of the author, and it's very hard to get the opportunity to do that. Although you can do that online, it isn't the same as being in person. It just isn't the same, yeah.
So, as a librarian, you all obviously have this inherent love for books. So, can you tell us how books have changed your life and shaped who you are?
Yes, I've been working. I'm actually retired now, but I do a lot of things to do with children's books still because I can't stop. I suppose they've really taken over my life. Really, I realised I wanted to be a librarian when I was still at school. I decided I wanted to particularly work with children and young people when I was training to be a librarian, and I've always done things to do with children's books, both inside and outside of work. I've got 2 children of my own and a grandchild now, so I'm sharing books obviously with them too. Yeah.
And as a juror on the NBA Book Awards, can you give us a little insight into what goes into analysing these books critically?
Right. Well, there's such a wide range, so it is quite hard. That is quite a hard question to answer, really. Yeah. Well, we all read. There's 9 of us on the jury. We're all coming from different backgrounds. There are other librarians on the jury, but we've all got different. Actually, got different cultural backgrounds, but also different professional backgrounds. So that's quite important, I think. And just. Reading the books really thoroughly, we discussed them a lot. I certainly changed my mind about some of the books based on what some of the other people said. So that's really important, having that discussion. It's not just, you couldn't just have 1 or 2 people deciding an award. It really needs to be a group of people, and certainly the books that got onto the shortlist that I wouldn't have predicted would have got there at the beginning. I'm not going to say which ones, obviously, but it's. My view changed through the discussion. So I think, that's the best thing I can say, really.
And you mentioned you have children and grandchildren. So can you tell us how books have maybe affected your relationship with them and built that?
Oh, yeah. So, from when they were very small, my children are are age 43 and 36 now. But I read to them from when they were very small, and we carried on reading together, particularly my younger child, carried on reading with them till they were in their teens, and we read to each other. We went to book. In fact, he came to Neev with me 2 years ago, and now I've got a grandchild who's nearly 2. So again, his mother's sharing books with him a lot. He loves books about the sea for some reason. It's just 1 or 2 books that have particularly influenced him, I think. So I'm just enjoying seeing him developing a love of books as well. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I hope that was okay.
Hi, who am I here with?
So I'm Preeti. I am the director for early years and the principal for Neev Academy.
Now, a festival like NLF is obviously extremely unique. Can you tell us why you think it's important for young children?
This is the 8th, festival, and the whole idea behind is, making reading cool, because it gives so much to us. It's one of those things that's fun. It's enjoyable, it's good for your head and body, and so it has all positives. And of course the whole idea is to have curated books, authors for children to come in, interact with them, have the whole experience and make reading cool.
And as a reader, how do you think reading has shaped your life?
So I've been a very avid reader since I was very young. I've read everything. I don't have preferences. Even now, if I can lay my hand on any kind of reading, I do that. I would like to have more time. How it has shaped me is, I think that's my go-to thing, to keep myself calm, to keep myself, mentally engaged. And also, it's in my room that I can go anywhere in the world when I read.
And you said you were the director for early years, so you have a perspective working with young children that a lot of people may not have. So how do you think that has shaped how you perceive a festival like NLF?
So children learn a lot by what they see around them, not just what they hear. So that whole experience of, having books in their classes, having stories every day as part of their life, I think we have created enough opportunities for children, and we do see, this is the time, this year we see a lot of even toddlers who've come in for the NLF for story sessions and to buy books.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All the best.
Okay, hi, so we're here with
Jay.
So as a volunteer this year, why do you think being part of NLF or coming to NLF is important?
So coming to NLF is really important because of the multiple authors that exist. They really give you a very big overview and different perspectives on their books and why they started writing. And it also helps many people learn different stories and understand different perspectives in multiple ways that could really help them.
And what does being part of NLF mean to you?
To me, it means a lot because I personally have learned a lot, and ever since I've been coming, since I was a child, I've been learning a lot, and I've started reading books a lot because of NLF, which have really helped me gain insight on the real world and the multiple perspectives that exist.
Yeah, and so now in the age of AI or social media, why do you think it's important for us to read books? Like, why should everyone read?
I think because of things like AI, people often miss out on critical thinking skills or just don't do things by themselves. But by reading books, they sort of put themselves in a mindset to explore new things and sort of create new explorations for them to create new areas for them to explore, which is very important.
Yeah. Could you tell us your favorite genre and why it's your favorite genre?
My favorite genre personally is crime or mystery because of all the suspense and tension that exists, and it's really cool to figure out who's the murderer or things like that.
And could you recommend a book to the audience?
A really good book is Skullduggery Pleasant. It's sort of a book about mythical creatures, and it's mystery and non-fiction. It's mystery and fiction in a sense, and it's really good.
All right, thank you.
Hi, could you please introduce yourself?
I'm Soumya. I illustrated Balu's Big Win and a few other books over here.
So, what does NLF mean to you as an author, a writer, illustrator, in fact?
NLF has been a lot of doors opened for me. Last year I was just a visitor, I registered, and even that, the people I met opened a bunch of doors for me that have been, that'll bear fruit for many years still. And this year has just been a dream. So I can't imagine how many things I'll get to do after this.
What do you think? Why do festivals like NLF matter for young readers or young children?
Honestly, I would have loved to come to something like this when I was a kid because I knew I liked to write and I liked to draw a lot. Getting to hear from people where I could see their work, I could hear them talk about how they got there. I think it's incredibly, it's inspiring, and it can really fast track how you think about making your own things. And then by the time you're actually getting around to doing nice big projects, you have already so much wisdom that you imbibed when you were younger. So I think it's really wonderful that this happens.
With respect to Balu's Big Win, what do you hope that readers take away from that book?
I've seen people focus on all kinds of things in that, because some people just like the cricket, and some people feel deeply represented in the class struggle or the caste struggle that's in the book. I think, above all, it's a book about persevering against unfathomable odds. And I think no matter what struggle someone is dealing with, one, they take away that the willingness to persevere. And two, I hope that people do think about caste in the modern day as well. I hope it makes them reflect and think about it a little bit. I hope that children find it an approachable way to learn about what that is, how it was, how it still exists.
From grade 6 onwards, Balu's Big Win was a big hit, I must have to say. And it was really nice talking to you, and congratulations. Thank you.
Who am I here with?
Hi, I'm Sneha Ipe. I'm one of the founders of the Neev Lit Fest and a parent of the school.
And you mentioned you're a parent, so how do you think reading has shaped your relationship with your child?
Well, I have read to my kids. I have 3 children. I have read to them as little babies. In fact, from the time they were in my tummy as well. It's one thing to read to them. I hope that it has impacted them in some way. Even if children fall off the grid and stop reading at some point, I have a feeling that it does come back. So, and it does, I don't know, I think you become sensitive as a human being. You start to experience other worlds that are magical. And I think you become a more empathetic person as a reader.
And you mentioned you're the founder of NLF. What inspired you to come up with such a unique event itself?
So I'm one of the founders. This was an idea that Kavita Sabharwal had for the school. And there were 3 others that were part of the team. And we believe that the school must have a program like this where reading is central to what we do. And it felt like that we had our heart in the right place, because reading is such an interesting thing to give to the next generation. And if they develop a habit, and a love for reading, then it becomes, I think, the biggest thing that you can reward a child. So it felt like the right cause, and we just started, and we are in our 9th year now. So it's a matter of great pride to see how this festival has grown.
Thank you so much. Hi, who am I here with?
I'm Manjunath Naikar. I'm father of Vedant NK, grade 9A.
And how has the NLF experience been for you till
It's
now?
been fantastic. I'm a huge fan of books. In fact, when I was growing up, books did most of the heavy lift as far as my knowledge acquisition is concerned. And having played Swami in Malgudi days myself, R.K. Narayan is one of the most iconic books. I have a very special attachment to books, and therefore having a great time now looking around.
And as a parent, do you think that books have affected your relationship with your child?
Absolutely. See, books, though we have visual media through social media and all that, but the way books can fire up one's imagination is far, far, far more better, and it gives rise to creativity and a lot of visual imagination, kicks in. So, of course, he and my son and are able to talk about books and relate to each other. Like I tell him about the older day books, how life was when I was growing up. So a lot of things that we communicate with each other, books have definitely helped.
And a quick fun question, what is your favorite kind of book and like a book that you would want to live inside, that kind of genre?
Enid Blyton series. I'm still a kid at heart, so I love all the Enid Blyton series, and of course Tintin, Obelix. I'm more a comic guy. The the bigger books are like your Wilbur Smith, Michael Keaton, especially Wilbur Smith's Elephant Song is one of my all-time favorite. And yeah, there are a lot more when it comes to books.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Very kind of you to have interviewed me. Thanks.
Okay, so hi. As a parent, what does NLF or like being part of NLF mean to you guys?
So hi, we from Mumbai, and our kids have taken part in the NLF Reading Challenge, and they're now in the finalist, and they're going to participate in the final round of the contest, which is being held today. So we are really looking forward to watching them, and this entire setup has been so fabulous. Like this whole world of books has the entire journey has been really good, and yeah, they'll also add something.
I think NLF means books, reading, debating,
Everything
and
together.
Everything
together.
Yes, I think it's all of us, and it's got us together as a group as well, even our
Yeah,
kids.
I mean, we are very happy with the whole teamwork that NLF has got the kids. They were anyway readers, so for them it was the most exciting thing to have like a reading challenge and actually come here and experience it.
And I think it's also opened up new genres, because I don't think our kids were reading these genres, so it's been really nice for us.
These books have grown onto our kids throughout, from the beginning to the end right now. Now they're picking up those same books which they've read even out here.
Alright, so as readers, have books affected your relationship with your children in any way?
Yes, so there are some books which, my daughter used to come and get them and ask questions, and we kind of debated. So there was one book particular, like say Dream Hunters, and written by Nazima Pathan, I think, and there's some mention of this village in Songad from where she's based, the Citadel. So it was very interesting because her great-grandmother used to live there, and she had no idea, and we got to discussing about her family, inheritance and stories of the past, all thanks to the book. Likewise, there were many books like that, which kind of open up different channels of discussion with the kids, which we would have not otherwise thought of.
So I think topics like orphans were discussed. Also different accents. You had authors from different countries, so Scottish accent and British accent. So that was nice. I think it opened him up to those genres.
My son just mentioned to me the funny stuff, and we would sit and have a hearty laugh at it when we were eating at the table. So that's what we did.
So now in the age of AI and social media, which is like grown, why do you think it's crucial for any kid or your kids to read books?
So AI will, AI is good, like kind of a more mechanical kind of, doesn't have a personal touch. And the books can totally, expand their imagination, their creativity. They get lost in the world of books that they are in, like, whichever book they pick up, they are like totally, into that particular.
They travel to that, into that book really.
So I think AI is making us more handicapped. Like I stop thinking, I just go to AI and get the answers. I'm not opening that up to my kid yet because they need to yet think. They're very young. So
Is there any one book you would like to recommend to the audience?
So I think my daughter would like me to say that because she loved How to Win Election by Menika Raman, which is a part of the challenge, and she totally loved the book. I don't know how many times she's read that, and even Many Meanings of Melan. I think Many Meanings have been a favorite for all the three kids. But yeah, so these two books I would say, and I'm sure she has one very special book.
So honestly, his best book has been I Am Rebel. But today, yesterday at the session, he was obsessed with ghost stories, and the author, what is his name?
Suresh Ariar.
Suresh Ariar. He's really in love with him.
I think, yeah, he idolized
My
him.
son's favorite is, which one was his? I'm Wolf. We even bought I'm Raven, the one after that, right now. So he went and picked that and finished reading it already last night.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you.
So what does NLF mean to you as a student of Neev Academy?
So NLF is like a magical place where you can find like new books and stuff. It's also like a really nice place for me to explore and like find out different genres since like I'm a big reader myself.
That's awesome. Did you attend yesterday? Yes. So what was your favorite part about yesterday's session?
I quite liked how they would. So I went for the session Secret Missions Open Courage, and I quite liked how they explained about the history and like how Indian struggles were there and like how women had to fight and stuff like that. So I found that really informative, and I found out a lot of things that I didn't know before.
So what was one book or one masterclass that you would recommend for people joining us today?
I would actually recommend joining us today. I'm going for Royal Lore. I think it will be really nice, and I hope to see a lot of more people there too.
Thank you so much.
Who am I here with?
I'm Riti.
And have you volunteered for NLF this year?
Yes, I volunteered.
So as a volunteer, what perspective of NLF do you have that someone attending NLF may not get?
Although NLF seems very tranquil and docile on the surface, as a volunteer I saw the backstage and the planning that went through it, and it was actually really chaotic to put together such a perfect event.
And are you a reader, an avid reader?
I am an avid reader.
So what kind of books do you enjoy, and why do you enjoy such books?
I like reading dystopian fiction because it's really immersive, especially after doing a lot of math.
Yeah. And tell us about your favorite book, and which book you'd like to immerse yourself into as a character.
My favorite book would be The Handmaid's Tale because it's really well written. It's not just a vilification of religion and control. It's just beautifully crafted, but I would not want to immerse myself in there. It'd probably be one of like the children's books here that I would want to immerse myself into.
Thank you. Hi, who am I here with?
I'm Dr. Devika Rangachari. I'm a historian and a writer. I write largely gender-based historical fiction for young adults.
As an author, obviously when you read, the lens through which you analyze books is slightly different from like a normal person reading a book. So can you tell us that how has this affected your reading journey and how you like perceive books itself?
I think books are my life. It has shaped me as a person. It has shaped my career. It has informed, I think, most of the choices I've made in my life. For me, books are everything. And I was always a voracious reader. I still am a voracious reader. In fact, I'm more a reader than a writer. I think I like to read anything and everything I can lay my hands on, trying to explore new genres, new writers, new ways of conveying situations that resonate with me. So I'm always, in fact, I just bought some 15 books at the bookshop. and my publisher was firmly dragging me away because she said that's enough, and so she was taking me away when you found me.
Okay. And what does a festival like NLF mean to you itself, like as a reader and a writer?
I think as a reader and a writer, this is tremendously important because to be here celebrating books and reading and this literary world for 2 days is something that is special, it's precious, and it's almost like a comfort zone. It's where you meet your fellow authors, your friends, illustrators, everybody who makes books what they are, and you carry this warm feeling in your heart for a long time afterwards because it actually endorses the work that you do. You feel good and you feel inspired to write more and contribute more to this field, and it's a wonderfully invigorating feeling.
And what do you think a festival like NLF means for young readers like us?
I think reading, as I said, is everything, and it's really important that everyone reads because it will transform you in ways that you never realize, and in very positive ways. So for young readers like you, I think it's very important that it's giving so much importance. This festival is giving so much importance to books, and the fact that we can just take time off to just celebrate books and reading and the entire world. And I think that it's a kind of heaven, a paradise for young readers, and you should make the most of it and meet the creators of your books, pick up books that you like, and just revel in this world.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, hi. So can you all state your name?
My name is Samara.
My name is Dean.
My name is Kian.
And where have you guys come from for the NLF Reading Challenge?
Mumbai.
Okay. How has the process been preparing for and reaching the position of finalist in the NLF Reading Challenge?
It's been really
One by one.
It has been really fun. Just to get at this level has just been amazing.
It's been really fun, but also kind of hard to keep up with studies and doing the reading. So, books also take up a long time. We study for our exams, and we're currently missing one right now, and that's what's exciting. And plus, reading the books takes a good part of your day, and you can spend your free time productively instead of being on your screens.
That's a good response. So, how confident are you guys for the finals today?
We are confident, a bit nervous, but we think we can do it.
Like 80% or something.
We are confident, but we should not be too overconfident because then the wrong thing might happen.
Yeah. So what has been your favorite book so far?
It's kind of hard, but I'll take How to Win an Election by Menaka Raman.
I like fantasy fiction, so I'll take Alex vs. Axel.
I like two of the books, Many Meanings of Milan by Andrea Wang and I Am Rebel by Ross Montgomery.
That's awesome. Good luck to you guys.
Thank you.
Okay, hi, so what are your names?
Natalia Jujal.
My name is Adyant. My name's Nirbhay. Okay, and all of you all are part of the reading challenge. So what drove you all to be part of the reading challenge? Like, what inspired you guys?
We've been participating for 3 years and now we're in the finals.
Yeah, so first we came across it from our school, and then we really enjoyed it. So from then on, we started reading books, and it's a really good experience. Like, it teaches me how like dedication also, and also like how to deal with pressure.
Yeah, it really encourages us to read. It really encourages us to read books, and we read a lot of books. So, yeah, we did this. And what does being part of NLF or being part of the reading challenge mean to you guys as individuals?
Well, it's changed me a lot as a reader. It's made me more dedicated and devoted to reading.
Yeah, it's helped me learn from books, like why are books written, how to write books. So hopefully I can write my book when I grow up.
It's introduced me to a lot of books, and we used to do it since 4th grade, so we keep on, we do it more. Okay, can you all name one of your favorite genres and why it's your favorite genre?
Well, mine is fantasy fiction. It helps me explore different worlds, which I really like.
I like realistic fiction because you can really connect to it in your daily life and also learn things that you can do in your life. And yeah, it helps us connect and reflect.
I also like fantasy fiction because there's a lot of room for creativity.
Okay, can you all suggest one book to the audience, like one of your favorite books? No, any book.
I'd say Percy Jackson.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say, does it have to be from the list or?
Your favorite book.
My favorite book. My favorite book is Bad Dad by David Walliams.
Yeah, I would say Super Sleuth by David Walliams.
All right, thank you so much and good luck for your reading challenge.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, who am I here with?
My name's Anne Lazim. I'm a librarian from the UK and I'm on the Neev Book Award jury. That's what's brought me here, yeah.
So, as someone who works with children who are reading constantly, why do you think a festival like NLF is important for young readers?
Well, because they get a chance to see a lovely wide range of books, you know, so the bookshop here is really fantastic. But importantly, they get to hear direct from authors and they can ask them questions. I've just been in a session just now where the young people in the audience asked some really interesting and searching questions of the author, and it's very hard to get the opportunity to do that. Although you can do that online, it isn't the same as being in person. It just isn't the same, yeah.
So, as a librarian, you all obviously have this inherent love for books. So, can you tell us how books have changed your life and shaped who you are?
Well, yes, I've been working. I'm actually retired now, but I do a lot of things to do with children's books still because I can't stop. You know, well, I suppose they've really taken over my life. Really, I realised I wanted to be a librarian when I was still at school. I decided I wanted to particularly work with children and young people when I was training to be a librarian, and I've always done things to do with children's books, both inside and outside of work. I've got 2 children of my own and a grandchild now, so I'm sharing books obviously with them too. Yeah.
And as a juror on the NBA Book Awards, can you give us a little insight into what goes into analysing these books critically?
Right. Well, there's such a wide range, so it is quite hard. That is quite a hard question to answer, really. Yeah. Well, we all read. There's 9 of us on the jury. We're all coming from different backgrounds. There are other librarians on the jury, but we've all got different. Actually, got different cultural backgrounds, but also different professional backgrounds. So that's quite important, I think. And just. Reading the books really thoroughly, we discussed them a lot. I certainly changed my mind about some of the books based on what some of the other people said. So that's really important, having that discussion. It's not just, you couldn't just have 1 or 2 people deciding an award. It really needs to be a group of people, and certainly the books that got onto the shortlist that I wouldn't have predicted would have got there at the beginning. I'm not going to say which ones, obviously, but my view changed through the discussion. So I think, that's the best thing I can say, really.
And you mentioned you have children and grandchildren. So can you tell us how books have maybe affected your relationship with them and built that?
Oh, yeah. So, from when they were very small, my children are age 43 and 36 now. But I read to them from when they were very small, and we carried on reading together, particularly my younger child. I carried on reading with them till they were in their teens, and we read to each other. We went to book. In fact, he came to Neev with me 2 years ago, and now I've got a grandchild who's nearly 2. So again, his mother's sharing books with him a lot. He loves books about the sea for some reason. It's just 1 or 2 books that have particularly influenced him, I think. So I'm just enjoying seeing him developing a love of books as well. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah, I hope that was okay.
Hi, who am I here with?
So I'm Preeti. I am the director for early years and the principal for Neev Academy.
Now, a festival like NLF is obviously extremely unique. Can you tell us why you think it's important for young children?
This is the 8th, festival, and the whole idea behind is, making reading cool, because it gives so much to us. It's one of those things that's fun. It's enjoyable, it's good for your head and body, and yeah, so it has all positives. And of course, the whole idea is to have curated books, authors for children to come in, interact with them, have the whole experience, and make reading cool.
And as a reader, how do you think reading has shaped your life?
So I've been a very avid reader since I was very young. I mean, I've read everything. I don't have preferences. Even now, if I can lay my hand on any kind of reading, I do that. I would like to have more time. How it has shaped me is, I think that's my go-to thing to keep myself calm, to keep myself, mentally engaged, and also it's in my room that I can go anywhere in the world when I read.
And you said you were the director for early years, so you have a perspective working with young children that a lot of people may not have. So how do you think that has shaped how you perceive a festival like NLF?
So children learn a lot by what they see around them, not just what they hear. So that whole experience of having books in their classes, having stories every day as part of their life, I think we have created enough opportunities for children, and we do see. I mean, this is the time. This year we see a lot of even toddlers who've come in for the NLF for story sessions and to buy books.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All the best.
Okay, hi. So we're here with.
Jay.
So as a volunteer this year, why do you think being part of NLF or coming to NLF is important?
So coming to NLF is really important because of the multiple authors that exist. They really give you a very big overview and different perspectives on their books and why they started writing. And it also helps many people learn different stories and understand different perspectives in multiple ways that could really help them.
And what does being part of NLF mean to you?
To me, it means a lot because I personally have learned a lot, and ever since that I've been coming, since I was a child, I've been learning a lot, and I've started reading books a lot because of NLF, which have really helped me gain insight on the real world and the multiple perspectives that exist.
Yeah, and so now in the age of AI or social media, why do you think it's important for us to read books? Like, why should everyone read?
I think because of things like AI, people often miss out on critical thinking skills or just don't do things by themselves. But by reading books, they sort of put themselves in a mindset to explore new things and sort of create new explorations for them to create new areas for them to explore, which is very important.
Yeah. Could you tell us your favorite genre and why it's your favorite genre?
My favorite genre personally is crime or mystery because of all the suspense and tension that exists, and it's really cool to figure out who's the murderer or things like that.
And could you recommend a book to the audience?
A really good book is Skullduggery Pleasant. It's sort of a book about mythical creatures, and it's mystery and non-fiction. It's mystery and fiction in a sense, and it's really good.
All right, thank you.
Hi, could you please introduce yourself?
Hi. I'm Soumya. I illustrated Balu's Big Win and a few other books over here.
So, what does NLF mean to you as an author, a writer, illustrator, in fact?
NLF has been a lot of doors opened for me. Last year I was just a visitor, I registered, and even that, the people I met opened a bunch of doors for me that have been, that'll bear fruit for many years still. And this year has just been a dream, so I can't imagine how many things I'll get to do after this.
What do you think? Why do festivals like NLF matter for young readers? Young children?
Honestly, I would have loved to come to something like this when I was a kid because I knew I liked to write and I liked to draw a lot. Getting to hear from people where I could see their work, I could hear them talk about how they got there. I think it's incredibly it's inspiring, and it can really fast track how you think about making your own things. And then by the time you're actually getting around to doing nice big projects, you have already so much wisdom that you imbibed when you were younger. So I think it's really wonderful that this happens.
With respect to Balu's Big Win, what do you hope that readers take away from that book?
I've seen people focus on all kinds of things in that, because some people just like the cricket, and some people feel deeply represented in the class struggle or the caste struggle that's in the book. I think above all, it's a book about persevering against unfathomable odds. And I think no matter what struggle someone is dealing with, one, they take away that the willingness to persevere. And two, I hope that people do think about caste in the modern day as well. I hope it makes them reflect and think about it a little bit. I hope that children find it an approachable way to learn about what that is, how it was, how it still exists.
In our from grade 6 onwards, Ballu's Big Win was a big hit, I must have to say. And it was really nice talking to you, and congratulations. Thank you.
Who am I here with?
Hi, I'm Sneha Ipe. I am one of the founders of the Neev Lit Fest and a parent of the school.
And you mentioned you're a parent, so how do you think reading has shaped your relationship with your child?
Well, I have read to my kids. I have 3 children. I have read to them as little babies. In fact, from the time they were in my tummy as well. It's one thing to read to them. I hope that it has impacted them in some way. Even if children fall off the grid and stop reading at some point, I have a feeling that it does come back. So, and it does. I don't know. I think you become sensitive as a human being. You start to experience other worlds that are magical. And I think you become a more empathetic person as a reader.
And you mentioned you're the founder of NLF. What inspired you to come up with such a unique event itself?
So I'm one of the founders. This was an idea that Kavita Sabharwal had for the school. And there were 3 others that were part of the team. And we believe that the school must have a program like this where reading is central to what we do. And it felt like that we had our heart in the right place, because reading is such an interesting thing to give to the next generation. And if they develop a habit and a love for reading, then it becomes, I think, the biggest thing that you can reward a child. So it felt like the right cause, and we just started, and we are in our 9th year now. So it's a matter of great pride to see how this festival has grown.
Thank you so much. Hi, who am I here with?
I'm Manjunath Naikar. I'm father of Vedant NK, grade 9A.
And how has the NLF experience been for you till
It's
now?
been fantastic. I'm a huge fan of books. In fact, when I was growing up, books did most of the heavy lift as far as my knowledge acquisition is concerned. And having played Swami in Malgudi days myself, R.K. Narayan's one of the most iconic books. I have a very special attachment to books, and therefore having a great time now looking around.
And as a parent, do you think that books have affected your relationship with your child?
Absolutely. See, books, though we have visual media through social media and all that, but the way books can fire up one's imagination is far, far, far more better, and it gives rise to creativity, and a lot of visual imagination, kicks in. So, of course, he and my son and I are able to talk about books and relate to each other. Like I tell him about the older day books, how life was when I was growing up. So a lot of things that we communicate with each other. Books have definitely helped.
And a quick fun question, what is your favorite kind of book, and like a book that you would want to live inside, that kind of genre?
Enid Blyton series. I'm still a kid at heart, so I love all the Enid Blyton series, and of course Tintin, Obelix. I'm more a comic guy. The the bigger books are like your Wilbur Smith, Michael Keaton, especially Wilbur Smith's Elephant Song is one of my all-time favorite. And yeah, there are a lot more when it comes to books.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Very kind of you to have interviewed me. Thanks.
Okay, so hi. As a parent, what does NLF or like being part of NLF mean to you guys?
So hi, we from Mumbai, and our kids have taken part in the NLF Reading Challenge, and they are now in the finalist, and they're going to participate in the final round of the contest, which is being held today. So we are really looking forward to watching them, and this entire setup has been so fabulous. Like this whole world of books has the entire journey has been really good, and yeah, they'll also add something.
I think NLF means books, reading, debating,
Everything
and
together.
Everything
together.
Yes,
Put
I
us
think
all
it's all of
together.
us, and it's got us together as a group as well, even our
Yeah,
kids.
I mean, we are very happy with the whole teamwork that NLF has got the kids. They were anyway readers, so for them it was the most exciting thing to have like a reading challenge and actually come here and experience it.
And I think it's also opened up new genres because I don't think our kids were reading these genres, so it's been really nice for us.
These books have grown onto our kids throughout, from the beginning to the end right now. Now they're picking up those same books which they've read even out here.
All right, so as readers, have books affected your relationship with your children in any way?
Yes, so there are some books which, my daughter used to come and get them and ask questions, and we kind of debated. So there was one book particular, like say Dream Hunters, and written by Nazima Pathan, I think, and there's some mention of this village in Songad from where she's based, the Citadel. So it was very interesting because her great-grandmother used to live there, and she had no idea, and we got to discussing about her family, inheritance and stories of the past, all thanks to the book. Likewise, there were many books like that, which kind of open up different channels of discussion with the kids, which we would have not otherwise thought of.
So for I think topics like orphans were discussed. Also different accents. You had authors from different countries, so Scottish accent and British accent. So that was nice. I think it opened him up to those genres.
My son just mentioned to me the funny stuff, and we would sit and have a hearty laugh at it when we were eating at the table. So that's what we did.
So now in the age of AI and social media, which is like grown, why do you think it's crucial for any kid or your kids to read books?
So AI will, AI is good, like kind of a more mechanical kind of, doesn't have a personal touch. And the books can totally, expand their imagination, their creativity. They get lost in the world of books that they are in, like, whichever book they pick up, they are like totally, into that particular.
They travel into that book really.
So I think AI is making us more handicapped. Like I stop thinking, I just go to AI and get the answers. I'm not opening that up to my kid yet because they need to yet think. They're very young. So,
Is there any one book you would like to recommend to the audience?
So I think my daughter would like me to say that because she loved How to Win Election by Menaka Raman, which is a part of the challenge, and she totally loved the book. I don't know how many times she's read that, and even Many Meanings of Melan. I think Many Meanings have been a favorite for all the three kids. But so these two books I would say, and I'm sure she has one very special book.
so honestly, his best book has been I Am Rebel. But today, yesterday at the session, he was obsessed with ghost stories and the author. What is his name?
Suresh Ariar.
Suresh Ariar. He's really in love with him.
I think, he's idolizing
My
him.
son's favorite is, which one was his? I'm Wolf. We even bought I'm Raven, the one after that right now. So he went and picked that and finished reading it already last night.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you.
So what does NLF mean to you as a student of Neev Academy?
So NLF is like a magical place where you can find like new books and stuff. It's also like a really nice place for me to explore and like find out different genres since like I'm a big reader myself.
That's awesome. Did you attend yesterday? Yes. What was your favorite part about yesterday's session?
I quite liked how they would. So I went for the session Secret Missions Open Courage, and I quite liked how they explained about the history and like how Indian struggles were there and like how women had to fight and stuff like that. So I found that really informative, and I found out a lot of things that I didn't know before.
So what was one book or one masterclass that you would recommend for people joining us today?
I would actually recommend joining us today. I'm going for Royal Lore. I think it will be really nice, and I hope to see a lot of more people there too.
Thank you so much.
Who am I here with?
I'm Ritti.
And have you volunteered for NLF this year?
Yes, I volunteered.
So, as a volunteer, what perspective of NLF do you have that someone attending NLF may not get?
Although NLF seems very tranquil and docile on the surface, as a volunteer, I saw the backstage and the planning that went through it, and it was actually really chaotic to put together such a perfect event.
And are you a reader, an avid reader?
I am an avid reader.
So, what kind of books do you enjoy, and why do you enjoy such books?
I like reading dystopian fiction because it's really immersive, especially after doing a lot of math.
Yeah. And tell us about your favorite book and which book you'd like to immerse yourself into as a character.
My favorite book would be The Handmaid's Tale because it's really well written. It's not just a vilification of religion and control. It's just beautifully crafted, but I would not want to immerse myself in there. It'd probably be one of like the children's books here that I would want to immerse myself into.
Thank you.
Science meets history or true crime or archaeology, something magical happens. These intersections expand how we see the world. They don't just fuel curiosity, but they invite us to ask different kinds of questions and to connect the dots between disciplines. And once we begin to see science this way, and not in isolation, but in dialogue with stories, mysteries, and cultures, it opens the door to even more possibilities.
So, what other intersections might bring science alive for the young at heart and for the young? That is exactly the question that today's conversation sets out to explore. We are fortunate to have two remarkable speakers with us. First, we have Sam Keane.
To begin with, we have Sam Keane. Mr. Keane is the New York Times best-selling author of 6 books, including The Ice Pick Surgeon, The Bastard Brigade, The Dueling Neurosurgeons, and The Disappearing Spoons, joining us all the way from Washington, D.C. He edited The Best American Nature and Science Writing in 2018, and his work has appeared in The New Yorker, The Atlantic Monthly, The New York Times Magazine, and Slate. His stories have been featured on NPR's Radio Lab, Science Friday, All Things Considered, and Fresh Air. His podcast, The Disappearing Spoon, debuted at #1 on the iTunes Science charts.
Along with him, we have Janvi Falki. I'm so sorry if I said that wrong. Who we recently welcomed for an insightful ideas.
हेलो हाय
हाय
सब सो गए शायद खाना खा के
खाना हो गया? अरे आप आगे आकर बैठो, आपको दिखेगा नहीं वहां से। जो पीछे बैठे हैं लोग प्लीज आगे आ जाओ। हाँ, तो अब आपके सामने हम जो कहानी प्रस्तुत करने वाले हैं उसका नाम है अप्पू कुट्टन को तौले कैसे।
और इसका राइटिंग किया है इंदु हरि कुमार इन्होंने। तो पेश की जाए कहानी।
ठीक है,
सब रेडी? यस, थैंक यू।
तो साहिबान, कदरदान, मेहरबान, अब दिल थाम के बैठिए,
क्योंकि आपके सामने पेश होने जा रही है एक मशहूर कहानी।
अरे
पपलू,
अरे टपलू,
अरे
हाँ। अरे
अरे
हाँ।
क्या पपलू,
क्या
कहा था इतने दिन से?
अरे कहा था मतलब?
हाँ?
बच्चों को कहानियां सुनाते सुनाते घूम रहा था।
क्या बात कर रहा है?
हाँ।
हाँ, तो फिर यहाँ के बच्चों को भी सुनाए क्या कहानी?
सुनाते हैं।
सुनाते हैं?
चलो
निकाल निकाल तेरी जेब में से कहानी निकाल।
अरे गुदगुली क्या कर रहा है?
अरे कहानी निकाल।
कहानी?
हाँ।
जेब से?
जेब से?
अरे
क्या?
अरे मेरी जेब तो फटी हुई है।
फटी हुई है?
हाँ, तो मतलब आते आते सारी कहानियां गिर गई होगी।
क्या पपलू?
अरे अब क्या करें?
फटेली जेब लेके आया तू?
हाँ, तेरी जेब में से कुछ निकाल।
मेरी जेब में?
हाँ।
मेरे को तो जेबिश नहीं।
जेबिश नहीं?
हाँ।
तो अब क्या करेंगे?
क्या करेंगे?
एक काम करते हैं।
क्या?
हवा में से कहानी निकालते हैं।
हवा में से कहानी?
जादू से।
जादू से कहानी?
हाँ,
कैसे?
जादू से। आबरा का डाबरा गिली 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 छू, मिल गई कहानी।
मिल गई?
हाँ।
कैसे?
तो कहानी है ये एक खास राज्य की।
अच्छा।
हाँ।
तो फिर मुझे भी दे दे।
ले।
हाँ। हाँ। खुशहाल और संपन्न राज्य की।
हाँ। और जवाबों की दुनिया की।
हाँ।
हाँ।
जहाँ सवाल पैदा हुए ही नहीं, लोग जवाब ढूंढने में लग जाते थे।
अरे हाँ।
हाँ।
कोई भी सवाल हाथ से छूटता नहीं था।
जैसे कि
इंसान को आंखें कितनी है?
कितनी है?
2।
दो।
ओके।
हाँ।
और टीथ?
दांत?
32।
हाँ।
ओके। और टंग? टंग 1। और टंग से निकलने वाले वर्ड्स कितने हैं? 100,000। अरे वाह
वाह वाह वाह वाह वाह, बहुत होशियार है।
हाँ। तो कोई भी सवाल छूटता नहीं था।
हाँ।
लेकिन एक दिन एक सवाल ऐसा आया, जिसने खलबली मचा दी। खलबली। अरे लोग थमे। बाल नोचे। और उन्होंने कहा,
अब इसको कैसे सुलझाए?
कैसे सुलझाए? हाँ। क्या? हाँ।
तो हुआ यूं कि सबसे छोटे नन्हे राजकुमार अप्पू कुट्टन को नाश्ता करा रहे थे। हाँ। उधर अप्पू कुट्टन लजीज नाश्ता गड़पने में लगे थे, और तभी राजकुमार के मन में एक कीड़ा कुलबुलाया। उसका सवाल था बहुत सरल और साधा। उसे बस ये जानना चाहता था,
अरे इस अप्पू कुट्टन का वजन कितना होगा?
हाँ। उसका ये सवाल सुनकर नौकर भी हड़बड़ा गए।
हाँ।
वो बोले, इस सवाल का जवाब देना तो बहुत ही कठिन है राजकुमार।
तो जल्द ही ये सवाल राज दरबार से निकलकर घरों, खेतों और मैदानों में जा पहुंचा।
हाँ।
लोग सोचने लगे कि अप्पू कुट्टन को तौले कैसे?
क्या तराजू नहीं थे उनके पास?
क्या वेइंग मशीन नहीं थे उनके पास, जिस पर खड़ा करके अप्पू कुट्टन को तौला जा सकता था?
हाँ, तराजू तो थे।
हाँ। और तो और खास तराजू बनाए भी गए,
पर कुछ अप्पू के लिए छोटे पड़ गए,
और कुछ अप्पू के पैर रखते ही टूट गए।
अरे इनको बताना पड़ेगा ना कुछ ना कुछ।
हाँ तो बताओ।
हाँ।
अरे
सुनेंगे या खेलेंगे?
हाँ, तो अब तक तो आप लोग समझ गए होंगे कि यहाँ बात किसकी हो रही है।
बताओ किसकी
हो रही है बात?
अरे मतलब अप्पू कौन है?
कौन है अप्पू?
कौन है अप्पू कुट्टन?
एंड सुना?
एलिफेंट। और कोई ऐसा वैसा सादा हाथी नहीं, शाही घराने का शाही हाथी।
हाँ। और शाही हाथी के वजन का विषय शाही चिंता का विषय बन गया।
अब अप्पू कुट्टन को
तौले। क्या बोला? ठीक से बोल।
मैं बोला,
तू सही बोला ना? हाँ तो
अब अप्पू कुट्टन को कैसे?
फिर से?
अरे
तौले कैसे? नाम क्या था? तौले कैसे ना?
अरे ये तो अप्पू कुट्टन ने सब गड़बड़ कर दी रे।
फिर से।
अब अप्पू कुट्टन को तौले कैसे?
हाँ, ये सही बात है।
ये तो बड़ा आसान है।
कौन बोला?
कौन बोला? इधर बोला क्या? कौन?
तू बोला। तू बोला।
अरे वो देख।
अरे ये तो अपनी मीनू है।
हाँ, और तुझे पता है ये मीनू बहुत समझदार लड़की है
और होशियार भी है। हाँ।
ये तो बड़ा आसान है।
कैसे? अरे मुझे भी। हाँ, तो सभी चल दिए दरबार की ओर। मीनू ने राजा को सब बात बता दी। राजा ने सुना सुना और सोचा सोचा और कहा,
सुनो,
हाँ,
इस लड़की के आदेशों का पालन किया जाए।
जी महाराज।
हाथी तुले ना तुले, लेकिन लड़की का
सूझबूझ,
हाँ 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 हाँ,
वाह भाई वाह,
लाजवाब।
जी महाराज।
हाँ,
तो अब सभी चल दिए नदी की ओर। मीनू, अप्पू कुट्टन और दरबारी।
चलो।
धप
धप धप हाथी चले, सब सोचे कैसे तोले। धप 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 हाथी चले, सब सोचे कैसे तोले।
आप भी ताली बजाइए।
धप धप हाथी चले, सब सोचे कैसे तोले।
धप
धप धप हाथी चले, सब सोचे कैसे तोले।
अप्पू कुट्टन को एक नाव में खड़ा किया गया। फिर धीरे धीरे नाव डूबने लगी। फिर जहां तक नाव रुकी वहां एक निशान लगा दिया गया। जहां तक नाव पानी में डूबी हुई थी। फिर अप्पू कुट्टन को उतारा गया।
फिर
हाँ, फिर नाव में ईंटें रखी गई।
हाँ, ईंटें बढ़ती गई
और
बढ़ती गई
और
बढ़ती गई।
बस 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 बस
बस बस बस बस बस ये भी रखो। हाँ। मीनू ने ये कहा जब निशान तक पानी आया।
और बाद में ईंटें तोली गई।
हाँ
हाँ,
और इस तरह पता चला अप्पू कुट्टन का वजन।
हाँ, पता है कितना भारी था वो?
कितना भारी था?
हाउ मेनी?
1
मिलियन केजी।
बाप रे। 100
हाथी है हाथी। 1000 नो, अरे शाही हाथी है। 10,000 इतना नहीं, मतलब बड़ा नहीं। 100,000 केजी नहीं नहीं नहीं, 1 केजी। मैं बताऊं 5,000 किलो।
5,000 किलो?
हाँ 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 भाई,
5,000 केजी।
यस,
बाप रे,
पूरे 5,000 किलो।
हाँ।
धप 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 हाथी चले, सब सोचे कैसे तोले। धप 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 हाथी चले, सब सोचे कैसे तोले।
थैंक यू।
थैंक यू।
Archaeology or experimental archaeology, this new book stands out as a different book from the others. Would I be right in saying that? That it is sort of slightly removed from the others?
Yeah, it is different in a couple of ways.
Yeah.
The other books were, I was looking at more historical things, so things in the past, you know, going to libraries and archives, looking at primary documents, things like that. This book was a little bit more me on the spot, experiencing the things myself. So that was a little bit more first person. I am a character often in these stories, floundering around, you know, getting injured, doing things like that. Or sometimes getting to eat good food, things like that. So there were some fun moments as well. This book also is a bit unusual that it mixes fiction with nonfiction. Each chapter is set in a specific time and a specific place in Earth's history. So Africa 75,000 years ago, or medieval China, ancient Egypt, the Roman Empire, something like that. And I was able to do experiments and experience things related to each of those different eras, but I really wanted it to be immersive, and the best way to do that, I think, is to have it be fictional, because you can be in the mind of a person in that time and in that place. So each chapter walks you through a day in life of a person from that time. So you wake up on the kind of bed they would have slept on. You have the kind of food they would have had for breakfast. They go through their day, something dramatic happens, or something thwarts them. You kind of go through what religion they would have gone through, stuff like that. So, and then it's kind of interspersed with my experiences and kind of explaining, well, why did they do that, or what was that really like, how do we know that, stuff like that. So the fiction was sort of a way to make it as immersive as possible and really to put yourself in the mind of those characters. And it was a lot of fun to do. It's a different style of writing. You have to rely on dialogue and point of view and worry about those kind of things. But it was fun to try those new things out, definitely.
So experimental archaeology reminds me a little bit of a particular school in history of science, an experiment that has been done at two universities. One is at the University of Karl von Ossietzky University in Oldenburg, Germany, and the other is at Caltech. And what these colleagues of mine, senior colleagues of mine have done, and the program is unfortunately sort of waning now, and I'm hoping that it'll be picked up. The manner in which they conduct history of science, its instruction as well as its research, is by replicating older experiments. So you take Hertz's experiments, Heinrich Hertz's experiments, and you replicate them. You take C.V. Raman's experiments, replicate them, so on and so forth, right? And so you take what have been iconic or key experiments in history, and the key or iconic depends entirely on the person who's replicating them. So you might want Joules, or you might actually want a really obscure experiment from somewhere, because you found a recipe book, right? Because you found the lab notebooks of that particular scientist who conducted these experiments, and the idea is to conduct these experiments with fidelity. So you use the materials that were used at the time. So just like you said, the sensory experience is rather strong also in this case, because you're using materials that might today be deemed dangerous, like mercury, for example, or the use of mercury in experiments, or even experiments that involve sort of earlier experiments in electricity, for example, and things like that, right? Like where people didn't have the standards of safety as we now do. And so you are replicating these experiments with those materials and in that manner. And the aim of the two schools at Caltech and in Oldenburg was to help historians understand, one, the nature of what it was to make knowledge. The other was to understand, I mean, it was not detailed, but it was the material culture of the times. So in a sense, you also get a view on what was available for experimentation at that point of time and what not, because it's so easy to forget at an age where much of scientific instrumentation is now black boxed, to understand that you were actually building many of those things as you went along. And glass blowing was an important skill that you had to have someone with in a laboratory, which no longer is the case, right? You just go buy it off the shelf now. And so you get an understanding of the material culture, of the culture of the laboratory, what is done and how it's done, but also get a grasp on the minds of the scientists in terms of how they were doing the experiments by looking at their notebooks and trying to interpret from that, which are very different from scientific publications. And so you get what one might call an insight into the process of knowledge production by doing this kind of work, right? And I think for me what was most fascinating about one of those experiments was that you had to do the experiment believing that this person, and I'm talking about Heinrich Hertz's experiments, that when he was doing the experiments, he didn't know he was looking for electromagnetic waves, but ended up finding those. So how does one do an experiment which is not close-ended when you know the outcome, but you actually want to do it as if you don't know the outcome, right? And so it's a wonderful exercise also in terms of just understanding how science is done at all, which is very different from the other work that I, for example, do also as a historian of science, which is go to the archive, understand the documents, talk to a few people, talk to lots of people, come back and then sit and work with the documents and, close the door, bang the door, blank page, and then eventually there's something written at the end of it. Whereas here, you're there in your entirety. You're there with your body. You're getting bitten by, flies and fleas and mosquitoes and whatever it may be. And you are eating different kinds of food and so on and so forth, right? Which is really a very different way of accessing the past, but also accessing how life was organized at that point of time, as you've already said in the answers to an earlier question. I'm also thinking of how now this particular method of embodied sort of participation is combined with other methods that come from also engineering and science, where philology becomes that much more complicated because you're looking at older manuscripts for residues of wax, because many scribes sat in candlelight to replicate them. And so you find wax, you find food remains, and you find all, and again, it gives you a sense, it's not as embodied as the other work that we just spoke about, but still, it gives you a material sense of the past in ways in which simply looking at the archive, well, there's nothing simple about it, as we know, but as looking at the archive doesn't quite, give you that taste of it. So I'm going to ask you now, you've mentioned food about 3 times and it's just after lunch. What were some of the interesting recipes that and recipes is an interesting idea because, the lab notebooks of the scientists that I spoke about, Hertz or, Gauss and, not Gauss, sorry, Hertz and Bunsen and others, were also recipes. They were also called recipes. So what were your favorite, what were some of the recipes that you got to try out, and what was your favorite among them?
Yeah, I got to try a lot of different foods from around the world. I got to try walrus and seal when I was in Alaska. The seal was surprisingly good. I very much liked the seal. The walrus was interesting. It had 3 layers to it. There was like a skin on the outside that was kind of tough, and then there was a fat layer, like you had just like chewing fat. The middle layer, the blubber, was very interesting. It was like, I'm trying to think of an analog, like sort of like a Rice Krispie treat. You know what I mean? It was kind of like that, but like a soggier version of it. And you bit in, and like fat would squirt out it, and it was really rich and tasty. I think the modern sensibilities, it needed a bit of salt. But overall, it was pretty good. I'm very impressed with the walrus. I got to eat insects in a few places. The Aztec chapter, the Mexico chapter especially. Most of them were fine. There was one that was very good. A couple I didn't care for. Okay. But it was fun trying insects.
All you have to do is raise your hand and say, I want this color, and then somebody can come and give you that color that you want. All right? And how many of you dream in colors? How many of you see colors in your dream? Oh, wow, that's beautiful. Of course. Sure. Do you need some colors? No, you can keep it with you. And maybe you want another, I think you might want another piece of paper then. So can you give her a second piece of paper? Wow. Yes, she wants another piece of paper as well. Can I see what you've drawn? Oh, and what is that? What are you dreaming about there? Is that your family? Wow. So you have a dream about your family, and in your dream, is it gray, or what color is it in your dream? Ah. Beautiful. Just beautiful birds. And they're so beautiful. Orange.
blue color. So can I lend blue to you? Thank you. So in your dream, you saw a blue airplane, is it? Wow. Blue and purple airplane. Wow. And what is that? A rabbit in your dream. That's beautiful. A green rabbit. Very beautiful. Oh, you see colors? So please, you can draw colors. Wow. Oh, you saw a rainbow giving rain. That's beautiful. Now you hold on to that work of art. Oh, wow. Look. Oh, wow. Look at that. A kite that's smiling and that has 2 eyeballs. That's a very nice dream. You saw birds. You hold on to your drawings. All of you hold on to your drawings. And then if... beautiful. You dream in colors. That's, oh, wow. And you dream in rainbows and hearts. I saw a rainbow above my bedroom. That's beautiful. You can hold on to that, okay? That's a real work of art. And that's a beautiful butterfly. It's beautiful. Oh, wow. So you dream in pop-up. You saw unicorns. Oh, beautiful. Now you hold on to that. Beautiful. Yes, yes. Okay, you saw blood stains. All right. You can... Okay. It's beautiful. So now all of you hold on to your drawings, okay? And why I've asked you to draw your dreams is because where we're from, when we say good morning, which is how was your dream? And when we say good night, oh, the eyes also are gone. Good, hold on, yes. And when we say good night, dream well, we say this because dreams are so important for us. And here in this book, the day starts when the little sister wakes up. It's a very, you can sit there, I'll show you. It's a very special day because it's a day that is for wrestling. But when the older sister wakes up the younger sister says, I've had a strange dream. I've had a dream where I am trying to cross a river and I can't find a bridge. I can't find a way across the river. And the older sister says what most older people or sometimes parents say, which is, oh, that's just a dream, right? Has anybody said that to you? It's just a dream, yes, right? Purple rabbits don't exist, yes. Fighters with dinosaur arms and no eyes do not exist, but we all know that they may exist in some form or the other, of course. But now that they're awake, they have to get themselves to see the wrestling match. Now I have a second question. How many of you come to school or go around the city in a car or a bus? How many of you? Okay, is that all of you? Okay, now how many of you, we are not going to tell your parents. This is just between us, okay? Shh. How many of you are allowed to walk outside your home by yourselves? How far are you allowed to walk outside? Very far? 100 meters. 100 meters? Very far. So what happens with 300 kilometers you're allowed to walk by yourself, just 3 meters. 300 meters. So what happens with these two girls is that their parents are also very protective. They take them around in the car all the time. But today is a very, very busy day. It's wrestling day. There's a lot of traffic. Now, I think, safely I can say, you all being from Bangalore, do you all know what traffic is? What's traffic? Jam. How many of you have traffic jams when you go home or go to school? And all of you. How many of you like traffic jams? You don't like, exactly. And how many of you, have you all ever had, I know, yeah, you hate traffic jams. A very strong emotion, but you're right. So how many of you have been stuck in traffic jams in the car for a very long time? And how many of you have felt like, I don't want to sit in the car anymore, I want to get out of my car and I want to walk home? Some brave people. So that's what the sisters decide to do, because they come to the wrestling match and they find out that their cousin who's going to wrestle has forgotten something very important back home, and they need to go and get the shawl for him. But if they sit in the car, it's going to take too long because there's a lot of traffic. So what do they decide to do? They're going to walk, exactly. And so they decide to walk all the way home. Now, the second thing I want you to do is, on your papers, or if you have new sheets, I want you to draw a map of your way from the house to the school. Can you do that? Let's try. So let's do this. First, can all of you draw a picture of your house or where you live? Can you do that? Have any of, what is the color of your house, let's say? This is very important. Yes, can we have more paper, please? This is very important. It's important because you'll find your way back home, right? So what is the color of your house? What is the shape of your house? Can you draw that? You try your best. So some parents, I think some of your kids want some help regarding what your house looks like. So if you want to come in and help them. But yes, you can just draw, imagine. Okay, so can all of you draw your house at some part of the page? And then after you've drawn your house, how many of you have shops around your house? Are there any shops around your house? What kind of shop? What kind of shop do you have near your house? Oh, it's beautiful. Such a beautiful drawing. Your house is white color. All right. So come, sit down, darling. Sit down. Why don't you draw this, and then you get, if you draw the outline, then the rest of the house is going to be white. Shall we try that? Yeah? You can draw any shape and say it's a house. It's all right. Maybe the color. So have you all drawn your house? So how many of you have, do you have any trees near your house? Is there some important tree? Is there a shop? Yes, then fantastic. So then you need to, yes, darling. Your house color is white? All right, so maybe you can draw an outline of the house. Right, so you draw an outline so that the rest is white. Oh, you don't have a paper. Can she have a paper, please? Can she please have a paper? Yours is an apartment. Oh, wow, very nice. Your house is made up of thorns. You can still draw. It's all right. Yeah. Okay. And wow, this is beautiful. And now oh, you have a proper map. So now you need to start filling the maps. This is your house? So do you have any trees or shops or any? So then yes. Right? So after this activity, if you've done your, if you've drawn your house, oh yes, Zara's house. So now you need, are there any shops, any trees? Do you know any neighbors? Do you have any neighbors that you know, some friends? Fantastic. So then now you need to draw them as well. Yes, draw in your neighbors. Yes. Draw. Okay, you can ask for one. Oh, it's beautiful. So which one's your house? Can I see your house? Oh, wow. And so are there any trees in your house, near your house? Yeah, so you can draw the trees. Are there any shops? No? Okay, so draw the trees. Do you have any neighbors? No? Okay, draw the trees. Yes. Oh, okay, you can draw them as stick figures. Wow. And where is your school? Can you draw where your school is? Wow, many houses. There's it. Wow. You live next to a police station. That's very nice. Yes. So then, and then are there any shops here?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wow. This is wonderful. And do you have any neighbors? You don't have neighbors? Are there any shops? Is there a hospital? Anything nearby? There's a hospital near your. Okay, so maybe you want to draw a hospital here. Here. Wow. Oh, lovely. You must. You must write your name. Oh, and this is your dream. Okay, so this is your house. Now, where is your school? Can you draw your school and look at the road? Yeah. Draw. It's a very long road, so you make it. It's 1 hour away. Okay, so what you do is you can make the roads winding. Can you do that? That means you have to go a long way away, make the road winding, winding, winding. Can you try that?
I'll just make it a little short.
Yeah, that's also, that works. Yes. Wow. Now what is the road? How? You go to school in a cycle? That's wonderful. And is there anything on the way? Is there anything on the way to your school? Okay, now from your house, is there anything on the way? Is there anything on the way? Like, are there some trees? Are there some shops? What else? Is there a hospital? Can you try that? Can you see if you can draw that?
This is the shop
Yes, this sounds wonderful. Why don't you draw some more trees if you have trees? I don't have. And do you have traffic? Where is there most traffic? Right. See, where is it? So, but what about if it's a Monday? Try and see if you can draw some traffic. Wow, this is so nice. Is this your house? And is this your school? Wonderful. Are there any trees, any traffic in the shop? Think about it. And then any trees? No trees. Is there any office? Nothing? Okay, maybe you want to draw some flowers? Wow, there's a bridge. Oh, 7 kilometers away. This is so beautiful. So what about do you have,
I just put the book down and say that I'm not going to work on it for a couple of days. Instead, I'm going to give my mind some rest. And I will, read a book, watch a movie, go swimming, whatever. One of those things. And when you try and put it outside your mind for a bit, then when you go back to your work, you become that much more, your mind is refreshed. So you go back and the ideas will come back. Apart from which, this is a very useful tool. Okay, so what happens is if you just say that, for instance, if we were to take the story of the Pied Piper of Hamelin, okay? The scene one is the village, the town of Hamelin is filled with rats. The Pied Piper appears. He pipes and leads the rats to the river and they drown. They refuse to pay him the money. The next one is scene 5, which would be the people cheat the Pied Piper. So he starts playing the tune again. He leads the children and into the mountain, and the door closes behind them, and there is just the little boy with a limp who can't, because he's not fast enough. So if that is a story, you break that up into this thing, and then you start fleshing it out. You start adding descriptions and all of that. Yeah, somebody had I saw some raised hand. Okay. Yeah. Be part. Well, if you're looking at children's fiction, not children's fiction. Okay. Yeah. Okay. It depends. If you like crime, then there's my entire Inspector Gowda series set in Bangalore and stuff like that. Yeah, I think maybe that's a good one to start. Yeah. Okay, so thank you very much, all of you, and for being, such a fun audience with all your answers and questions and everything. So thank you for having me, and I've had a great time. So bye, all of you.
Sort of to get things moving, or about for things to come together, or well, you might have your own definition of difficult.
I think I can talk about difficulties with books in different ways, I think, in that, so my first book, I didn't know what I was doing. And I had never obviously put together a book before. And I remember my editor getting back to me, and he's like, Sam, the individual chapters are great, but why did you order them in the order that you put them in? Why this order? And I had not thought about it at all. I was like, I don't know. I hadn't thought about this. So that was something I had to learn there was, okay, I need to be thinking about that ahead of time. My latest book, the one about experimental archaeology, again, that was a book where I was traveling places, doing things, and I kind of signed the contract and was going to get going on that book in March 2020. And so that was a bit of a letdown that the pandemic started, and then I couldn't do anything for a while. So that was a bit of a challenge figuring out how I could even start the book when I can't travel and go do things like I really wanted to. I wrote a book called The Ice Pick Surgeon, which is about scientists who get so obsessed with a topic that they commit crimes in the name of science, so kind of a true crime science book. And there were some, sort of fun, interesting crimes they were committing, but there were some darker deeds as well. So there were some tough details to kind of swallow there and to see how they had subjected people to these terrible things. And then I had a book called The Bastard Brigade. My other books are more like a series of short stories on a theme, in that each chapter is a little bit independent. That one was more like a novel. Now you're following a few characters all the way through the book. And that was a challenge to write, because I'd not done something like that, where you're kind of following a whole person's life over the whole arc of their life. So different challenges with different books, but each one was fun, and I think I got better as a writer and as a researcher in each case. I hope so.
Wonderful. There is a fellowship now that we have in India it started only 3 years ago for science writing, and I'm one of the jury members, and every year we get a bunch of really interesting submissions, and we work with them, we mentor them to take them to publication. And so I think we are now getting close to where the first cohort might start publishing, and I'm really looking forward to that. And your work, I think, is an inspiration for many of them, and of course we're going to share it with them too. Let me ask you one last question before we throw it open to our audience for questions. What's next?
So I am working on a new book. It's going to be out in the fall of 2026, so a little over a year from now. And it's about the greatest lost treasures in history. So I'm working on that with National Geographic. And I'm interpreting that pretty widely. Lost cities, lost civilizations, lost species, lost languages, some actual lost treasures from different eras in history. So that's been fun to write. I'm pretty excited about that one.
Okay. Thank you. This is great fun. Over to our audience for questions that you might have. There's a young lady next to the camera person.
Just wanted to ask you one thing. Do you see yourself writing something on history of science in India?
So my new book, the one I just mentioned, will have a chapter about the Indus Valley civilization and the discovery of that, and what it meant for India and stuff like that. So it's a little bit less about the history of science, but about the history of India as well. So that was really, this is just such a fascinating culture. I was excited to be able to write about that. Yeah.
Great. We'll look forward for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. So, what do you think of like the current political situation, the current political dynamic, and what are its impacts on science and history generally? Just your take on it.
I cannot speak about Indian politics. I don't know that much about it. In the U.S., unfortunately, the current administration has cut a lot of science funding, so it has been devastating to a lot of labs there. Everything from basic physics to cancer research to a lot of different things have been destroyed, I think is a good way to put it. So it's been pretty devastating, the cuts to funding there.
So I'm, as a parent and a science enthusiast, I found your book, Disappearing Spoons, very interesting. I've covered 150 pages of it. There is a big gap between the non-fiction and the fiction world. A lot of people are reading fiction books and non-fiction, but if a non-fiction can be connected through fiction, it could be the real history. And after reading your Disappearing Spoon, I really feel, whether you realized it or not, the book you have written is going to increase the interest on physics or interest on chemistry a lot. In case of Disappearing Spoons, it's on chemistry. A lot of new interest will happen on chemistry. They will start loving chemistry. And to say chemistry is kind of underrated, overlooked for centuries. We have a lot of interest in physics, a lot of interest in math, history, everything, but chemistry has been very much underrated. I'm a software engineer interested in physics and math, but after reading a good number of chemistry books in the last 3-4 months, and especially yours, I started getting a love on chemistry, and I'm even thinking of having a career in another 10 years of becoming a chemistry teacher, kind of it. So your book is one such inspiration for me, and it will be a lot of inspiration for young kids. Keep doing it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
I wanted to ask about, these days there's a lot of people online who are sharing facts about history, science, archaeology, who may or may not have credentials for it, but that doesn't necessarily mean they don't know anything. So what's your opinion on that? Like, should it be restricted to those who are qualified through traditional academia?
Yeah, so one thing I did run into with this book is that there are a lot of very enthusiastic amateurs who are doing some of these experiments. And traditional archaeologists often look down upon people who don't have credentials, I think with good reason, in that most of them, they have some wild theory about something that they haven't thought through, or we know it can't be right for certain reasons. Or they're spreading nonsense about, aliens building the pyramids or stuff like that. There's a lot of garbage like that out there. So I understand why they would hesitate to not engage with someone who doesn't have a PhD or who lacks the credentials. But there are some amateurs out there who are doing good work, and I think that there's starting to be a little bit more acceptance of it. Certainly not complete, but I think if you're an amateur, and as long as you're, going through the proper steps of documenting your work, being rigorous about it, trying experiments when possible, again, documenting them, things like that, I think they have a valuable role to play. The academy can be a little bit, how to put it, they fall into a bit of a slumber sometimes, and sometimes you need a fresh outside idea to kind of wake them up and to get people thinking about things in a new way. So I definitely think that as long as you're not, spreading blatant falsehoods or, conspiratorial things, that amateurs and outsiders can have a valuable role to play.
I guess there was a time in the past when amateurs were at the threshold of professional societies, right? Like they were taken seriously.
Yeah.
And that's kind of lost now, also because amateurs are no longer organized in quite the way as they were before. And anyone and everyone actually has the means to disseminate information in ways in which we didn't have before. And so I think that kind of brings us to the problem that you raise, which your generation confronts before having trained your mind with the tools of discernment, in a sense, right? Like, how do you tell the difference? And I think that's a very, very important problem for your generation, which I guess all of us together have to do something about. Yeah.
So I had a question. Sam, I love your podcast, Disappearing Spoon. Loved your book before that. I'm wondering, science should be the most fascinating subject, and this is a conversation I often have with Janvi. What can we do to make it more interesting? We seem to turn kids off science so spectacularly, and yet there's this great amount of content that you have in the podcast itself. I'd love to hear from you. I'd love to hear from Janvi. What can we do in schools to make science more interesting, to hook kids to science early?
I think that telling stories about it, I think that can be a very good way to get people engaged, is to, again, show them villains, show them heroes and betrayal and all the good things that go into a story. There are good science stories out there. People get competitive. They backstab each other. They do all these things. So I think making it a story can make it more engaging, I think. And once people are invested in the characters and they want to know more about the characters, they're going to care more about the science. Because if they like the character and the experiment fails, then they're going to feel for them. And then want to know why the experiment failed and how they can make it better. And you're going to be learning while you're doing that. I think a lot of science education is essentially training for future scientists, in that they're giving them a lot of equations, doing a lot of experiments, things like that. And that's good for some people who want to go on in science. They're going to get the training they need, but it leaves a lot of people behind, unfortunately. So I don't know if there's probably not a quick fix for that, but I think that is part of the problem, at least, is it's trying to train people to be scientists, but again, it's leaving people behind in that sense. She asked if I used the podcast to kind of come up with like educational components or things that they could slot into a classroom. Yeah, and there's sometimes when I think like, yeah, this could be something a teacher or something could use, but mostly I just want to tell good stories and get people engaged. Yeah, for both the books and the podcast is similar.
To just add to Sam's answer, I think I completely agree. Stories are very important, and in fact, the audacious curriculum that I just spoke about while talking to him, year one would be the story of, or stories of science, is what I had dreamt of, which is that you learn about the people who've done it and gone before you, because people are interesting or not interesting, and you have opinions about people in ways in which it's difficult to have opinions about experiments or facts or ideas or concepts or equations. And so stories followed by making room for open-ended engagement, because most school curricula, lab work is close-ended. So on the one hand, you of course have theoretical work, but then experimental work is close-ended. You have to get a particular kind of result in the lab. And so even before you begin, the pressure is to deliver that very result. Whereas the people who did the science originally must have failed to arrive at that result like a gazillion times. And so what does it mean to actually do open-ended experiments? So if you didn't get a particular reading, can you now sit and ponder about or think about why you didn't get that result, as opposed to, doing the experiment until you get that result and otherwise getting a 0, right? So open-ended experimental work, and then engaging in your surroundings. So one of the, a couple of exercises that I proposed were, because this was for young adults, right, like undergraduate, engaging with the city. So nitrogen in the city, or chlorine in the city, or whatever it is, or algae in the city, or earthworms in the city. Where do they come from? Where are they? Who looks after them? Who looks after nitrogen? Where is it stored? How does it go? What is the transport mechanism? Who's using it? Where is it being discarded? So if you have a group of 5 students working on one thing, or 10 students, or the entire class working on one idea, the thing just becomes that much more real. So it's not a nitrogen cycle that is a 2D diagram in your textbook, but you've actually figured out something or some tangible aspect of its presence in life, right? And so I think stories, without a doubt, beginning with stories, I think history of science is so important, especially, and I say this, I mean, I wouldn't say it's more important than something else, but it's very important in our country, because we really, I mean, we've used, not used, we've heavily invested, and I don't mean necessarily in terms of resources, but in terms of ideas, identity in science and engineering through sort of, over 70 years of independence. And yet we do not have what one might call a relationship, a collective relationship to these two, right? I once used a metaphor which, sometimes lands me into heated discussions, which is we continue to occupy the house of science as if it were a rented house. We don't occupy it as if it were our own. So we don't bring down walls, we don't build a basement, we don't change the windows, we don't buy new curtains. We just live there, right? Or we might buy new curtains, but you know what I mean. And I think the way to occupy the house of science is to treat it like it's yours. And therefore, once it's yours, you can do a lot with it and you can change it. And I think it's, so many things to do. Like you said, no quick fix. No quick fix. So I'm being sorry, go on.
I think the time is up now, they're saying. Yes? Okay. Time is up.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So time's up. Thank you very much, Sam. This was wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Yes. And we look to sharing your books with more and more young people in India, and hope that, many of them reach out to you, many of them read your books. Thank you for agreeing to speak with me. And thank you for coming just after lunch and enjoying this conversation, and for your questions.
Okay. आप में से एक इधर आ जाओ. You need one more? Okay, इधर जाओ.
Now, what you have to do, using your body and legs and hands, you have to make the alphabet A.
Another time, repeat.
A. तीनों मिलके बनाना है.
हाँ.
ग्रुप में बनाना है. तीनों मिलके A बनाना है. हाँ. और आपके पास सिर्फ 10 सेकंड है. 10 seconds.
You together have to make an A.
और तीनों भी उसमें रहने चाहिए. तीनों की इन्वॉल्वमेंट होनी चाहिए. उसमें ए बनाना है.
2.
Okay, nice.
3.
इसको भी ले लो ए बनाने के
4.
लिए. कैसे बनाएंगे? तीनों
Okay.
मिलके ए बनाना है. अपने बॉडी से.
6. बनाओ. 7.
अपने
You have
बॉडी
to
से
make
बनाना
an
है.
A. Alphabet
तीनों मिलके.
A.
9.
Where is the line?
10.
हो
गया.
Okay.
अब दिखाओ. अपने अल्फाबेट दिखाओ. ए. अच्छा ये ठीक है. ओके. आपका ए कहाँ है? हाँ. हो गया सबका?
दिखाओ एक का दिखते हैं. अरे वाह, वेरी गुड.
हाँ.
ए.
अरे
बन गया.
ये भी बहुत अच्छा है. ओके हो गया.
गुड. और आपका पहले कैसे था? ऐसे था.
वाह.
यस.
Okay.
ठीक है.
गुड.
छोड़ दीजिए. फिर से
छोड़ो.
चलने लगी.
अब फिर से चलना है.
Now you have to walk again. मुर्गी ने अंडे दिए.
कितने दिए?
मुर्गी ने अंडे दिए.
अरे कितने दिए?
मुर्गी ने अंडे दिए.
कितने दिए?
4.
चार का ग्रुप बनाइए. चार जन.
A group of
इस साइड
4.
इस साइड
बनाओ.
ग्रुप ऑफ 4.
अच्छा आप इधर आओ.
हाँ, आप यहाँ आ सकते हो.
5. ओके. 4
हो गया.
इनको एक जन चाहिए. इनमें आ जाइए एक जन कोई तो. वेरी गुड.
Okay, you have a group of 3.
इस साइड आ
थोड़ा
जाइए.
इधर पीछे. हाँ हो गया. ओके.
वेरी गुड. इस साइड आ जाइए.
आप इधर आ जाओ थोड़ा. इस साइड आ जाओ. हाँ.
Now you have to make a shape that is triangle.
10 seconds. बॉडी यूज करो.
अपने ग्रुप में ट्रायंगल बनाना है।
Triangle
सब
बनाना
जन
है।
एक होके
You can come in.
बॉडी से
10
कैसे बनाएंगे
9
ट्रायंगल? सब जन में एक बनाना है ट्रायंगल।
आपको
8
सबको मिलकर एक बनाना है।
7
सबको मिलकर एक ट्रायंगल बनाना है।
Wow 6
वेरी गुड। आप
5
लेट सकते हैं, बैठ
बनाइए।
सकते हैं, कैसे भी करके ट्रायंगल बनाना है।
Last 4 seconds
कैसे बनाएंगे?
कैसे
4
बनाएंगे आप ट्रायंगल मिलकर?
चारों का एक ट्रायंगल,
चार
चारों
लोगों
का एक।
3
बन सकता है।
2
चार जन का एक।
और आप दोनों क्या करोगे? हाँ
1
आप
बन गया।
हाँ बन गया।
ओके ट्रायंगल। अरे वाह ये भी है।
वहाँ पर भी एक बना है।
हाँ,
देखो
यहाँ पे
सब
भी
लोगों
है।
ने कैसा बनाया है, अपना खुद का रखो और देखो।
Wow.
दूसरों का भी देखो ट्रायंगल।
No.
अदर ग्रुप ने भी कैसा बनाया है देखो।
आपने बनाया कि नहीं? हाँ ओके ठीक है अब फिर से चलना है।
ओके अब फिर से चलिए चलिए।
यस।
मुर्गी ने अंडे दिए।
कितने दिए कितने दिए?
मुर्गी ने अंडे दिए।
अरे कितने दिए कितने दिए?
मुर्गी ने अंडे दिए।
कितने दिए कितने दिए?
5
5
पांच का ग्रुप बनाना है।
5 का ग्रुप 5 5
जल्दी 5 का
बनाओ,
इस side
बनाओ,
आ
आप
जाइए। जिनका
ढूंढो।
हो गया,
यहाँ पे आ जाइए।
थोड़ा सा साइड में आ जाइए। जिनका हो गया थोड़ा सा
आप
साइड में आ
थोड़ा
जाइए।
पीछे आ
आपका हो
जाइए।
गया? इधर आ जाओ
पीछे,
इधर आ
यहाँ पे
जाओ थोड़ा पीछे आ जाओ।
वेरी गुड वेरी गुड वेरी गुड।
बन गया?
5
आप किसके ग्रुप में हो?
It's
आप
okay, he
इनको
can come.
इनको ज्वाइन हो
It's
जाइए
okay.
प्लीज। बताती दीदी बताएगी।
हो गया?
हाँ, इनको प्लीज ले लीजिए।
Now you have to make a washing machine.
वॉशिंग
आप इनमें आ
मशीन
जाइए, इनमें
In
इनको ले लीजिए।
इन 10 seconds
in 10 seconds.
10
वॉशिंग मशीन हो गया।
टिक टिक 9
Okay.
8
A washing machine.
वॉशिंग मशीन
एक्शन रखो एक्शन।
7 6
उसमें एक्शन भी रखो कुछ।
लास्ट 5 seconds
कैसे रहेगा? वेरी गुड।
You can
Five.
also add action in it.
एक्शन भी रखनी
You
है।
can also add
4
action in it.
It's like washing machine।
हाँ.
दरवाजा।
How
Last
will-
3 seconds
How will the machine
Okay.
move?
3 How will machine move? 2
Yeah.
1
ओके स्टॉप 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 स्टॉप।
ठीक है
देखेंगे
एक एक का
washing
देखते हैं।
machine।
हाँ
आपने कैसी बनाई?
आप सब इनको देखो इनकी वॉशिंग
इनको
मशीन देखते
देखना
हैं।
है वॉशिंग मशीन उन्होंने
हाँ।
कैसे
दिखाओ।
बनाया?
कैसे बनाई आपने दिखाई है?
ओके
Nice.
वाओ अब
Okay,
इनका देखते
आपने
हैं।
कैसे बनाया? हम्म. Okay, show me the moment. How did you make
हाँ?
it?
अच्छा वेळ आहे का?
ओके
स्टोरी म्हणजे काय?
Okay.
आपका दिखाओ।
Nice. Very nice.
सब लोग इनका देखो वॉशिंग मशीन
Oh.
दिखाओ।
हेलो हेलो।
ओके हाँ ओके अब इनका देखते हैं।
हाँ.
हाँ वाई ओके ठीक
So
है
you
फिर
have
से
a dismantled
dismantle.
washing machine.
ठीक है ओके चलेगा। आपका दिखाओ वॉशिंग मशीन डिसमेंटल ओके
Even they have a dismantled washing machine.
ठीक है।
Okay. Okay, फिर से चलिए.
फिर से
Okay.
चलना है फिर से चलना है इधर उधर स्टेज पे।
मुर्गी ने अंडे दिए.
कितने दिए
Very
कितने
good.
दिए
मुर्गी ने अंडे दिए.
कितने दिए कितने दिए
अरे मुर्गी ने अंडे दिए.
कितने दिए कितने दिए?
घूमो
5 अंडे दिए.
5
फिर से एक बार 5।
से
फिर
पाँच।
से एक बार 5 अंडे दिए.
अनदर ग्रुप। ओके ओके।
अच्छा आपका बन गया
हाँ.
इधर हाँ
आप थोड़ा
आपका
पीछे
बन
आ
गया
जाओ.
ठीक है आप इधर आ जाओ बन गया सबका आपको एक चाहिए आप इधर आ जाओ आप इनमें ज्वाइन करो हाँ आप करो
ग्रुप हो गया? ओके
ठीक है आप 6 लोगों का बनाओ
ओके.
हो
आप
गया, हो
थोड़ा
गया, हो
इधर
गया।
आ जाओ. आप थोड़ा इधर आ जाओ. इधर
थोड़ा उस
जगह
साइड आ
है.
जाइए थोड़ा इस साइड आ जाइए। वेरी
Now-
गुड वेरी गुड वेरी
Now
गुड।
you have to make anything that we find in nature.
लिसन लिसन लिसन।
सुनो सुनो सुनो
1 मिनट. 1 मिनट.
Hello.
Hands up, hands up, hands,
Hands
up.
up, hands up, hands up, hands up. Hands up, very
Shake,
good.
shake, 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 shake. Now, hands down. Just listen for a minute. You have to make anything that we find in nature except for tree.
Except tree.
Huh. You
Tree
don't
nahi
have to
banana hai.
make a tree. Anything will do except for tree.
In 10 seconds.
10, 20.
20? Okay.
But
Okay. बना सकते हो आप. Grass बनाओ.
Okay.
10.
नेचर में से ही बनाना है, ट्री नहीं बनाना है. Okay,
9.
good, good, good. Good, very good.
8.
Very good. Okay.
7. 6.
हलचल लग.
A memoir of her own pretty soon. We'll talk more about that later.
We'll talk more about
But let's talk about the past, not the present. Let's talk about the past.
Let's talk about the past.
We have some things in common, me and Win.
Oh, there we go.
We both are immigrants.
Stand. I gotta stand. This feels weird.
Here we go. Okay, is this okay? All right. We're both immigrants. We came from other countries to the United States. I was born in Moscow, Russia. My family came to upstate New York in 1989 as refugees from the Soviet Union because my father was Jewish. He was facing some discrimination and wasn't able to work as a doctor. So my family moved, my mom and my dad and my baby brother, to New York. And I don't have the before picture. All my baby photos, all the photos of me as a kid, are black and white. I look like I'm a vampire or something from the 1920s. But as soon as we came to the United States, everything magically got better. No, it didn't. No, it didn't at all. This is an artist's rendering of what it felt like to be a little kid in America. How do I look here?
Cool. No.
Thrilled beyond belief. No, it was a hard time living in upstate New York. You can probably guess why. I've given you a few reasons. We came over as refugees, which meant we left everything behind in Russia. All of my toys, all of my clothes, all of my friends. We didn't have anything. Everything had to be a donation from the church. And we'd moved to a part of New York that was pretty wealthy. All of my classmates, friends, parents worked for the government, and all of their parents were still together. My parents got divorced pretty much as soon as we moved to the United States. So my mom was really stressed and sad and didn't really have a lot of time for me. And I was bullied pretty badly in school as well. And the main reason I was bullied, you can maybe guess. What do you think? Why would someone bully a kid from Russia? Accent? I can do you one better. I couldn't speak English at all.
Yeah.
I had nobody. I was the only Russian kid. I only had my little brother to talk to, and he didn't want to talk to me. He was embarrassed to be related to me. I was not cool at all. But there was one thing about me, I think, that was actually fairly cool. I had a special secret superpower. It was not the ability to control rats. This rat thing was something I tried out. My mom got us a lot of pets to try to make us feel better for everything that was wrong. So we had a pet rat, and I thought if I put the pet rat on my head and came to school, everyone would like me. Do you think that this worked?
Did it work, Vera?
What do rats do when they're stressed?
I think they poop all over everybody.
I think my rat had like a combination. Anyway, it didn't go well. Nothing worked except for this. I was a kid who loved to draw. Are there any kids who love to draw here? Yeah. I was obsessed with it, and I did it all the time, and the other kids couldn't help but notice that I was doing it all the time. And they wanted to see what I was doing, and they wanted to keep it. So I would give them these drawings as presents. It would usually be a drawing of a cat, maybe a cat on a skateboard. That was really popular. And that's how I made my first American friends. I was not as smart as you. Wynn had her own solution to this problem. But do you think this is a good way to make friends? Yeah? I'm seeing some nods. Okay. I'm not friends with any of these people to this day. I will say that. They are not close, loving people that I would go to India with. But it got the job done. When I was 5 years old, I just wanted to have someone to sit with at lunch. So that worked. Win?
Yeah. And this is me. So take Vera's story and then just change Russia to Vietnam, and it's pretty much the same thing. Add about 12 more children, and then you've got the right picture. Now, there was 5 of us, actually, in our family. We left during the Vietnam War, actually right at the end of the Vietnam War. I was a war baby. My mom likes to tell me the story that I was born, the hospital that I was born in, the very next day, the hospital blew up. It was gone. Which is why, to this day, my birthday is actually August 10th, but it's celebrated September 6th because the hospital had to write my birth certificate a month later. So I am legally a Virgo, but I'm really a Leo. I like to claim that I'm a Leo. But we came to the United States. I was 2 years old. My mother was pregnant with my last little brother. I have 2 older brothers and a sister. We came in. It was the exact same story as Vera. It was amazing that America was this crazy place of plenty, and people donated, and they were kind, and they helped us find a house. All of the clothes that we wore were used Salvation Army clothes. We didn't know. It was great to just show up with like a bag of clothes on the front door and to be able to wear all that stuff. And it took a while to understand that we were a little different than other kids. When I was really, really young, in fact, I think my mother missed Vietnam more than anybody in the house. So when my little brother and I were very, very young, we would stay at home, and she would tell us all of these Vietnamese stories. This was when I first discovered that Vietnamese stories and American stories are really different. I'm pretty sure you guys must understand this too, right? There's the Disney version of things, and then there's the original version of things, and every country seems to have a version of Cinderella. You guys all have your own version of Cinderella in India? Actually, I don't know what the version of Cinderella is in India. Do you have one? You don't have, really? Because I know Russia, you've got like the fur shoes and, okay, so, but everybody knows the story of Cinderella, right? Fairy godmother, wicked stepsisters, and the glass shoes, and Cinderella shows up and she's quite beautiful, and she goes to a ball and she loses her shoe and she marries her prince. Okay, that is not the Vietnamese fairy tale. The Eastern stories are always way more interesting and way more bloody. Can I tell you the story really, really quickly? In the Vietnamese version of Cinderella, a girl named Tam, she doesn't have a fairy godmother, she has a fish, a fairy fish that grants her her wish. When her wicked, wicked one stepsister discovers this wicked fish is granting her wishes, guess what this stepsister does? She fries the fish up and she eats it. Can you imagine Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo killing that fairy and eating that? So she eats the fish. Poor Cinderella, her name is Tam in the Vietnamese version. She takes the bones, she buries the bones, she cries for it, and that night she dreams the fish comes and says, dig up my bones and you'll see what you'll see. She goes and she digs it up and she finds a beautiful dress and beautiful shoes. And she walks into town with this beautiful dress and beautiful shoes, and the prince sees her and falls madly in love with her. And do you think that's the end of the story? No, because this is a Vietnamese story and you have to add revenge. So she goes to her castle, she's up there, she receives as her first guest this wicked stepsister who is trying to get in good with Cinderella. She wants to be living in the castle. So she goes up and pretending she loves her sister, she says, oh, you're so beautiful, how do you get such perfect skin? Because Vietnamese people love perfect skin. And Cinderella looks at her and she says, you know, to get the perfect skin, every day I take a bath in boiling hot oil. And she points to the pot. And the silly stepsister doesn't think about it. She jumps into the pot and frizzles up into a little paste. Not the end of the story. Cinderella sweeps the remains of her stepsister, puts her into a jar, wraps her in a bow, sends a note to my loving stepmother, sends her daughter to her stepmother, and the mother eats her daughter. That is the Cinderella story in Vietnam. That was not the way it was read in the United States. My little brother and I, when my mother would tell us the story, we thought it was the coolest, but the stories that she read to us never had any pictures. So a couple years later, when our sponsors gave us a present of Cinderella books on tape, we were so excited to get to the end because we wanted to see what a ground-up woman would look like. such a bummer. There was nothing like that. The stepsisters live. It was the first time I realized I was very, very different than the kids that I was growing up with, for sure.
This is also a discovery I made pretty early on. Russian fairy tales are not quite as violent as that, but we have a lot more drinking. Everyone's constantly, that's like a big plot motivator. People get drunk and wind up in holes, and that's how they get in trouble. But that's not in any of my stories. My stories are very wholesome stories about children having a wonderful time and making lots of friends and learning important lessons. Not really. I like to tell stories about suffering because that's my personal experience. That's all I know anything about. That's what immigrants know all about. So I did a book called Be Prepared. Now, Be Prepared is a memoir. It is true, pretty much. It is based on a Russian Orthodox summer camp that I went to when I was 9 years old. Here are some photos of me there in the uniform. I look pretty happy here, but I think that's probably because my mother is telling me to smile. On the inside, it was just absolute carnage. So I went to this real camp. I was expecting to get there, and I would finally be surrounded by other Russian kids. Finally, I'd been surrounded by these rich American kids, but these kids would be just like me, and they would know everything I'd been through, and we would all speak the same language, and we would live happily ever after. Is that an interesting story? Not really, and it's also not real life. That has never happened to me. Instead, I got to this place, and everybody already knew each other. They'd been going there for years. They were all older than me. I was 9, and the other girls were 13 and 14. Everybody was marching around, wearing uniforms, and chanting songs that they knew in Russian. I didn't know these songs. And honestly, I didn't really even know Russian anymore. I'd been living in the United States for so long, and I hadn't been practicing the language that I didn't speak Russian very well. So I was not actually Russian enough to hang out with these Russian kids. So this place that was going to be so perfect wound up kind of a month of torture. But that makes a pretty interesting story. We went to a lot of church. We would go for hours and hours for church in the rain. We would brush our teeth in the creek near the camp. There wasn't any running water. And because there's
It made me also laugh, and I'm hoping that it'll make you also laugh. So now we'll get back to the book. Okay. So this story is about two sisters. It has been illustrated by Sunena Coelho, and she has done such a fantastic job of it because I was laughing at all the pictures when she sent them. Okay. Now this story is about two sisters, Anna and Ira. Now how many of you are in 3rd grade? Okay. And how many of you are in 1st grade? Okay. So Anna the older sister is in 3rd grade, and the younger one is in 1st grade. When you started 1st grade, were you scared? Not at all. Okay. Any of the 3rd graders do you remember being scared of going to school? No. Well, y'all are very brave. I was scared, and I did not like school at all. Similarly, Ira does not like school. Okay? Ira is the younger sister. Now, Ira is the younger sister, and they have both gone, and now, when you're in 3rd grade, do you feel very responsible? Do you suddenly feel like you're a little grown up? Yeah? Yeah, everybody expects you suddenly from 2nd to 3rd grade for you to be able to do a lot of other things that you weren't doing before. I don't know what that's about. I don't know why adults think that suddenly 3rd grade is very big. But Anna's parents also think that she's the older sister, and so therefore she should be able to look after her younger sister. Okay? Now the first day goes horribly wrong because Ira cries and she cries and she cries and she cries. And Anna doesn't know what to do, but she drops her sister off at 1st grade and she runs away because she doesn't want to have to deal with. 3rd grade is also a lot of responsibility, so she's like, how to see a crying sister and then do this. How many of y'all are older siblings? Okay. In the audience, how many of the adults are older siblings? Yeah, do y'all remember being really, really awesome and are still very, very awesome? Older siblings are just the best. If y'all don't know that yet, you will know. Okay? All right. So Anna and Ira are they've gone to school, and on the 2nd day, something strange happens. Okay? Now, that is what starts our entire story, and I'm going to read a little bit from that. Now, Anna knows a lot about her teacher. She knows which ones are the funny ones, and she describes which ones are the really quiet ones, which ones are the strict ones. And so we'll start with her describing one of the teachers, okay? So, the English teacher, Kamla Shireen, for example, announced everyone's names loudly like she was at a train station. Not just that, she insisted on saying them in English, okay? And some of our names were not meant to be pronounced like that. So she had to keep telling everybody that she was the English teacher. So she would take the attendance in the beginning and she would yell. And Kunal is Anna's best friend, okay? It took Kunal 3 announcements to understand that she was calling her name. Because she said, Kunal, 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 are you present? And poor Kunal, who had no idea, had kept sitting. And so after that, Anna and Reena, both her best friends, decided that they are going to call Kunal Kunal only. Now, do you know who your strictest teacher is? Do you know who the strictest teacher is? Yes? When I say strict teacher, can you see her face or his face? Yes? Okay. So similarly, this incident happens in the middle of the strictest teacher, who is called Mandal Sir. Okay? Now, Mandal Sir walked in. It is his class. And we all stopped mid-laugh. There are some teachers that you can laugh in front of, and there are some teachers who you can quickly exchange glances with, and then there is Mandal Sir. He's short, bald, grim, and it doesn't matter what the weather is, he's always wearing brown pants and a dull shirt and a sleeveless jacket. We had come to the conclusion that he had a cupboard full of brown pants and white shirts. So Mandal Sir walked in and the entire class went, "Good morning, sir." Mandal Sir grunted, and then he sat down. The class sat down and they all started opening their books to read. Now, one of the things that happened during my school, and you all tell me if this happens in your school still, is that every once in a while, when your class is going on, there will be somebody who will come at the door. Yes, that's also my book. We'll talk about this book. Thank you. All right. I'll sign it later. Okay. You listen to the story now and I'll sign it. I promise I'll sign it. Okay. So every once in a while what happens is that while this class is going on, there'll be somebody at the door who has come for admin work. Do you all know that? Does that happen? Suddenly the class is teaching and somebody at the door will come to talk to your class. Okay? I used to love when that happened because that meant that for the next 10 minutes we didn't have to do anything. But then your teachers do this annoying thing, which is what Mandal Sir said. Somebody came to do admin work, and Mandal Sir looked at the class and said, "Read the next paragraph." I don't know why teachers do this, because we are not going to read it anyway. So, read the next paragraph. Mandal Sir barked, and he left the room. I had no intention of reading the next paragraph. So I leaned out of the window and looked here and there, when suddenly she heard, "Anna." I looked at Reena, who was her best friend sitting next to her, and said, "What? Why did you call me?" "I didn't call you." Then she heard again, "Anna." The voice was coming from outside the class. She looked outside, and there, who was standing? Her younger sister, Ira, who had run away from first grade.
Faulty as people as they were, they did bring me to the States. They did provide me with the life, and a part of me could not reveal too much of the story behind it. So I decided instead of doing that, I would tell the story of my childhood in a fictionalized form. But it meant that I had to go through my stories, where is this thing, and figure out which stories I wanted to tell. So I'm being very brave here, okay? This is the first time I've done this. These are very new sketches. Even Vera has just barely seen these. I've decided I am going to write this story. This is my character. I'm not going to keep my real name in it. I'm going to change all my names. I'm going to have you guys help me out a little bit with which stories I want to tell. It's going to be focused around me and this girl named Julie, and it's going to be a story about poverty, not about being Vietnamese or whatever. It's going to be about what happens when you're poor in Southern California in the 1980s during the Reagan administration, when everybody is filthy rich. What are you experiencing? And I wanted to make a cross-section between myself as a refugee, Julie, who was also from my neighborhood and equally is in the same level of poverty as we were, and the boy who lived down the street, Fernando, a Latino kid from Mexico, who had come up, and I wanted to compare what it was like to be poor from different aspects. And I would do it through the lens of me growing up at a certain time. So I tell this to my editor. I have a whole slew of stories that I want to put into it. So I'm going to have you guys vote for me right now, okay? I've got like a bunch of stories, but here's 3 of my favorite stories that I told. One is called Dancing Queen. It talks about me as a ballet dancer taking ballet classes. One is called A Pox on the Village. I will let the picture tell its own story. And one is called The Fate of Quails, where I discover what it's like to have a pet in the United States, but not really. Okay, so I'm going to have you guys vote. If I'm going to do this story, this memoir story, which of these stories do you think I should tell? And then I will tell you the story as it is. Who thinks Dancing Queen? Okay, who thinks A Pox on the Village? Who thinks The Fate of Quails? Ooh, I think it's between A Pox on the Village and The Fate of Quails, right? All right, Quails, I think Quails has it. Okay, so I'm going to fast forward. Sorry, you don't get to hear this story. To The Fate of Quails. So this is my story. So my mom, she comes from like the outskirts of Vietnam in the countryside, and she grew up on a farm. So she was used to killing her own meals and cooking them up. That's normal. We come to the United States, and of course we're in Southern California, and you can't kill animals in the United States. You'll get called the police on. But my mother discovered that at her local Chinese supermarket you could buy live animals. So she got very excited, and she would buy live ducks in crates and bring them home. She would not tell my little brother and I, we were 5 and 3. She would not tell us that we were going to eat the ducks. She would just say, here's your pet, make sure you feed it. And my little brother and I would go, we would name the animal Donald, we would feed it all the cereal, it would get nice and fat. 2 weeks later, my mother would throw a big party, invite all these people over. She'd reach into the crate, pull out the duck's neck, slice its neck, bleed him over a bowl so you can make the blood into a soup, and then fry up Donald, and we'd have Donald for dinner. And that was my childhood. Every other weekend, every other month, that's what we would do. We would eat our pet. And I hated it. So right around the age of 9, it's when kids go a little crazy for pets, and they want a pet dog. So I'm begging my mother for a pet dog, and she in the meantime has stopped this crazy duck killing spree because the government shut down the duck produce, and they wouldn't let her buy ducks anymore. So she hadn't done it for a few years. So I beg her for a dog, and one day she comes home and she brings this cage, this beautiful cage, and inside the cage, what happened? And inside the cage are these 2 beautiful quails. And I'm so excited, and I asked my mom, oh my gosh, are these for me, or can I have these? Are they my pets? And she says, yes, make sure you feed them. So I spend the next few weeks just loving my birds. I'm so excited. She's not going to kill these. They're in a cage. It's so beautiful. I name them Mickey and Minnie. I feed them every day. I pet them on the head. They're actually the sweetest little birds ever. They coo. They fall asleep next to each other. I'm the happiest girl on earth. One day I come home from school. From the kitchen comes the most amazing smell I've ever smelt. My mother is standing there. My brothers and sisters, who are terrible, are sitting in a corner just watching, because they know what's about to happen. And I go over to my mom and I say, oh my gosh, Mom, what smells so good? And she says, just lift the pot, you'll see. It's like my mother knew. She's just a cruel person sometimes. I lift the pot, and there's Mickey and Minnie sizzling up so nicely and caramelizing, and I burst into tears. I run from the room, I'm crying, and yet, in all of my tears, I had to admit, I was the only one that wouldn't eat the food that night. They did smell so good. I kind of wondered what they tasted like. And the next couple of days at school, we read Charlotte's Web. Have you guys read the book Charlotte's Web? All the kids were crying over like, oh my gosh, poor Wilbur, he's gonna be made into bacon. And I was the only one who was like, you guys have never eaten your pet before? What's the problem with you? Okay, so that's my story. Now imagine, of these 3 stories, which one do you think my editor wanted me to put into the book? Anyone want to guess? Dancing Queen? Or yeah. Guess which one made it in? None of them. None of them. And the truth is, and this was the thing that I had to learn the very, very hard way, not everything that happens to you makes it into the story. Not everything that's important in your life necessarily isn't important for a story, for a narrative. And that's because this particular story is about stealing and about poverty. And I introduced the character of Windiana Jones, not Indiana Jones, but Windiana Jones, whose whole job, she's the imaginary character that comes in to sort of guide the character through the book. Her whole job is to be a thief. So the stories are supposed to be about stealing, about wanting something that's not yours, and none of those stories fit. And that is the hardest part about memoir writing, is understanding what goes in and what doesn't make it in.
But the wonderful thing about stories like that is you still have them to tell in other settings. You get to tell them here.
I get to tell all you fellas.
You get to tell them at parties when you're meeting new friends. Wynn is a wonderful person to have at a party. She's absolutely full of stories. She'll draw your portrait for you during the party. But yeah, not everything makes it into the book, because a good book, I think, has like a main idea, like a core emotional thesis, what you're trying to talk about. And for Be Prepared, the story was all about a feeling of loneliness that I had as a child. I wanted all the readers to know exactly how heartbreakingly lonely it was to be me at school, at the summer camp in America. And the best way to get that feeling across was to only include stories that supported that. So that meant a lot of other things that I think were very interesting about my childhood, about the camp experience, didn't make it in. And something else I had to be pretty sensitive about. Well, first let me tell you some of the other stories that didn't make it in. You only see my mother in this book. My mother drops me off at camp. She helps me get into it in the first place. It's all my idea. I have a father. My parents are divorced. My father also lived in New York, but you never see him in the book. He's just completely invisible. And that's not what real life was like. It was actually pretty confusing as a kid for me, because my father would just kind of come and go. Sometimes a priest would make him feel guilty for leaving his family, so he'd come back for a few days and then disappear again. And it was just kind of whiplash. And it didn't really fit with the story I was trying to tell. It would be too complicated to explain why this man would just be there for a few pages and then he'd be gone. And my dad actually came to this summer camp. He remarried and he had a stepson, and his stepson went to this camp. So my dad went to this camp to visit his new family. And once he came to visit, and my mother had gotten there early, she took me and my brother and our stepbrother out to lunch. And my dad was late, so when we came back with my stepbrother, my dad was there, and he saw that he'd gone to lunch with us, and he was so angry with him that he left, and he didn't visit him at all. So that's kind of an interesting story that makes you have an emotional reaction, but it's not anything to do with my experience. And it's also a little bit confusing. I have to introduce this whole other character of the stepbrother. So I put that away. I put that in my pocket, and maybe in some other story I'll tell more about my father, but not yet, not in this one. And instead you have my mother, this beautiful, perfect angel. My mother has never done anything wrong in her life.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, I had a similar childhood to Wynn. We struggled a lot. We were very poor. My mother was doing her best to survive in a country where she knew no one, she didn't speak the language. She couldn't get everything right. She definitely, she left us at this camp. And I asked her about this, and she does regret that. She shouldn't have done it. But for the purposes of this story, I needed to have a safe harbor somewhere for my character. And I decided, it's bad enough that you're bullied at school, that you have no friends at camp. At least, let your mother be a beautiful, perfect angel. And the other part of it was my mother was very eager to see what I wrote in this book. Does your mother pay a lot of attention to your work?
My mother doesn't read English, despite living in the United States. Woo! Lucky her.
My mother stalks me on Instagram. She knows I'm here. She knows everything. She doesn't call me. She doesn't want to talk to me. She just stalks me.
Nobody record this, please. Thank you.
You can record it. Just don't tag me. She'll find it. And she's very sensitive to how she's portrayed because she knows she maybe wasn't able to be there for us. And I didn't want her to feel bad. So I was very careful in this book to depict my mother very, very kindly in this compassionate, patient role that she wasn't always able to be. She definitely was sometimes, but at this camp, not really. She really didn't visit us very often. But I needed for this story to kind of massage the truth a little bit. And I also didn't want to have a giant fight with my mother. And I don't think it harmed the story to not be perfectly honest in every single aspect. It still gets the emotion across. You still feel what my character is feeling, the way that I want you to feel. I also had to be very careful with how I portrayed the church. I was raised Russian Orthodox. My mother is very, very devout in a way that I'm not. And I felt like being raised Orthodox was pretty restrictive. I have a lot of issues with a lot of the teachings of the church, but this was not the place to discuss that, for sure. This camp was a church camp, and it was used to, in a lot of ways, indoctrinate children into an army for Russia, which I don't think is awesome either. But again, it would have created a big fight for my family, and it wasn't what I was there to talk about. I was there to talk about loneliness and isolation, not about religion and politics.
Yeah.
So I left that out of this story.
And I think the funny thing is when you're with memoir writing and wanting to sort of honor the family that you come from, what's interesting is that your memory is not the same as the memory that they have, right? So my mother she's a very interesting character as well. She's done great things and she's done terrible things, just like any mother has. But in the book Lunar New Year Love Story, I told her, Mom, you're in this book. I specifically made sure that Jean wrote the character in a way. I would even replace some of the language with my mother's language. The character looks just like my mother. And I told her, read the book, Mom. I want you to read it because I really want you to see that the character is you. I wanted her to see my version of how I saw my mother. And what's interesting is, just in the same way that my memories don't match her memories, when she looked at the book Lunar New Year Love Story, not only did she not read it, she flipped through it, and rather than identifying herself as the older lady in the story, she identified herself as the young, beautiful girl. And she went to church, I'm not joking, and took the book with her and showed everyone and said, my daughter wrote a book about me. And in her memory, that's what it is, that the main character in that book is actually not me, it's her. And that just goes to show that a memoir, as much as I want to believe that I'm sharing my memories with you, it's the reader that projects themselves back onto the memoir. You connect with the person in the book. Whether or not it's the exact truth or the exact memories that happen, it almost doesn't matter. It's the emotion that Vera was talking about. It's the emotion that you connect with, right? If you're looking at a book and you feel what that character is feeling, that's almost all you need to do, and it's what books are supposed to do, to create that empathy.
And you can do that without writing about your actual mother or a really beautiful young woman who your mother thinks is her. But you can still explore actually more difficult subjects by avoiding making it your mother. I mentioned that it wasn't, Be Prepared wasn't the correct story in which to explore my relationship with my mother, but I feel like I'm ready to do that. And I'm going to do it by tricking my mother into not putting her in it. She'll never know. That's where fiction comes in. This might be obvious, but every fiction story that you read has some element of the author's real life in there. It might be a tiny bit, it might be a lot. My next story, I wanted to do something about mother and daughter relationships. I have a younger sister. She's also not really in Be Prepared. It's not really about her, but she was born 6 years after me. To a very different family. My mother was we weren't quite as poor. My mother had a much better job. She had more energy, more time. So while she was so busy working, she didn't pay any attention to me while I was being bullied at school.
What you would hide behind? In your map, look around, or in your classroom, and decide what the best hiding spot would be.
Oh, great. Write it down. Or mark it with an X. Mark it on your map. So mark out the best hiding spots in your school or your classroom that you've drawn. Has everybody marked their spots? Yes? No, not yet. Okay, okay. Take your time. You've marked it? Do you want, who wants to share where they would hide? Come and show me your map. Wait. Okay, wait. We have to go one by one. Yes, show me your map. Is that your classroom or your entire school? Okay, and where is your classroom in this map? Okay, and where would you hide?
No, I won't hide.
You won't hide, okay.
If I'm in one of my classes,
Okay. He will hide his little brother. He doesn't want to hide. But if the strictest teachers are in his baby brother's class, then he would hide them under the table only. Okay, good idea. Yes. Is this your entire school? Oh, this is... I see. This is a map from her house to her school and the entire map of the school. Okay, so where would you hide? Where have you marked? Okay, in your house, best place, yes. Behind the board? Okay, great idea. Thank you. All right, maybe we have time for another 5 maps, maybe? Okay, wait. Whose map is this? Yours, okay. And is this your entire class? Your school? From the bus till your class? Okay. And you would hide behind the bathroom. That's a good place. And behind the book rack. That way you will have entertainment with the books also. Good strategic place to hide. Yes. Yes, you can. Okay. In the cafeteria, in the janitor's room. Okay. Nobody would think to look there. That's a good hiding spot. Okay. Anywhere, anybody else wants to share? Yes. Is this the map of your entire school? Yes. Okay. Okay. Wait, I can't see. 1 second.
this is my transition book where I do transition, and
Behind the transition, there's a place to hide? Okay, good idea. Thank you. All right. Okay, I hope that you... yes. Do you want to share? Do you want to share? Yes. She will hide under the grass. Okay, good idea. Okay. Yes, tell me. You already shared, so just tell me where you will hide. You. Under the table? Okay. All right, sit, everyone. Thank you. Is this your school? Okay. Do you want it back? Yes, okay. All right, thank you so much. I hope that you find the book, you get the book, and that you read it. And that I hope that you don't have to use these maps ever or have a reason to hide. And that you don't cry as much as Ira did. But now you have handy maps for your school in case you need it. Yes.
More helpless as the years sort of pass. And this story spoke to me so well because it really did connect with that part of me that felt helpless and needed to find some agency. And in this book, she not only finds agency, but she finds strength in herself to grow And whenever I look at this page, as I was painting this book, I just kept trying to imbibe the feelings that the main character was feeling. It's almost reverse memoir. It's what I want my story to be rather than what my story actually is. The same time I was doing this book, I was also doing this book, which is a love story. And again, I was connected to this story, not because of the love story part, it's a lovely love story part, but because the girl is terrorized. And the feeling of anxiety that I've been feeling lately has been manifesting itself on the pages of my books. I am telling you, you really want to do a deep dive into my psyche, just take a look at all the pictures that I've made in the last few years and you'll see which direction I've been going lately. But what do you say, Vera? What do you think it is about our art like that we're doing?
Oh my gosh. No matter what your story is, whether it's memoir, whether it's fiction, whether it's a picture book about sweet little birds, I think for you to do a good job, for us to do a good job, it has to feel like you're tearing your heart out and showing it to people.
Yeah,
I think. I know it's gnarly. It is gnarly because what if they don't like it?
Yeah.
That's always really scary, but I think that's also what makes it exciting.
Yeah.
Because when they do like it, the connection that you make with your reader, who may be like another shy little immigrant kid who doesn't have any friends, will creep up to me after I visit a school and tell me like the book made them feel seen for the first time, and they've read it 1,000,000 times.
I gotta say, we've been here at the festival, and it's kind of what we've been feeling after every session. Little kids are coming up to us, not even little kids, adults are coming up to us. And you realize that when you're offering up your heart like that, it is very, very scary to be rejected. And it's sort of events like this. It's why we go to these events, I think, because you sit at home by yourself and you don't remember who you're speaking to. Mm-hmm. And then you come here and you get one kid that says, I know exactly what you feel like. I know exactly what that is. That story is about me. And then suddenly you realize, oh, it's like memoir writing, it's about writing for everybody. You are writing somebody else's memory as well because they're going to connect to you in that way. It's what these books are supposed to do.
And the more specific you can be with your own experience, the better
The
it's
more
going to connect
universal.
with other people. Maybe don't bum your parents out if you can help
Yeah,
it.
yeah, if you can do that. Try not to do that.
But they might not even notice. So thank you so much for being here and
Thank
for...
you.
Where is it?
Oh, there's one last image we drew.
There's one more, there's one more.
There it is.
There it is.
Our
Thank you
broken
so
heart.
much for letting us
Thank you.
show you our bleeding hearts.
Did anyone have any questions that they wanted to ask us at all, or yes? No questions? I don't know if you have time.
No question? Okay. Anyone have a question?
Hello. Very lovely session, beautifully told stories. I'm very, amazed the way you all have been narrating with so beautiful smile all through. How do you manage to do it? Because at some point, these are those memories of life which you are again, trading through. So there are two parts to it, like, how do you even narrate it so beautifully with a smile and so strong in front of the crowd? And when you're writing, you're again going back to those memories, maybe good, not so good. So how does those experiences take you? How do you manage to do that? I mean, if I have to narrate something which has not been, maybe I'll just start sobbing or, being sad or something. But you all are so brave and so charming and so laughing. How do you manage to do this?
I think stories aren't always sad. I think they come from a hard place, and the beauty of them is that we find the way out. We're here on this stage. We are living an amazing life. We've been saying that this entire weekend. I can't believe we're in India. I can't believe somebody flew us here. I can't believe people want to actually hear our stories. That's the result of all this trauma. Kids, the worse your childhood is, the more successful you'll be in life, I'm telling you. No.
She promises.
I promise. I think you find the joy in those stories. And in fact, what I love about Vera's stuff and what I want to make sure comes all out in my work all the time is there's joy in everything as well. There's those moments where you triumph as a kid over whatever feeling it is that you're in. It's not that you triumph. It's not that you beat it down, but you find a way through it. And I think when you focus on that part of the story, that is what carries through. And when we're up here and we're talking about it, believe us, we've spent the last couple days as well going through our stories and beating our heads against the wall and thinking we are the worst idiots. I can't believe we're frauds, imposters, all that. We go through all of those emotions. But the truth is, you come here, you get a kid, they want to read your book. That joy that you feel when that kid is sharing that story, the minute you discover empathy in people, that is the best you can get, and that feeds us back and makes us want to tell more stories.
Yeah, and I think like I said before, you can't just have, oh, let's clap for that. That's great. You don't just want to read a story about a rich, popular kid who has lots of friends and has a wonderful life. It's not interesting. It's like no mud, no lotus. You need the suffering to make the joy extra sweet.
You need the fried daughter at the end,
You
for
need
sure.
right?
You're going to tell more Eastern stories, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I don't think we would appreciate everything we had if we hadn't been through everything we'd been through. And that constant contrast, I think, is really important and interesting. And also, suffering is like a great source of humor. When you're in pain, laughing is how you move through it. So I guarantee you weren't laughing when you saw those quail, but we were all laughing when she pulled up that slide. You make light of it. That's how you release the tension of it. And telling these childhood stories as adults, we make people laugh.
Yeah.
That's how we know to include them.
You make light of it and you find value in it.
Yeah.
Someone else have a question? You have a question?
Yes. You already have a mic.
Why did the girl remove her heart?
Why did we remove our hearts? Why did the girls remove her heart? That's us.
Oh.
Because we want you to see how much we love you. We want to hold our hearts out to you and show
Because
you them.
when we tell you a story, we're pulling our heart out and we're showing it to you and we're hoping that you like it.
Is that gross?
It's a little bloody though, isn't it? Sorry. We were trying to really punch it home, but maybe we went too far there.
It's a metaphor.
Pretend it's
Karo gosh taranga, boom bang boom. Gosh taranga, boom bang boom. Gosh taranga, boom bang boom. Sa ni da pa ma ga re sa sa re ga ma pa da ni sa sa re ga ma. Loudly. Sa ni da pa ma ga re sa. Itku bitku satak sudum. Boo boo ba ba kutranchi dum. Itku bitku satak sudum. Boo boo ba ba kutranchi dum. Mishanchi resh, वेगवेगळे वेश. मिशांची रेश, वेगवेगळे वेश. आलीची आपली माकडाची शेपटी, जादूची भांडी टांग टिंग टुंग. आलीची आपली माकडाची शेपटी, जादूची भांडी टांग टिंग टुंग. गोष्ट रंगा जोसे, गोष्ट रंगा बूम बँग बूम जोसे, गोष्ट रंगा गोष्ट रंगा बूम बँग बूम, गोष्ट रंगा गोष्ट रंगा बूम बँग बूम. थैंक यू. ये चलो खेलते हैं.
हाँ खेलते खेलते.
चलो चलो.
क्या खेले लेकिन?
कबड्डी.
हाँ कबड्डी खेलते हैं. चलो.
जस्ट 1 मिनट.
क्या हुआ?
इनके साथ खेलते हैं क्या?
अरे पहले हम खेलते हैं उसके बाद उनसे खेलते हैं ना.
अरे इनके साथ पहले खेलते हैं.
अरे देखा मैंने गेम खेलने के लिए कह रहे पहले हम खेलते हैं उसके बाद उनको लेते हैं.
ओके.
हाँ
चलो. कबड्डी.
कबड्डी.
ठीक है आ जाओ.
कबड्डी 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 कबड्डी.
पीछे रहो पीछे रहो. मैं उनसे पकड़ूंगा.
नहीं
मैं पकड़ूंगा.
कांदे फोड़.
हाँ कांदे फोड़. चलो
मैं बैठूंगी मैं बैठूंगी.
मैं पहले कूदूंगा. हे
लगा लगा छलांग लगा.
हे
अब छलांग लगा लगा.
खेलने का मैदान घर के पास ही था.
घर नदी के पास था लेकिन
स्कूल दूर था.
दूर मतलब नदी के पार. टन 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 टन.
वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए जे, पीड़ पराई जाने रे. वैष्णव जन तो.
हाँ लारा के दोस्त नदी के पार से पुकारते.
लारा आओ.
कैसे पुकारते? कैसे पुकारते? कैसे पुकारते?
लारा आओ.
सब लोग एक बार कैसे? शाबाश। दोस्तों की ओर से बढ़ते हुए ओ का पुल बन जाता। अभिषेक,
हाँ
तैयार?
यस।
ओ ओ कैसे बनता?
ओ ओ
जितना लंबा आओ का ओ होता, पुल उतना ही लंबा बनता। कैसे? ऐसे, लारा आओ। मानो आओ के बुलावे के साथ दोस्त लेने भी आए हो।
चलो चलो।
आई।
पुल कितना भी लंबा बने, लेकिन
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 अरे लेकिन क्या?
लेकिन नदी के उस पार नहीं पहुंचता।
ओहो।
हाँ, फिर कभी कभी सब दोस्त मिलकर एक साथ आवाज लगाते। एक,
हाँ,
2, 3,
लारा
आओ।
हाँ?
फिर एक बार।
हाँ।
अब मैं।
हाँ, एक,
हाँ,
2, 3,
लारा
आओ। तब ओ का पुल बनता।
पुल पहले से थोड़ा ज्यादा लंबा बनता।
लेकिन पुल कितना भी लंबा बने, लारा तक नहीं पहुंचता। थोड़ा सा, कितना कितना थोड़ा सा बचा रहता, लेकिन बचा जरूर रहता।
हाँ, फिर लारा आवाज लगाती, आई।
तब लारा की ओर से भी एक पुल बनता। आई की ई का पुल। कैसे? आई।
लारा कितनी भी नाटी, मतलब नटखट हो,
फिर भी पुल इतना लंबा बनता
कि उस ओर से लेने आए ओ के पुल से जुड़ सके।
कैसे? ऐसे,
ओ
कभी कभी दूसरी ओर से आओ। ऐसी पुकार ही नहीं आती।
और लारा को तो नदी के पार जाना होता। फिर लारा नदी किनारे खड़े होकर ऐसे खुद आवाज लगाती, आ रही हूँ। कैसे आवाज लगाती? कैसे?
लारा का कितना भी छोटा हो,
फिर भी पुल इतना लंबा बनता कि उस पर चलकर दूसरे किनारे तक पहुंचा जा सकता था।
फिर लारा उस पुल से चलकर नदी के पार पहुंचती और पुकार के पुल से आना जाना बहुत ही आसान हो जाता।
ला रा 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 आओ
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 आओ, ला रा 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 आओ 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 आओ, ला रा 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 रा, ला रा 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 रा, ला रा 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 रा, ला रा 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 रा, ला रा 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 आओ 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 आओ, ला रा 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 आओ 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 आओ, ओ आओ ओ आओ ओ आओ ओ आओ आओ ओ ओ आओ ओ ओ आओ ओ ओ आओ ओ ओ, ला रा 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 आओ 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 आओ, ला रा 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 आओ 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 आओ।
आई
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 एक दूसरे का हाथ पकड़िए।
आई
पकड़ो पकड़ो, एक दूसरे का हाथ पकड़ो।
आई 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 आई
ला रा 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 आओ 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 आओ, ला रा 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 आओ 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 आओ, ला रा 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 रा, ला रा 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 रा,
हे हे,
ला रा 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 रा, ला रा 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 रा, ला रा 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 आओ 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 आई। आप सभी कहो मेरे साथ,
आओ
आओ आई। आप सभी कहो,
आओ आओ
आई।
ला रा 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 आओ 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 आई।
थैंक यू।
तो क्या कहानी थी, बता सकते हैं? हाँ, एक मिनट माइक लाता हूँ।
Global citizens and storytellers.
Then we have Miss Paro Anand, Sahitya Academy Award-winning author, storyteller, and fearless voice in children's literature. She has worked with thousands of children across India and the world, using stories as safe spaces to talk about tough issues. Her work is known for its honesty, its courage, and its ability to connect deeply with young readers navigating complex realities.
And last, but certainly not the least, there'll be Madan, literacy and library strategist and founder of One Up Library and Learning Lab. Drawing from her training at Teachers College, Columbia University, and Harvard, she has designed research-based programs that not only build reading skills, but also nurture critical thinking and joyful engagement with books.
Together, these speakers bring a great deal of experience, creativity, and passion to the urgent question of how we ensure that books remain central in the lives of young readers today. So please join us in welcoming to the stage Ms. Emily Drabble, Ms. Joanna Cardenas, Ms. Paro Anand, and Ms. Dalbir Kaur Madan to this lively conversation on the enduring joy and urgent necessity of reading.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Very nice to be here. Sorry I stood up too early and you could all hear me getting flustered, turning my mic on. It's such a pleasure to be here today, and I think we're the last event at this amazing festival as well, so let's all give a round of applause for the festival so far. Yeah, it's been absolutely amazing, and I've been totally inspired by so much, well, everything that I've seen, and particularly the young people that I've seen introducing the events have been so amazing. And I'm joined with for an amazing panel today. We've had a little chat before, but we've got lots of amazing, so let's get cracking, so we've got lots of amazing things to say. So I want to start off with a little icebreaker, first of all, to say, I'll talk about your favourite books that you read when you were a child. You can choose any age, and just choose one book, but Paro, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Emily, and yes, thank you, Neev. I was a very poor reader and a reluctant reader. As a child, I didn't like to read. I thought it was a waste of time. I would rather talk. Until I found the one book that really fitted me, which was Born Free by Joy Adams. And as soon as I read it, I thought, this is the life I want to live. And then discovered that through every book you read, you live a different life.
What age were you when you read that, Paro?
11.
I think it's 11 years old. That's when I read a book of mine that really informed me, which is a very unknown book, Patricia Leach, For the Love of a Horse. I bet no one's read it here. No one's hardly read it in the UK. And I feel like I read that when I was 11. It feels like a really important age for reading. How about you, Dalbir?
I have read whole of my life, but one book is like difficult to say, but one book that has stayed with me in all my years is Fountainhead by Ayn Rand, and I make sure I read it to my children aloud. And when they were in 8th grade, not as young babies, I read it to a lot of my high school kids because I feel Howard Rock shows us the way to live our life as an adult.
And when you reread it as an adult, did you see different things?
I read it as in my high school. I was in 8th and 9th. I was a reader who read everything.
Yeah.
And that book just hooked onto me for my life.
And do you think you'd be a different person if you hadn't read it?
Maybe, maybe not. But yes, Howard Rock left a huge imprint on me as a person and in shaping how I live my life.
How about you, Joanna?
I was also a pretty big reader early on. I had a really strong relationship with my elementary school librarian. She loved making recommendations, and I loved spending time with her, and that sort of bonded us, this connection. Every time I would walk into the library, she'd have a stack of picture books for me. And I'd just go into the corner and kind of go off in my own zone for a little bit. And when I was younger, the picture books that I really loved were picture books that sort of felt familiar in some way. I remember reading A Chair for Mother quite a bit by Vera Williams. And that was like a slice of life story about a little girl who like visits her mom while she's at work. There's a undercurrent of sort of like seeing how exhausted your parents can be. And that really clicked for me as a child. Like that's something I immediately, that resonated with me. But I also loved stories as an escape. I loved stories about naughty children because I was like, I don't know, I type A perfectionist, like, you know, didn't really want to get into trouble. Like that was a big deal for me, but I loved reading about kids who wanted to be in trouble and kind of living vicariously through them. So I loved like the Miss Nelson series of picture books. And then as I got a little bit older, this idea of like reading as transport still carried through, and then I loved reading books that took me to other places that I've never been and took me out of my own country. So books like Blue Mobility by Sharon Creech, which was about a girl who was in a boarding school in a different country. The idea that you could live at school blew my mind. The idea that you could be in another country away from your family at that age kind of blew my mind too. So I feel like I used reading as both a way to feel close to the things that I see in my everyday life, but also to escape.
It sounds like you had a lot of access to books, and we'll get to that in a bit later,
Yeah.
but that sounds like amazing. But Paro, you said you described yourself as a reluctant reader until you read Born Free. Did that then unleash a lot of more reading for you?
Absolutely. From that book on, which was at 10, 11 years old, I have not been able to stop reading. And at first it was, you know, a little bit algorithmic. So I would read animal stories a lot. Until then I fell into other kinds of literature. And I had great access. I came from a home lined with books. My father was a writer. My mother was a teacher. We had open access to books.
Yeah.
So it wasn't as though these are books for you. It was never a concept that this is not a book that you can take off the shelf and read.
So thinking about access, I know that you've done a lot of work with children who don't have access to books. So can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, I worked with the National Book Trust, heading the National Center for Children's Literature, where part of my work was to set up libraries in the remotest villages of Rajasthan, of Maharashtra, and other places as well. And one of the things which I wanted just to mention is that there was so much of the difference of will. So in Rajasthan, for instance, there had been a nationwide initiative called Operation Blackboard, where the government selected and gave free books to schools all over, to small village schools, to start their own kickstart libraries. In every single village in Rajasthan where we went, books were locked away. In fact, in one school, they were in a cupboard, and then the cupboards were turned around and pushed up against a wall so that you couldn't take a book out even if you wanted to, and nobody wanted to. And we asked why, and they said that come March, when the government would do what is called physical verification of the book, right, that of the list, so they have to produce the books. So they were kept away, and if they showed that, you know, the book has been eaten by rats or destroyed by mold, or floods came and the books were destroyed, but it was physically there, it was fine. That was all right. But if the book was taken by a child who loved it so much that he wanted to keep it at home, the teacher would end up having to pay for that book. And why should she? However, when we went to Maharashtra, I asked about Operation Blackboard books. They were being used. And I said, but what about physical verification? What do you do? And they said, oh, we read that letter very carefully, and it said that the official shelf life of a book is 3 years. So for 3 years, we kept them away safely, wrapped up in naphthalene balls and tobacco leaves and all to keep them safe. Now that they are officially dead, we've brought them to life and are giving them to the books. So it just is the will to have children read, I think.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Dalbe, you do a lot of work. Do we tell us a bit about what you do, actually? That everyone might not know.
I do multiple work with reading. Most of all, I do that. I am a reader, and children see me as a reader. I feel that is very important because many times I would think about as a child that adults talk about reading, but we really don't see them reading, though they read, but children don't see them reading. So one of my important role is children see my reading live. I work with children on one-to-one in different capacities. I also work with schools. I work with training teachers to open up their hearts and minds to libraries, books, and reading is not just ability to become literate, but ability to be human.
Yeah.
And that is a gift that we need to give to our generations and children, that with reading you become human.
Yeah, it's the title of this year's conference, isn't it? Reading makes you human.
It's so very right with NLF's vision. Stories make us human.
Stories make us human, which they do. And I know that, you know, all of us will probably be different human beings if we haven't read, and we that basically books and reading give you a privilege, and it's an invisible privilege in many ways, but we want, you know, the work that I do in my charity in the UK is to work for all children to have that privilege, which in the UK is actually definitely possible because we don't have such, you know, we don't have such extreme poverty. We can, in fact, coming to this festival has made me realise that we've got to work harder. In the UK, we could definitely do it, say every child is a reader. I'm absolutely sure. We're going to talk more about barriers, but you have worked in a lot of conflict zones, haven't you? With tribal children who you know, they presumably do not really have access to books. Do they talk about books? Do they want access?
They actually they didn't. A lot of the children in Kashmir, in remote areas of Kashmir, or tribal areas, didn't really know books. They had never seen books. They thought when we put the books up, strung them up on string, they thought they were flags. And they didn't know what those books were. And I had a strange experience in Kashmir of, I had told a story to a group of young children, 4th graders, and they enjoyed the story. They were tense in the right places, they laughed at the right places, they were relieved at the right places. But there was some kind of unease amongst them as the story finished. And they all sort of were poking one child and saying, you ask, you ask. This was right north of Kashmir, near the Pakistan-India border. So this one child stood up and said, is it a true story? Kya ye sach hai? Is it true? And I said, what do you think? And of course, it wasn't a true story. It's about a bear who climbs on the moon and how the Himalayan bear got the white V across his chest. So of course, it's not a true story. And so he said, it can't be. I said, yeah, that's right. It's not a true story. And the reaction was so startling because it was like physically they moved away from me, you know, leaning back in their seats. And I said, what happened? And again, this boy bravely stood up to challenge me and say, if it's not the truth, it's a lie.
Oh.
And a lie is a bad thing. And so you have brought a bad thing into our classroom. And I said, it's not the truth, but it's not a lie, it's a story. And that's when it clicked. They didn't know what a story was. They were taught this binary, as you used the word a little earlier. It's either truth or it's lies. There was no place for imagination. But after that, as I started, I sort of had to scrap all my, week worth of workshop stuff that I had brought and start anew. But once we got working with stories and poetry and all of that, the way it set their imaginations free, these are children born into conflict. We brought them to the city. They had, there was a wedding procession passing by with firecrackers, and there were Delhi children, and there were these children from border areas of Kashmir. And when they heard the firecrackers, we all ran to the window to see the wedding procession, as of course we must do. And that's when we realized that Kashmiri children were not amongst us. We looked around, they were hiding behind chairs and under tables. Because what for us was the sound of celebration was the sound of gunfire. And so to heal them through stories became a very powerful way for them out of that quagmire.
All the feelings. Yeah. How lovely. So when you see something beautiful, you feel all the feelings. Yeah. Yeah. And this, so I'll tell you what I feel. I feel nostalgic. Do you know what nostalgia means? Or nostalgic means? No. It's a feeling when something's happened in the past and you feel happy about it, but you also feel a little sad that it happened in the past. That's the feeling. Because when I was a kid, I used to make paper boats with my sister when it used to rain heavily in front of our house. There used to be, the street used to be flooded with water. And what me and my sister, we didn't care because we didn't have to go to school. We got a holiday from school. So we made paper boats and we used to place them on the water, and they used to, what happens when you place a paper boat? They float. So I used to, yeah. So the boat travels across the street. So I feel nostalgic when I see this image. Okay, can you all repeat the word nostalgia? Nostalgia, yes. Okay, let's move to the next. What about this? So you feel like painting and you feel disgust when you see this. You feel disgust. Why? Because of the color? Huh? Okay, so what else do you feel? You feel disgust. And what else? You feel like painting when you see this? Yes? Yes? And what will happen if you add polka dots on it? It will look like a tree. That's interesting. Disgust and excitement. Okay, so you feel these kind of feelings when you see this. Okay, now we are going to move to the next image. What about this? Huh. You feel like blowing bubbles. You feel like playing. You feel like playing? You feel amazed. Okay. Yeah, nostalgia. Have you blown bubbles before? On your hair. Okay, so what do you feel? You feel cool? Do you feel cool when you see bubbles? Yeah? Okay, can we all sit down so that all of us can see what's going on here? Can we all sit down? Yeah? I feel a little curious when I see these bubbles because the bubbles are going to, I don't know, fly away or burst or maybe travel cities. What could happen with this bubble? There's so many possibilities. Okay, we're going to move to the next. What about this? Dizzy. You feel dizzy, like you're going to fall. Scared? Huh? Oh? Ooh, so yeah, if you twirl like that and if you keep doing that, You're going to fall, and it's going to be very dizzying. Yes? Happy. Yeah, you feel happy when you see this. Okay, let's try another one. What about this? No? Huh? Okay. You feel confused. Yeah, angry. You feel like dirty. You feel upset. You feel super happy when you see scribbles because you can scribble everywhere. Nice, okay. Huh? Yes, so there's so many emotions that you feel when you see this image. Okay, we're going to try one last image and you're going to tell me what you feel about this. What about this? Yeah? You feel calm. Ooh. Yeah? You feel like painting. So the color blue maybe makes you feel calm or feel very peaceful. Yeah? Yeah? So today we're going to talk about another emotion called feeling loved. Do you know how it feels when you're feeling loved? Okay, I'm going to give you an example, okay? Ooh, your father and mother became in love with each other. So that is feeling loved. And I feel loved 2 days back. My sister stitched this. Can you see this cat, right? Billu. My sister stitched this for me and sent it to me for this event. And I felt so loved. And then my friends came over and they were drawing with me. And that time I felt so special and I felt so loved. Or when courage comes and sits on my lap, I feel so loved. So can you tell me sometime when you feel loved by a friend, yes? When your friend comes, you feel loved? You love your mom. You feel loved by your mom. You feel inspired. That time you feel loved? Yeah? So what I have done, yes, you can go tell her. So what I'm going to talk about is my book called Can You Draw Love Abu? And you know who this is? Her name is Zoya. And that's her, yeah. You have? Oh, so you'll know the story. So that's Zoya's father, Abu. And this is written by me, and I've drawn it, and it's published by Little Dipper. So all of you settle down, and I'm going to tell you the story of Can You Draw Love, Abu. So now, this story starts on a Sunday morning. Like today, Sunday morning, Abu is sitting comfortably on his favorite chair and he's sipping chai. And who's that sitting on his lap? That's Billu, the cat. Yes, then Billu is always sleeping, so Billu is happily sleeping on Abu's lap. My cat is Courage, but Abu's and Zoya's cat is Billu. So Billu is sleeping and Abu's having a good time. And do you think Zoya is also having a good Sunday? Yes? Let's see. Oh, Zoya looks a bit upset. Why is Zoya so upset? Abu asks Zoya, why are you feeling so upset? And Zoya says, Abu, I can't draw. Abu says, all of us can draw. You can draw, I can draw, everybody can draw. What can't you draw? So Zoya says that when Ammi makes kheer, and when I taste the kheer, and something feels in my stomach, but I don't know how to draw that feeling. Abu thinks. And then Zoya says, when Billu comes and sits on my lap and he's purring to sleep, I feel something, but I don't know how to draw that feeling. Abu is thinking, oh, what do I do? And then Zoya says, at night when I'm sleeping, and Nani comes and sings me a song, and I feel like something, but I don't know how to draw that feeling. Now Abu is completely confused. He's thinking, what do we do? Then he has a brilliant idea. He runs to his room and he comes out with something. He comes out with a bucket. And he says, what would we do? Zoya's like, what will we do with a bucket? And Abu says, we're going to fill it with interesting things that we see around the house. It could be dried leaves, it could be pod of peas, it could be anything, it could be old newspaper. So Zoya is like, oh no, what can I get? What can I get? And she remembers that yesterday it was her friend's birthday and she got some chocolates. And she runs to her school bag and she digs into it and she finds the wrapper because it's a really shiny wrapper. So she had saved it. So she puts it in the bucket. And then what does she do? She runs to the terrace and she collects all the flowers that have fallen on the terrace. Do you know what tree is leaning on the terrace? No, close. Cherry blossom also looks like that, but there's another kind of tree that has pink flowers. It's called tababuya. Can you all say tababuya? Tababuya. Yeah, so there was a beautiful tababuya tree right next to Zoya's house, and the tree used to lean on the terrace. So Zoya picked up all those flowers, and then she went and she remembered that she had some seashells saved, so she picked those up and she picked all the interesting things that she saw in the house. And then Abu also went and he got some cotton from his medical kit, and so both of them collected so many things. Yes. So they collected so many things. Do you all want to know what they collected? Yeah? All these things. Can you tell me what you can spot here? Shells and scissors, plants, coins, brushes, marbles, paint, crayons, scissors, yarn, ribbons, flowers, leaves. Yes, we see leaves. Yarn. Where? And we have, what is that? There's a bubble wrap there, and there's some screw. There are clips. What's this? What's this? These are some pebbles, and there's a coin. There's a cotton pod. There's a cloth. There's a rag. There's an old cloth. There's a matchbox. Yes. Yeah, there's a matchbox because you can collect anything, Abu said, anything interesting. So there were so many colors, right? Yes, crayons. There's a feather.
So, child, that will give you pleasure in a world where the next sort of thing on your app can give you instant pleasure. And I have felt children's questions. Is it really pleasure? Right? I'm reading this book. It's hard because some of the books are hard. If you read Falling Boy, you're talking about a parent suffering from cancer. It is hard for a child to find pleasure in those books. Paru doesn't write for pleasure. She wants so that children think about the world they live in. They think to be change makers. So to ease children, many of the times I say, what does reading do? Makes you wise. Makes you the advisor in your family, makes you the problem solver in your peer group, makes you the teacher's go-to person when she's stuck. And you see children suddenly looking at reading from the lens that it gives me more than pleasure, because books do give you more than pleasure.
They give you so much more, including
so
like that
more.
social capital kind of thing, which everyone knows. That's why children who read do better life and will have a better life, because they get to, like you did with the Born Free, get to start living these other lives. Let's talk about when you write your book. When you write, what do you think about the child that's reading your book while you're writing?
I write the books that I want to read. but I also work with my program Literature in Action. I've worked with over 3 lakh. 3 lakh is what in, what, how do you say 3 lakh in million? 300,000. Thank you. My maths is bad. Over 300,000 children that I have interacted with. And there is a sense of empowerment and difference that comes into my writing in those interactions. For instance, we were doing secret writing one day with a group of children, and 2 of them wrote about witnessing domestic violence in their homes. And so I wrote a story about domestic violence, and when I performed it for another group of children, they all listened to it, and then one girl said, no, the same question, was the story true? And I said, what do you think? She said, it's definitely true. So I said, how do you say with so much conviction? She looks at me and said, because it happens in my own home. And several children came forward and said that they were witness to domestic violence in their own homes, neighborhoods, families, etc. And when I asked them, what do you feel about it? And there was anger, and there was all of that. Most of all, they felt bebas, which helpless. They felt a sense of helplessness. But through talking with that story, A, they recognized that what they had been seeing was domestic violence. B, that they recognized it's a crime. C, they found ways that could empower them, whether now than one. And you know, they very honestly said, what happened in your story, what the boy did, we can't do that, because that's a story. It can happen there, but not in real life. So then when I asked them, so what can you do? They came up with solutions of what they can do.
Well, that's way beyond reading for pleasure, is what I would say. Let's think about school. Do you think there's enough time in the curriculum to read? Our children, is this part of the problem with the reading decline we all know happens? Reading pleasure decline. Are children given enough time to read within school? What do you think, Joanna?
I think in the U.S. kids tend to be overscheduled.
Yeah.
So it starts in school. There's too much homework.
Mm-hmm.
That's a thing that I hear directly from kids all the time, but also have sort of experienced in the kids in my family. It's, you know, if you're bringing so much of that work home, when would you ever have time to read something that you actually want to read? And then there's the overscheduling of extracurricular activities that kind of makes it really hard to pick something up for pleasure, or just, you know, that catches your interest. So I feel like we understand that kids aren't reading for pleasure as much as they used to. In fact, in the U.S., there was a study done not too long ago that recorded that only 14% of 13-year-olds read anything outside of what they're assigned, and that was a major drop from, I think the last comprehensive study they did was in the 80s, where it was somewhere in the like 30%, 35%.
Yeah.
So that's a massive drop, and I think it is because there's too much happening outside of school, when that's ostensibly when you have time to do it. And I think that, you know, there's a lot of worry about whether kids are reading or not, but I think part of our job is to help young readers understand the joy that can come out of it, and also bridge the literacy gap. But I feel like we often focus too much on the latter and not enough on the former.
Yeah. When in fact the two go together.
Yes.
Obviously, if you're reading for pleasure, I thought these students,
right, yes,
they're going to have great literacy skills, and you can see that on stage every time someone announced. What do you think about that, Dalbir?
What just Joanna said about literacy gaps and pleasure reading or time to read, more than pleasure, time to read, those are the two essential things. Literacy is changing in schools in various formats, but time to read maybe at school with a drop time or silent sustain time, but at homes, because I run a library which is after school, I feel parents have an agenda after school, and that time between 3 to 8 or 3 to 7 has taken over, in fact, the whole life of the child.
Yeah.
And also, I still think with this question all the time, where does the parent prioritize reading?
Yeah.
Is it only for result? One English test or an English teacher say, you need to read more? Do we really value as adults, as a society, that we need to give children time to read at home, during weekends, take reading vacations, and have children put like football, like singing, like any skill. Like football needs a number of skill hours, singing requires, dancing teachers requires, reading teachers should ask for that time, that I need this time so that my literacy program works. I need this time for my children to know reading matters in school, outside school, just for them to be human enough to know what they believe in.
Yes. And is there a place, what do you think is the place for reading clubs and kind of book talk, peer-to-peer? What do you think, Paro?
I think very important because parents somehow need that structured time. So if it's a structure, then it'll happen. If you leave it open, read when you like, it doesn't happen. I mean, just today I was talking to some kids, one of whom is here. We were doing a master class, and they actually just admitted that they don't read because, and they're from a school which is so actively reading forward, and yet they said that we don't read and social media is very distracting, and so we don't read, right? But they were very receptive to the stories.
Yeah. Let's talk about screens, because this is always, I think most adults will think children don't read because of social media. It's kind of like just like an equation. It's not quite so simple as that, is it, Joanna? What do you think about that?
I don't think it's that simple, and something that both of you are getting at is the importance of like modeling the kind of behavior that you want to see. I think when we talk about screens, can we talk about parent usage of screens? If we want to inspire more boundaries with our technology, how can that be possible if the example at home is, my parents on phone all the time.
Please go and read your book.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And I think modeling and building a ritual around reading, as you were saying, if you don't make the time intentionally, how will it ever happen? I think that is so important, and that sort of helps a young reader understand that you're prioritizing that. You are putting that ahead of other things that happen in your day-to-day, and you are carving out that time to do it. And I think, screens have been around for a long time. The decline in reading has also been around for a long time. It's been a sort of steady decline. I think that we're not going to ever live in a world where we don't coexist with many different technologies, and I think it's more about our relationship to the technology than maybe the fact that it exists.
Yeah. There's no point just banning screens. Screen limits, Dalbir.
So screen limits, as Joanna said, it is not about technology is here to exist and it will not go, but limit. And how do we create a limit to our own usage to model it to children? And how do we have our own reading time as a family, as individuals to model it for children? So restricting screen time is very important. There was a recent article in Guardian which talks about if the school is giving you homework, how much screen time does that require, so that parents are aware of it. And similarly, if you're required to do certain research at home, how much screen time is required to do that research? Because children can be, it's like a rabbit's hole that you can get into and never come out. And to know for a parent, this is the time required for a child to do this homework on screen. And this is the time that the one for research would also help parents become mindful of carving out time in their home for reading actual. So restriction and more transparency.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. What about the time that you might, like, would you give a slot for reading, and when would, if you did give a slot for reading, when would that be?
I have this funny theory about reading, because I think reading at night originated more from the Western world, because for us as children, our parents were telling us stories all the time, and they were what happened at night, or there was time for prayer learning and those sort of things. And what I realize is giving a child the right time during the day to read, instead of before the time to sleep when you are tired, worn out. You want to pick up a book, your choice. Because again, there is a clear research that is pointing out that screen time should not be before bed. And researchers are talking loudly about how devices should be shut off for every adult at least an hour before. So similarly, you want to embrace book at that time, great. You want to just have a conversation with your parent, great. But make that reading time also central between your day, so that you are reading sometimes to learn, sometimes to transport, sometimes to reread, sometimes to closely read for the work you're doing.
Yeah, I think that's so good. I think it's such a habit to read. Well, I read before bed, and I always read for like 3 minutes, just go, dong, and that's what everyone does.
Do you know something that someone close to me does with their child that I think is so wonderful and useful, and might be interesting to hear and take away, is she does reading dates with her daughter, and so every other Saturday they plan a specific trip together to the bookstore. And they spend a couple of hours there. What's included in that is like treat at the cafe. They have that time together where the mother is also choosing something that she wants to read in that carved out time. So showing like how she is also deriving something from this experience too. And then at the end they talk about like what they liked, what they didn't like. Did they put the book down? Because that's also like on the table. You don't have to keep reading something if you don't find it interesting. And they have this like ritual that they've created that they know is on the calendar, and that her daughter like looks forward to doing and feels connected in that way to her mom, because that's something special that they do together, and there's like treats involved, and it's just like a fun
lovely
experience.
I would love to come.
What a great
I'd love to come to that. That sounds great.
So
What about
on this,
Yeah.
to add on, we do a reading play date, like two friends, instead of going for a play date at home, each other's home, they do a library play date. So they read to each other, play around, we do their half an hour, and then they go with their parents to eat somewhere outside the library.
That's really nice. Paro, what about adults reading children's books? How important is it for adults to read children's books?
Very important. I'm a grandmother, and the parents were reading to the children, as you were describing, like right from the very beginning. And I was amazed to see how much the children, the babies, enjoyed that reading and were responding to that reading. And in reading aloud to the children, the parents were reading those books, and I think also learning what works and what doesn't, because I know that a lot of books for young children are actually books for adults.
They've been written by adults.
And written by adults, and are very adult in their, in their content, in the lyricism and all of that. Children do enjoy them too, but I think what the parents get is a lot more. So I think we should never stop reading children's books.
I agree. And what about reading out loud? Well, we spoke a bit about tell this funny story about the child.
Yeah, so from what time to time at our library, we encourage parents to read aloud and sign up. And one of the kids, fourth grader, his mom told him, I went to the library and I'm really inspired. I'm going to start reading aloud. The child comes back to me, what have you said to my mom? She wants to read aloud to me. I don't want her to read aloud to me. You save me. And then and I said, okay, tell me more. What's the thing? And he said, have you heard my mom reading to me? She's asking more questions and then she'll bring the whole life and then she'll explain me about how I didn't listen to her. I don't want to do that. And then we worked out a session for them just to bring them together to reading aloud.
And in India, when setting up these libraries and reading programs in villages, a lot of the children were first-generation learners.
Yeah.
And the parents could not read. And so we started this thing that the children were reading to the parents.
Oh.
So the parents and grandparents were doing the oral storytelling, but the reading was actually done by young children to their elders.
That's really lovely.
Yeah.
And I'm also really interested in older children reading to younger children and vice versa as well.
Yeah.
So if parents here are anxious about their children not reading enough, what would your advice be? Let's all go through. Paro, what would you?
For parents to read, there is no shortcut. And that, I think here we are preaching to the converted.
Sure.
If you're here, you're already a reader. But I think it's, parents need to read, grandparents need to read. And I think it's a beautiful thing. We all have staff, domestic staff at home, to read to them, because they may not be able to read and they have no access to books. But that act of reading to somebody who works in your home, looking after the babies, cleaning your home, cooking for you, and to read to them was a beautiful activity.
That's lovely. Dalbir.
My advice, more than advice, suggestion would be time and building the identity. Like we want our children to be footballers and swimmers and singers and startups. We are in Bangalore, so we can't forget that, and successful people. But we want our children to be readers. And it should be our parents' role that a child that you brought in this world who loves to listen to stories grows up as an individual who loves to read and knows books are their solace, books are their companions. And I think so every adult should take this role of raising readers very seriously.
Yes. And Joanna?
Yeah, I think some of the things we already talked about, which is creating a ritual for it, consistency and modeling the behavior that you want to see and showing how much you enjoy reading. I think that makes a big difference. But something that we didn't talk about yet, but the work that you do is making sure you start early too. And reading can be asking the child questions about what's happening in the illustrations, helping them be engaged and pick up context clues. That's part of active reading too, and that can start before they even read the words on the page.
Even before they're born in utero. I mean, the work I do at Book Trust really focuses on under fives, and because all the research shows all the kids here have got the reading habit. I presume we wouldn't be at the festival, or you want them to. But actually reading to your baby and your 1-year-old, your 2-year-old, 3-year-old, way before they go to school, nothing to do with literacy at all. In fact, interestingly, a big drop-off in enjoying reading in the UK anyway happens about age 6, just when you kind of learn to read.
most interesting conversation you've had so far?
Probably this one. Okay.
Hi, what's your name?
Prakriti.
And what are your top 3 books and why?
Like in general?
Yeah.
I really like Silent Patient because it's a thriller and it really delves into the psychology of murderers, which is interesting. I like Mein Kampf because it's a translation and also it's, again, it dives into the psychology of Hitler. And I like Diary of a Murderer because it's again a translation from Korean. And it's also really interesting because it shows the murderer's backstory before they became what they are.
Okay, thank you. Hi, what's your name?
My name is Tucker.
And what is the first book you ever remember loving?
So the first book that I remember loving was actually Lord of the Rings by Tolkien, J.R.R. Tolkien. And I loved the book so much because, you know, it was expanding my horizons, creating this whole world, languages, peoples, multiple, and obviously the dynamic of the story is very complicated. We can't go over it right now, but it was the first book that I picked up and could never put it down. And I ended up loving the book so much that when my daughter was born, I gave her an Elvish middle name. So my daughter's middle name is Elvish, thanks to how much I love that book. So yeah, it influences people. Like if you have a book that you're really passionate about, it can really influence you in your real life. And I found that a lot of because I write a little bit, a lot of my works are very much inspired by Tolkien and his world building and everything. So that's the most poignant book, I think, in my life.
Wow, thank you so much.
Hi, who am I here with?
I'm Manjunath Naikar. I'm father of Vedant NK, grade 9A.
And how has the NLF experience been for you till
It's
now?
been fantastic. I'm a huge fan of books. In fact, when I was growing up, books did most of the heavy lift as far as my knowledge acquisition is concerned. And having played Swami in Malgudi days myself, R.K. Narayan is one of the most iconic books. I have a very special attachment to books, and therefore having a great time now looking around.
And as a parent, do you think that books have affected your relationship with your child?
Absolutely. See, books, though we have visual media through social media and all that, but the way books can fire up one's imagination is far, far, far more better, and it gives rise to creativity and a lot of visual imagination, kicks in. So, of course, he and my son and I are able to talk about books and relate to each other. Like I tell him about the older day books, how life was when I was growing up. So a lot of things that we communicate with each other, books have definitely helped.
And a quick fun question, what is your favorite kind of book and like a book that you would want to live inside, that kind of genre?
Enid Blyton series. I'm still a kid at heart, so I love all the Enid Blyton series, and of course Tintin, Obelix. I'm more a comic guy. The the bigger books are like your Wilbur Smith, Mikey Keaton, especially Wilbur Smith's Elephant Song is one of my all-time favorite. And yeah, there are a lot more when it comes to books.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This issue not being binary came up is that it's not either or. And while we recognize that, and it's shown in sort of the studies that have been done that kids are reading less for pleasure, they are reading, even if it's not being measured in the way that we are measuring it with print books, but there is reading happening in every child's day-to-day, and there's storytelling happening outside of print books.
Yeah, for example, in games.
Yes, exactly. Games can be very narrative and kind of activate the same imagination and benefits that you get from ingesting story and thinking about story. So it's not binary, and I think it's worth acknowledging that reading is happening, maybe just in a different way? And how do we engage that and spark that?
Yeah. Okay, I think we might be...
There was
There's one question.
Yeah,
from
that's
someone.
right.
Hi, my name is Dhruv, and I think you spoke a lot about like reading dates, reading homes, and a lot of things that parents could do. But I think for children, or especially till adolescents, a lot of time is spent in schools. So, what do you think teachers or educators could do in a school environment to actually start introducing acts of reading, perhaps in schools or even at home?
Paro.
Yeah, I think a festival like this, which actually brings authors, illustrators, creators to you and creates that bridge between the creator and the reader, the consumer, goes quite a long way in sparking that interest. We had a program in which we had a writer in residence, and there was a boy who came up very excitedly to the author and said, "This is the first book I've ever read." She was writing a sequel to a book, and she said, "You can come and interact with me only if you've read the first part, and now I'm writing the second part." So he came, he said, "It's the first and only book that I've read," and he actually started to read with that.
I have witnessed that multiple times with... Has that ever happened to you, that you've met, or obviously you've met authors and it would have inspired you?
Yeah.
Did you have a question? No. Okay, I think we're out
He
of time.
asked his questions. There are a couple
just
of questions
maybe
here
one more
as well.
question. Thank you.
Yeah, now it's on. I think one of you spoke about the time required on the devices to finish your homework and assignments, right? And it's a practical problem in our household. Our kids are in Neev itself. But I think it may be more or less a problem in any school because there are a lot of learning which is happening online, and there are a lot of assignments for which kids need to do research. But how can it be minimized? One is that we can't be sitting on their heads all the time when they are doing this research or accessing the devices. Neither do we want to do that. But how do we know that children are not really digressing and watching something which we didn't account for, or it can take them to the very dark places as well. But it's a very fascinating world. Once you open your device, you may want to open for just once that YouTube video, for once that Instagram reel, or then you don't come out of that. And that's what we've seen happening. Is it that can we minimize, like by giving them hard copies or encouraging them to read from the printed books? And at our home, we encourage them to take printouts instead of even reading from PDF, so that at least they don't strain their eyes that much, as well as they don't...
No PDFs, please.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I mean, what more can be done to minimize, because at least in Neev, one good thing is that they have stopped till a certain grade use of laptop in the schools. But that actually creates more pressure on the parents to be using devices at home, right? So what's the solution?
Is it for schools to say, this takes 15 minutes, and then that's what it takes?
What did work with my son, my daughter was a reader, my son was not. And what did work is that my daughter and I would read something partway or fully, and then put it down somewhere prominently and say, okay, listen, don't read this book, okay? Whatever you do, I'm leaving it here, haven't finished it, please don't pick it up and read it. He would read it.
Okay, this is a good tip.
The last one, I think most of you talked about how to get kids into the habit of reading. There can be the other side of the problem, where kids are too much into the habit of reading, so that they might forget even their daily ablution or going out for sports.
Not a problem.
Does it need to be a problem?
Not a problem. This is a good problem to have. You're a lucky man. Okay. Thank you, everyone. That's been such a pleasure to host this. Thank you to all my guests.
This session was comforting and yet so fresh. It reminded us of the importance that books have held in our lives and their timeless appeal despite an ever-changing society. We thank you so much for all the valuable insights. Let's give them one last round of applause. How many of you have been to NLF before? Isn't coming back here always like coming home? Everywhere I go in this festival, I feel the currents of the past rippling through the spaces they inhabit. In the book marketplace, I remember the weight of my large stack of books, small hands struggling to hold boundless curiosity. I still remember coming to the festival with a viral fever just because being around books was healing. The truth is, the Neev Literature Festival is a backdrop for memories and a foundation for the future. I hope the memories you made here will make you feel the same fondness that I feel.
Spend the next few days untangling the sensory overload of the 2 days, yesterday and today. The bustling chatter, the nuggets of wisdom, the vibrant decor. And once they settle into sediments of the senses, I hope the insights from every session are portals to potential and grow into the most beautiful stories. The past lives on in every venue. It seeps through the air and becomes the oxygen of the event.
But the future stirs alchemically within each and every one of us. And while you write your own stories, we'd like you to continue to be a part of ours.
While we bask in the present, let's not forget the people who made it possible. I'd like to propose a toast to the delegates, visitors, volunteers, teachers, and staff who showed us that literature is truly a form of magic. Hope you had a wonderful time this year.
And we really hope to see you again next year.
Thank you.